Yo. Oh, actually, I had something unfortunate. Not like, you know, bad, but making coffee, yeah. Making a cup of coffee, put my creamer in there. Cream was coming out okay, and then the bottle was almost, the creamer bottle was almost empty, so I was just pouring the rest in there. Wouldn't have been much anyways. And at the very end of the pouring, it happened so quick, but I could have sworn I just saw like a clump fall in the cup, and I was like, oh. And I was like, maybe it's just me. I look inside the thing. I look inside the creamer container. It doesn't look bad. I sniff it. It doesn't smell bad. And so I start stirring the thing with the plastic straw, and I'm like, huh, there's something on the bottom of this thing that's kind of slowing the straw down. Huh. And I couldn't find the expiration date on the thing. I couldn't find the expiration date on it, so I went and got the second one that I have in the fridge. That's yet to be opened. And looking all over to see if it was on there, and there was one on there. Just it was faded out. It was faded out on the first one. Completely faded out. So, but they were both bought at the same time, so I figured I'll just use this one as the basis of the first one. And June.
Oh, it's already August.
It is officially August 1st today. I mean, that tells you how long it's been since I've had coffee at home. Because I don't drink black coffee at home. I just don't. There's no coffee, except for Death Wish coffee, there's no coffee good enough to drink black. So one, that tells you how long it's been since I've made coffee at home. But two, oops. So I didn't actually drink any of it, because even though I thought maybe it was my imagination, I still didn't trust it, because I've never noticed that before. So I was like, well, I did notice it, so it's something. But I need to get new creamer at some point. I need to add that to my little grocery list. Oops.
Yes.
Super unfortunate. I didn't add it to my list sooner. I guess I was just more surprised. Like, oops. Normally, I just drink the coffee at work, so it's no real big deal. Their creamer is always, in date.
Yeah, up to date, yes.
Yeah, it's always not past the expiration date, but here, I have droughts of not drinking coffee at home. Because I mostly drink Gamer Subs. Which is enough for me. But, yeah, I was like, you know what? It's been a bit, let me brew some coffee, make some coffee, it'll be up in time for the stream. I poured the creamer in there, and clump.
And just, whoop.
Yeah, basically, I was like, oh, that's not normal.
That's weird.
Was it my imagination or not? No.
What a sudden drop of shit in here.
Imagine. Actual shit in the bottle.
I don't think I want to imagine that. I don't want to imagine anybody ever taking a sip out of their drink and then just feeling something in there. They take it out and there's just like fucking lump of human shit in there. I don't know. I never want to imagine that, dude.
I don't. Ugh. I mean, I don't know how you wouldn't notice the smell. But, Yeah.
I mean, hey man, coffee smells pretty strong. You wouldn't know, man. I don't think you would know.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I could distinctly tell the difference. I'm pretty sure I have that capability to tell the difference.
Guess we gotta test it.
You do that and tell me
Hey, I don't drink coffee.
how it is. Well, start and then tell me how it is, because I'm not about to try that.
Okay. I'll force it upon my sister.
There we go.
Have her try it.
Does she drink coffee?
Yes. I'm the only one in the house that doesn't drink coffee.
Oh, well, have any of them do it then.
Nah, I don't want my parents to go through that.
Oh, but you're cool with your sister?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, cool.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, shit.
But damn.
Okay, I'm facing the right way.
What's up?
Nothing. I was just thinking we should choose a code.
Alright. Click out the thing, pauses the game. God damn it.
Code name?
I'm Skull.
That's annoying.
He's Joker, and that's Mona.
Judging by your costume.
I mean,
I think the health bar is on the right
she's pale
side.
and stuff,
Like, well, it's on the
so-
bottom though.
What do you think?
Damn it. Put you up here on top of the dialogue stuff? Maybe?
Wait! Is that what you're going to call me from now on?
Oh, I'm looking the wrong way
am
if I do that.
so not down with this.
We'll see.
What do you want to be called then?
Something better than just a little cat. Maybe Panther? That sounds pretty cool, doesn't it?
Huh?
I
Why?
can't be doing that. Okay.
Cause it sounds more ferocious. She's a cougar. Don't call me that. More importantly, Kamoshida.
Oh, right. Let's go.
Cool. Okay. Now let me see.
All right. Let's start fresh and get going.
It's game time from this point forward.
Oh,
Teach you
no,
guys the
there's-
basics of
okay.
infiltrating a palace as we
Wait,
go.
maybe? Yeah, let's use the velvet one, right? Yeah, right there.
My master would like a word with you.
In we go. Like I was just like, oh, mysterious door. I'll go in.
The prisoner has returned.
Well done. It seems you have remembered my words. You truly make it worth rehabilitating you.
I know. Just for this.
Shut your mouth and listen, inmate.
I am not attempting to withhold information from you. The essence of the rehabilitation that you must
What'd you think of
complete
Eagle's
will be
voice?
explained
Like his
in
real
due
voice?
time. Once you encounter
Oh, like
allies
the-
who share
like
your
that-
ideals and discover your place in
Yeah, that's his
Like
real.
that one?
That's his real voice. That's what he sounds like in the
Such
other
a day
games.
should not be
I was
far
cool with it.
off.
You were cool with it?
I
I
had
remember
fun with
hearing
it
it for
this
the
time.
because Persona
I
5
wish to
was my first
introduce you to
Persona,
the
so I,
aid we offer
I
today.
heard this voice and I was like, I can get behind this. I can see it matching the face, and then I heard the actual voice. I was like, oh, this does not match.
I remember when I heard like the imposter's
Due to
voice,
your
like the first
potential
one.
and
Mhm.
I was
willpower
like, hey, this
wild
fits.
card.
And then when the real one came out, I was like, oh, lovely. That's literally how I reacted. I said, oh, lovely. And then I moved on with my life.
I mean, it's okay. Yeah, it's not bad. It's just I was so off put by it at first. I was like, oh.
Execute your persona.
And then I played Persona 4, and I was like, oh shit, this is what you actually always sound like. Okay, fine, whatever. He doesn't actually speak that much, so it's cool.
Thus, you will only be discarding old personalities to have them be reborn as new ones.
Probably haven't seen, but
By
apparently,
discarding your old identity, you give way to a new one. Hence, we call that process execution. Think of it as the fusion of your personas.
I thought we did this before.
To
That's
start,
not. Okay.
select the first persona you wish to fuse. Now, do you persona enough when this
Yeah.
world
Social links
listen
increase their
now.
XP when they. Yeah, I know.
This is it's these
Excessive power only leads to destruction.
What excessive power? What's up? Okay. I'll
I
do.
see.
Thank you, Mr.
Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
But I know both of those. We'll do CEO, I
Its
guess.
power will be nothing unusual.
Beauty's magic is not all that.
My.
Oh yeah, but I don't know if you saw, but apparently there's a Persona 4 remake coming out.
I did see
Eventually.
that. My driver friend at work does not shut up about it. I am very aware that it's coming out.
I mean, I figured you don't care too much. I'm only mentioning it because I don't know if you said you actually bought it or just wishlisted them, but something about Persona 4 and maybe 3. I don't remember if you said anything about 3, but
I
at
have
least
both
4.
Golden and Reload in bot. Yes.
Reloaded. Oh, actually
I have
bought.
them both
Okay,
bought.
so just since I know you at least had them wishlisted, if not bought, I just thought I'd say something. But apparently 4 has a remake coming. It's called something, I think. I don't know.
I plan on playing Reload at some point. I just haven't gotten around to it. But plus, I also know that Persona is just long as fuck. I gotta put time aside for that.
Fair. Okay, so I never finished 3. I think I got a fair bit into 3, but I never finished 3. Like, original 3 Fest specifically. But I did finish Persona 4. And that only took me just under 80 hours. I say only, but compared to how long it took me to beat Persona 5, it's a bit less. It's still a lot of time to put aside, but you won't have to put as much aside.
Thanks.
What? It took me like 150 hours to beat 5 Royal the first time. So 4 Golden taking me around 80. That's what, 70 hours? I'd say that's a big difference.
Thanks.
It is a big... I'm giving you a warning. But then again, I don't know. Well, when you bought 3 Reloaded, by the way, hi Sirkin, what's up?
Hi, Sirkin.
When you bought 3 Reloaded, did you just get like just that, or did you get the answer as well? Because the answer is like it directly continues the ending of 3.
I don't know.
I'm only asking because the only reason I haven't gotten through Reloaded.
You better understand it at once. You'll end up dead if you don't master it.
Gather personas.
Yeah, I was blocking the screen. Oh, I'll put you back over here for now. Where do I put you? Where do I put you? Up here? I'll put you up there for now. Screw it. And then I need to wait until I get into a battle to see what I should put in Neo.
Give birth to even stronger personas. Developing your powers as such will play an integral role in the stand against ruin.
So that your rehabilitation goes well, we have a variety of rituals to choose in regard to executions. And depending on the effort you put in, our master might consider further development of new rituals. Cry your tears of joy, inmate.
Your heart is steadily gaining the strength of rebellion. It seems your rehabilitation is proceeding smoothly. A joyous fact indeed. In anticipation of this, I have prepared a gift for you.
Oh my god,
I
dude.
hope that you shall accept it.
All this dialogue is annoying me only because I played this before, so I know what's up. I know what I was saying basically. I could summarize this shit real quick, but
That is a thief's skill, allowing one to tap into their sixth sense.
it's good for your
and
first
see
experience,
what
but
is
this is
hidden
like
in the dark.
nowhere near my
I
first
believe
Persona
you
5
can
experience, so
handle it
it's
now.
like, just
May you
shut up.
Continue devoting yourself.
The only problem is I know it's
to
story-based, so I gotta deal with it.
Now then, if you have any requests, we will heed them.
I'm also okay talking over these guys because it's basically just tutorial stuff still. I think it's like one of the last bits of tutorial though, so. Cool, I wanna let my mind wander. You look pretty relaxed despite your situation. I suppose I can answer any questions you have? Oh, it's tutorial stuff, never mind. Okay. I don't want that. Oh, let me up.
What was that?
What are you doing, inmate? You don't have time to be lying around. Here. I can kind of do that. Hold on. Where is it? Here, our final leave. If voice reached him most, no, even must relay. Please remember that by your own reverse repel, chosen, cruel, save, world. Cool. I guess. How do I actually leave? How about I leave? It's just back here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it's been a minute since I played Persona 5, though.
Something wrong? You were just standing around all of a sudden.
To my teammates, it looked like I wasn't moving.
Why are you spacing out like that? It's kind of hard to tell what you're thinking sometimes.
Let's just say he's a man of high caliber. We're counting on you, Joker.
So, where do we start?
Let's head to the safe room we found last time. It's in the first floor of the west building. That's pretty close to our usual
That's alright,
entrance.
Token, that's alright.
Should be a pretty
Yeah,
decent starting point.
Safe room?
You're right, he didn't
It'll make
follow,
sense,
but
we'll see.
he did give me tips.
Let's head out.
He was giving me useful tips for the game that the game did not tell me, so. Quick travel. I'm gonna do this eventually. Okay, cool.
Let's do it.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good though, it's all good. Okay, what is... Dash...
Focus.
That's the thief skill, okay. The third eye. Dash, dash. Ooh. Do that, that, third eye. Okay. Before I go in, actually, ooh, wrong button. Before I go in, let me make sure, because to add just a little bit of challenge to the game, I want to change the tactics. Since I have certain, I should have certain accessories on these guys. Yeah, the camera strap. Oh, except for you. You need a camera strap. Oh, not. Trigger. Yeah, we'll do that just so.
Let's do it.
This makes this a little easier.
Let's do it.
A little easier, but still letting the AI do their thing. I'm the pause button. Act freely. Skill support. I may change Morgana to act freely. I want to say act freely. He's a little more loose with his magic. I want to say with like the healing magic, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, no need to organize right now. Get into a battle then, so I can see where exactly I need to go.
I can feel it.
I'm also interested if I can start a stream while watching yours. Like, will the internet handle it? I mean, there's only one way to find out, right? Ultimately. If I'm testing something, I just label it as a stress test, so. Ultimately, only one way to know, right? Okay, finally a battle. Dude, that music's still a little loud.
The first move is ours.
That good? Was that 5? Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Okay, that's what the battle looks like. I have chat down there, so okay. Boop. Ah, okay. Move that. Move that. Oh, I can't put Neo down. Okay, I can put Neo behind. Ooh, what is that? Don't move that. Okay, I can put Neo right on top of the analyze, I guess. There we go. There we go. We can do that. And looking at the screen, he'll look towards. Okay, there we go. Dope. Dope, dope, dope. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah. Infinite gunfires for. Was it auto attack? Analyze. That's where it's going. I don't know. Gotta look at them weaknesses, you know?
Okay.
Nope.
Easy win. They were nothing. Show me your true form.
I gotta make sure, I didn't change settings since last time I played, so it should be fine, but I gotta make sure this is on hard difficulty.
Let's go.
Ice. I don't think I have ice. Or wind. The Morgana does, though, so... Oh, it's one I'm on, okay. Sure. Yeah, it is. Oh, it doesn't... Oh, never mind, he did. Okay, I was like, wait a second. Nah, it's fine. Yo.
Okay. No match for me.
Make sure... System... Fig... System? Is it in here? Yeah, high difficulty, okay, cool. That's what I wanted, that's what I wanted. But if you play this on normal, the game's a little too easy if you ask me. Just a little. I'll leave it on hard, I'd say it's a little too easy, but it could also just be because I played this enough. Yeah, with the fire. Hold up. I don't have anything that knows fire, actually.
That was just a taste of my hand.
You know fire.
Nice job, Panther. We took them all out.
All right.
That enemy was really weak.
You saw nothing. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Don't do it. No. No. Bad.
I'll reveal your true form.
Oh yeah, while I wish I could not click off without it pausing the game. That's so annoying. I just don't like that for any game. In general, really, but especially for streaming. I just want to look at... Oh, I just want to look at one thing I'm typing out for. Okay, let's go here. Let's go here. Here. Is there a thing? No, there's not. Yes, there is. Okay. Yes. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that is down there. Okay, so I needed to check something on my actual stream page, not like the stream manager page, but just now, whatever. We're here.
Looking cool, Joker. Don't move.
Well, I don't really.
Kind of shady. What do you think?
I didn't ask for this.
Not bad. Not great, but not bad.
I don't know. I don't really get items. I don't know. Right, but then they all just retreat. No experience. Yeah. It's not usually what I try to do. Oh, there's some experience, not a whole lot.
All right.
Normally I just a whole lot attack them because I don't know.
Oh.
Finish them off easily. You can if you want a little bit of...
Well,
If you want to, like, hear what the party thinks of the palace so far, like, the situation, you can ask to consult them, but it ultimately does nothing. Checking how everybody's doing ultimately does nothing either. They'll comment based on their... I'm pretty sure it's their SP, but maybe their HP as well. I don't know.
Okay.
For the longest time, I thought it actually mattered, but it doesn't. It only matters if you're playing Persona 3.
now then.
We have no idea what's ahead. What awaits us ahead. Here, you better take these. These fine tools have my seal of approval. Use them wisely, alright? Oh, I guess. I don't think I'll use any of them.
I have something.
I don't think I do. So I know we can get up here somewhere, and oddly enough, like, I know it's just how they programmed the game, but like, guys won't see ya. If you're just standing up, as long as you're behind a wall, it's like a full wall for the enemies. It's kind of funny, I don't know. Only if you're in their actual line of sight. This whole thing was just a big invisible wall going all the way up. Kind of funny. Again, it makes sense, but...
I'll reveal your true form.
Oh. I like using the AI for allies. One, because it makes the game slightly more challenging. Because while the AI is fairly smart, I'd say, they're not the smartest. And I haven't actually tried using the AI in base, or in Royal. In base Persona 5, I did, and the allies don't really use buffs. If you set the AI to allies instead of directly controlling them, I don't think they use buffs. They rarely did for me, at least, so I don't know if that's going to be a thing in Royal.
Okay.
I'm assuming not, but we'll see, I guess.
Easy.
It's also it's slightly more challenging because of that, but also just because it is a little quicker. Oh, so slightly quicker for the allies with how many battles you do. I don't know, I just think it's worth it.
I'll reveal your true form.
Is that fire? Let's see, super quick to spam the projectiles as well, if that's what you're trying to do.
Okay.
But if it's your first time, I recommend controlling
You were
everybody,
nothing.
just to get the flow, just to get the hang of the flow of the game. Jesus Christ. Oh, here's the tutorial for... Okay, now that we've expanded our roster, let's try that thing. What are you scheming? Wait for us to gain the advantage during a battle. It's called a baton pass. Actually, I'll show you what I mean while we deal with the shadow. Okay, this isn't the cover tutorial yet. I forget when exactly it happens.
Okay, I'll show you an example first. You better watch closely. Use this opportunity to baton pass and swap your
Pretty sure the
turn with
allies,
someone else.
they baton pass as needed. I'm pretty sure they do. We'll find out here in a second. Yep. Use that shit for free, IT.
Now strike the enemy's weakness and give the baton pass a try. You powered up from the baton pass.
Okay. On takes care of that, Ryuji that, so Joker this.
Looking cool, Joker.
And IT. You, I guess. We'll see. Okay, yeah. They smartly baton pass. Good. Technically, I guess I don't have you. Do I? No, I don't. Go ahead and shoot this. Oh, okay.
Aren't getting through.
Not during tutorials, I guess. Alright, just take him out. In base Persona 5, you could baton pass, but it wouldn't give you the increased boost per pass. Royal does. Just a bunch of little different new features that I like about Royal compared to base,
Nice going.
as well as the expanded story. Great teamwork. I knew you guys would nail it. Proving yourselves is important, but learning to fight as a team is just as vital to our survival. By coordinating our efforts, we can take control. Yeah, okay.
I have something.
By working as a team, we do good. There you go, summarized.
It's somewhere.
This is the cover tutorial.
Damn it.
Funny too. Oh well, guess we gotta ambush it from behind again. Well, sure, if you want to go about it the orthodox way. There's a more stylish route.
Listen up.
See those sofas on the sides of the hallway? Hide behind those so you can get closer to the enemy. Once it's in range, jump on it and rip its mask off. Oh, that does sound pretty damn cool.
Still.
Hey, this isn't a movie.
Now, let's carry
Joker,
out our
with your
plan.
poise. Poise? Poise. You should be able to pull it off. Give it a try. Fuck you, Ryuji, you're not stylish enough.
I'll reveal your true form.
Harishina.
Looking cool, Joker.
What's your thing again?
Fire useless.
Oh, right.
Pass the phone and follow up.
Nope. Achievement. Baton pass. Cool. Tutorial baton pass doesn't count.
My turn. Let's go.
Let's go. Give it up.
Hey,
Okay, guys.
don't come back.
Oh, was that your stream you were talking about? I thought when you said you booted up a stream, I thought you meant you booted up like someone else's stream called Slacking Off. Oh, but you were talking about your own. My bad. I didn't know.
Right.
I thought you were talking about someone else's stream. Just the LOL at the end.
They were nothing.
Go away.
This door won't budge. Let's find a different route, Joker.
Is that even? No, it's not. Oh, don't do that. Jesus.
I'll reveal your true form.
Now the kick's stretch. Oh, come on. Not over yet. I'll get him.
I do wonder if this will be an issue in a palace or two later, though.
See that again, Panther. This is a holdup.
Oh, I just don't know what I'm gonna do about a palace further down the line yet. I may have to change the difficulty from before, but not the way you think. Set it from hard to extreme. Or merciless. It's called merciless. We'll have to see though, because I should try talking to them. Oh well. Let's go with palaces that require baton pass. It's okay. What's up with Robbie though? Is he gone? I assume he's muted. He got a phone call.
Level up.
And with him not being back yet, yeah, he's still muted, so.
Piece of cake.
He'll be back when he's back from the phone call. Perhaps he had to go and help someone with something. Hence the phone call. I don't know.
Joker.
Yeah, it's called a map. There's a map in there. LT for the third eye. Highlight's important shit for you. You don't need to use it, but you don't know what you're looking for, then it may be good to use it. Junk.
Whoa.
Oh, that noise is kind of annoying though. Map important. Now we can see parts we haven't been to yet. Oh god, it's inverted. I forgot it's inverted. Left and right inverted. No, it's inverted always. What the hell? This is unfortunate, but... This way.
Somewhere. I'll reveal
Thankfully, it doesn't matter which way the enemy's facing when you're behind cover, I guess. I thought it did, but nope. I'm gonna try and talk to that thing. If I doesn't straight up die. I don't... No, not cool.
Just stay there.
Lend me your power. You want to talk as if. I won't lend my power to someone that's super lame. Okay, why do you carry something like that anyways? Carry a gun because you think it'll make you more popular with the girls. Its type is upbeat. This one's like kind of tricky. You have to choose the option that you think they would like based on the personality up in the top left. So it's upbeat, so self-improvement? Yeah, see? I thought that was an upbeat answer. It was, because it had the little music notes. What? Then improve yourself with the martial artist or the Yakuza, not a delicate girl like me. Oh, my bad. Alright, I get it. You didn't really mean to approach me, right? But it came right down to it. You couldn't do anything to me. See, like this, like, what is the upbeat answer? What do you want me to do? How could you tell I could? What do you want me to do is not upbeat. Just have the top 10 status anime deaths moment? No. Uh-oh. You still doing the Minecraft streaming? What would be the most upbeat answer? So is that scented? Something clip, if it works. Upbeat, upbeat. Definitely not what do you want me to do. Like, oh. So which of these is upbeat? See, some of them's really tricky, like, oh, which is it? I know, I could. Oh, nope. Take this instead of me. Okay. See, that wasn't quite it, so... I don't get to capture him.
Now's the time to retreat.
What did you try to say, though?
Okay.
What did you try to say? What did you try to say? Oh, did you put those on yourself? Since it even the actual Twitch thing, so... I don't know. Okay.
Enemy ahead. Be careful.
Show me your true form.
I have no idea. Oh, I already have you too. Well, had. I try not to recap. I mean, it depends on the shadow, I guess, but I try not to recapture them. If I can. If I know I already got it, just cause. I don't know. It's just my thing. So in cases like this, I just immediately go for it. Just go for the wipeout. Lots of people going live, oh yeah. Before we're done with the palace, I'm gonna want Morgana at level 11. Which... I think only once I've gotten him to 11 before the palace boss.
What?
I didn't mean to... No, I don't want to... I don't want to interact with the boss. There we go. Every other time it's been level 10, so close enough. Just like another level's worth of grind, which isn't even that much. I don't know how exactly the thief vision works. Like are these physical things Joker can see, the exclamation marks? I get it, that's an indicator for the player, but is Joker just seeing those?
I can see it.
Oh, nothing. Oh, something. Oh. Wait. Ain't this the entrance? So it's connected to here. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Okay, that's not... I'm gonna mute Discord for now since Rob's not chatting at the moment. Not muted on my end, but muted in OBS so it doesn't appear in stream. Nope. I wanted to... Okay, I can't break it.
from might be close by.
I should just walk in like that. I don't remember what's in any of these, by the way, so... Oh no, it's alright, it's alright. Just since Rob's not here right now, just move Discord as a whole. Just nobody has to worry about the random clips. Should anyone want to watch this for whatever reason. Is that armor? It was. He's asleep. Okay, so it's a male armor. Male human armor. Go to Ryuji, I guess. He's the tank without having any kind of taunt, so I don't know. It still works, but kind of pointless if you ask me.
A safe room! Oh, thank goodness!
Let's do it.
Just save in here and leave.
All right.
Focus.
The map's right. We still got a long way to go. That's not all. There's an awful lot of patrolling shadows too. Now you can't just blindly rush into a fight. First you need to ascertain how strong they are. How are we supposed to do that?
Listen up.
Well, we'll need to observe the enemy's actions and get some insight into their skills. You should be capable of that, Joker. Yeah. Blue is easy, yellow is neutral, red is hard, but not necessarily always the case. I think it's just based on how much higher level they are than you or something. I don't know. I don't know exactly how it works. It's just how the game wants to tell you, hey, enemy's easy, enemy's not easy.
Be careful. I'll reveal your true
I think there's a shadow right around that corner too, so I'm done with this. Gonna have to be quick. Oh, those are new. Okay. In case like this, you gotta just test out elements on enemies and see what knocks them down.
Scary how good I am. It's a little scary how good I
If you can't knock them down. Alright. Hey, so you know I'm just a little kid, right? You're supposed to go easy on kids. Are you stupid? Do you go to school and get stupid grades? Oh, upbeat. Good at PE. Hey, there we go. Cool. Hey, how come you keep coming here? I want to know. Ain't people your age supposed to be out on dates and stuff instead? Right after this kid? Such a rude little boy. Dating's not important. Right after this? Yeah, there we go. I got him. I haven't noticed that I've been playing CS2 for 24 hours straight. Oh, wow. Is that actually playing, or have you just left your computer on?
Alright.
I would hope it's not just leaving your computer on. I also hope it's not 24 hours straight, because holy shit, sleep.
Enemy ahead. Be careful.
Just a break or something.
True form.
I don't know, I've heard people say that... Oh, I think you're wind. No, you're electric. You're electric, I think. We tested. You're electric. I've heard some people always leave the computer on no matter what, and I'm just like, how? Why? Why would you do that? That's not good for your computer. Stop it. Oh. You alright?
Master Zozo called.
Oh, Master Zozo. Know me. Which, I can't even remember which one of these two is it?
Amogus.
How good at you in Persona 5 were you at acquiring new shadows?
It was kind of easy.
How? Because like some of them seem pretty easy, but sometimes I'm like, well, which answer is the fucking gloomy answer? Because either none of them look gloomy or all of them sound gloomy. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying gloomy because of this example, but I had one just a few minutes ago that was upbeat, and I'm like, which one of these is upbeat? None of these sound upbeat.
Well, what you got?
That would take a while. There's no need to explain. Just shut up, ellipses. I'm thinking there's no
What are
need
they
to
saying?
explain. Care to explain yourself? I certainly hope you have a good reason for this boorish treatment.
Gloomy.
It's either
What were the options?
there's no need. Okay, that would take a while, which I don't think is it. There's no need to explain, which could be one, and just shut up ellipses. I think there's no need to explain.
There's a need to explain.
Yeah, but it's either that or just shut up. Yeah, it was that one. I'm inclined to disagree. I may be a hostage, but you still require my cooperation, yes. If I were to die here, my existence up to this point would be rendered meaningless. This way of life in this world is all I've ever known. Definitely not that one. No other ways to live. You had a good run, that's gloomy. Yeah, I got her, okay.
You had a good run. That sounds depressing.
You had a good run, was it?
What was it?
What the shadow was saying?
What was the enemy?
It was a Silky. And Kamoshida's
Is that the
palace,
woman?
the green skinned,
Yeah, the woman.
yeah, with the blue like
The
dress
ice
or whatever.
woman?
Yeah.
Yeah. Beans, 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 beans,
You
beans.
get off a call with your master and you come in here saying beans. I'm telling your master. She ain't gonna do shit, but I'm telling anyways.
The genuine upsetness in your voice.
I gotta do something about this behavior. I think that's how I got 3,700 hours in that game. That could be it. Suriken is asking you, Rob, if you want to see a clip from his current stream.
Yes.
You want? Okay, yeah, cool.
I don't see a weak spot.
I don't have one of those, actually,
I don't
never
see a
mind.
weak spot.
Is it dark? I don't think it's dark, but I don't know. Everyone has all the other elements, so let's see, is it dark? It's not dark. Remember some of these, not all these. It's wind apparently. Cool. Oh no, you missed? Oh, good job, Luigi. Yeah, I get you testing elements, but come on. Oh, right, this is hard. Okay, fair. This would be a good test to see. Oh, whatever. I already fired one. I stop now, bid the end of the turn. Okay, you prioritize the D. The D go. I am. Oh, God. Not even weak to electricity, stop it. Okay, I see, okay. I'm getting a hang of how the AI is working again. It's been a hot minute. Just got Silky, right? Oh yeah, I got Puss in Boots as well. How about that?
Puss in Boots.
Oh, your eyes. What's your... That's great, we'll see. Nope, not ice. Right, she's weak to electricity. Okay, didn't finish Joker off. Really could if we wanted to. It's supposed to be hard, damn it. Where's the hard? I'm gonna say that Joker's almost... I'm just saying, the AI Zap Joker knocked him down for over half his health, but instead he chose to raise its defenses on its follow-up. Just saying. It's a little funny, but it's also like, really. What's the highest endurance? Boots, come up. I want to try and capture this thing, but I don't think it's happening.
I would always see these, Suriken, I would always see these clips on, like right behind those, being the filler for, like, those videos where it's, like, talking about random bullshit with, like, the AI voice talking, whether it be, like what they saw on their day and they're just describing, or, like, reading out a Reddit post. Kind of reminds me of those.
Oh,
I've never seen anybody play.
I got you.
I've never really seen anybody play those myself, though. I only just see those, like, those being played in the background for those kind of posts. I've never seen someone play, like, I've never actually seen someone play this, like, themselves, streamed.
Okay.
Hey, there you go. There's some uniqueness
Also
right there.
face cam. Face cam.
Face cam.
Face cam. W face cam.
Face cam them hands. Unless he actually
Hand cam.
face camming his face.
No, it was hand cam. What did you say? You're gonna shove your hands in the cam?
No, I said face cam them hands.
I know.
Do you think?
I do think. I mean, I don't, but he does. No, no.
Do you think?
He's actually being smart in that. He's using a laptop to keep an eye on his stuff.
Epic.
I'm using my second monitor to switch between OBS and that if I need to.
I'm using my large monitor.
Do you think? Piece of cake.
Let's get that fruit. Oh, no, no, let me out, let me out. Okay.
Sausage.
Is this?
Oh, that's one of the new rooms, I think.
I see.
New shovels. There was a room like this in the base, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't this big, I think.
I have something.
Oh, I didn't. What? I ran. Oh, okay. I ran past that. I don't know how I missed that. Let's see here. If you haven't seen anybody play these before, you can check out some exclusive gameplay. Not an ad. That's what I can say to you about what you were talking about.
Advertisement. I'm cool with that. But you don't stream when I'm readily available though. You stream while I'm busy. Surican.
Oh, what is it? It's like 2 p.m. or something for him, but
Ah,
yeah, it's like
sorry.
like 6 a.m. to like 10 a.m. or something like that for us. So
Something like that, yeah.
yeah, it's
I don't know if you heard me sneeze.
I did.
You
No,
did
it's-
not react to it at all.
No, it's glory. I don't know, sneezing. Oh, I guess you're just taking Zoom type. My bad.
Oh,
was
well,
not.
I mean, I
was
wasn't.
not, was not thinking about that.
That's not what I was referring to.
Oh, okay.
But thank you.
So I can start
I
streaming
will,
right now.
Oh, well, how much have it open then? I
That's
opened
how
2
you-
tabs on Xbox. Oops.
That's where I got the clip from. It's kind of stream.
Sure. I'm gonna do something. Surican, I'm gonna do something that might piss you off. Don't look in your chat.
Don't look at your chat. Fuck.
Somewhere.
What are you about to do?
You will know. You'll never know.
Okay, I see. Not to you, but to the game.
Stop talking about me. Stop. Stop. Not you. Wait, was I talking about you? I don't even know.
I don't know. What are you?
I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Thought you were trying to go for something there, but if you're questioning yourself, how am I supposed to know?
I'm having existential crisis.
Let's see it.
Oh, that was the thing I didn't hit. God damn it. Okay.
I started replaying 7 Days the other day.
Oh yeah, was it because of me?
yeah.
Hell yeah. Get that addiction going.
I love the game. I've always loved the game anyway.
Oh yeah. How's it going? Like the new stuff?
I'm chilling. Yeah, I like the new stuff a lot. I like the masteries. I like that you get to set up vanities now, whereas you don't have you don't always have to wear you don't have to look like what you're wearing all the time.
I saw
That's
that, yeah. When I was trying to sell the big hole, I saw that. I was like, hey, cool.
Hey, wait!
Yeah, I'm enjoying this. We gotta play this game again. I have a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. I'd be down for that.
I like that the cooking skill is not in strength anymore. It's like its own
It's in the general perk tree.
general perk. Yeah, I
That
like
is
that.
nice,
That's nice.
because like what does cooking have to do with strength? Let's be real.
Yeah.
It is
And I
cool,
also like the new like combat perks. Like I'm going the route where I always go with the clubs. I like that there's a new Grand Slam perk, which just allows
Oh
you to
yeah, the ragdoll thing.
Ragdoll, yeah.
I've yet to take it, but I feel like it'd be really funny with the sledgehammers.
It's pretty funny.
Because that's what I'm going for, because I love it. But like, the sledgehammers kind of make them already do that a little bit as is. So I'm like, what more do I need?
I like Siphoning Strike perk on Fortitude. That one's really good. That one's really good.
Right? I saw that. I was like, yo, no way.
Yeah, it's super good.
I only have one
Like,
point in
that's
it because I haven't
strong.
put any points in Fortitude yet. But still,
Dude,
yeah, no, it's
strong.
even at just 1 point in there, it's super helpful.
It makes a difference, dude.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
kind of insane.
Right? I saw that. I was like, okay, they mean just like punching, right? Because like I know it said melee weapons, but I was like, okay, but this isn't the brawler tree, so I tried it with the spear because that's all I had at the time, and I was like, yo, no way.
Oh yeah, it works.
There ain't no fucking way. Well, it was kind of unfortunate because the first time I tried it, a zombie slapped me right as it died too, so I couldn't tell how much health I gained if I gained any.
Oh,
But the second zombie I
That tells
found,
you
I
that,
did it.
doesn't
And
2.
does it?
Yeah, let me see.
Where does it say that?
Yeah, there's First Cut, Wound Liquor, Carnage, Bloodlust, and Warrior's Feast. The first
Well,
one
yeah,
says...
but because it hit me as I killed it, I don't know how much I healed because I lost health while I gained health.
Yeah, it says by 2. The first one is by 2,
Yeah.
then it's by 4, then 6, 8, 10. So I'm assuming you just heal by flat 2.
Yeah, but I didn't know. Well, but I was testing if it worked with non-fist weapons.
Oh,
But I didn't know
fair
if
enough.
it meant just brawling stuff since it was under there or any melee weapon. I know it says melee weapon, but like I was just testing the specifics. So
I'm
since
assuming
it
it
hit me as it does, because the second zombie I tried with a spear, I just gained 2 health. I made sure I didn't get hit when it died.
Okay. Honestly, that perk alone makes you like, it kind of changes how you want to play the game, especially during like, you know, with the name entails, Blood Moons. It rewards you for being crazy enough to go in there with your melee.
Right.
Like, of course you want to like, you know, gun them down from a safe distance, especially because they're gonna be running like at top speed with like an abundance. But like, if you want to be crazy and go for the melee approach, it's not terrible. It's not a terrible idea anymore. It's not like a stupid idea that you're just gonna do because you're drunk or you're just like feeling stupid.
Right.
It's actually a genuine idea now.
Don't know if I want to do that with only 1 point in there, but even then, it'll probably still help a bit.
It will. If you have like, if you put all your points in Fortitude and like get like the other things that heal you, like pain tolerance.
Oh yeah, I saw that
healing
too.
factor?
Damage reduction. I was like, no way. Just straight
Pain
damage
tolerance,
reduction.
pain tolerance has always been a perk. It's always been a really good one.
Has it? Oh, I never noticed it until this update. I was like, yo, that sounds dope.
Yeah, it's always been one. And then doing the like going for the Fortitude Mastery one as well, and then going for Healing Factor and Siphon Strikes. If you get those 4, along with, you know, having Fortitude high enough already, honestly, dude, like, you're pretty set. You can probably survive a Blood Moon without a gun if you get those 4.
If you get those 4, sure, yeah.
I love this game. 7 Days to Die is good.
Like, I would try to build up the healing factor one, but I don't think it's really useful until like the last one. I don't know. Like, definitely not the first one. 35 seconds for 1 HP. I don't know about that. I'm not relying on that.
Wow.
I take it because I'm gonna take more, not because, oh, 1 every 35 is gonna help me.
Fair.
But still, yeah, I am curious on how Blood Moon will go. At least with a Siphoning Strike, because all Sledgehammer is all in. It's a really crazy thing right now. I was really excited about doing, and my reaction was like, gasp, and that's all. I feel it though.
Oh man, I already have. Oh wait, no, I don't. Never mind. Okay. I love the new. Oh, how do you money?
Okay, door. No problem.
Sell this. Oh, I can get money right now. I have a bunch of old cash to sell.
Yeah, perfect.
Sell this. I don't need that right now.
Anything else in here? I don't think there was. No, there's not.
I'm gonna
Okay.
buy this because this is always nice to have. And then this, or
Oh, what do you think about the new biome challenges? Have you looked at those?
those
yet?
are nice. Those are nice. That's a nice addition.
I don't think we're going
It gives you more. It gives you more reason to explore, which I really like. Because you also get these badges, and it's very nice.
You're gonna need those patches too. If you want to expand
You
your
do.
climate.
Yes.
especially
It
since
gives you more reason to explore, which is really nice.
And I know just
Yes.
who'll do the trick.
that, and because bigger loot is now locked behind those newer biomes.
Yeah, which makes sense.
So
Towards you.
yeah, you need to if you want to
Properly.
get better, at least quicker.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
I will say I did find it weird that I walked into the forest, the burnt forest, and all of a sudden it's like I'm dying. I'm like I need a bird smoothie. I was like, what the fuck is a bird smoothie? What is this bullshit?
Yeah, I know. I walked, or I was biking around there for the first time. My screen started filling up. I was like, okay, this is weird. What's going on? I noticed the debuff. I was like, hold up, what's that? I'm choking out. What?
Yeah, it's kind of jarring. Though then again, it does make sense because if you're in an area with like a bunch of smoke, it does get hard to breathe. So it makes sense. And you can feel your lungs kind of hurting if you're like breathing smoke for too long.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense.
Nice going.
It does make sense, yeah, but like, someone not used to that, it's like, whoa, hold on.
Whoa. I don't remember my burnt forest looking like this or feeling like this.
Right.
I can see it.
But like I already love this game. I already liked it a lot. Now I like it even more.
Oh yeah, it's improving. It's improving.
Bad vibes.
Slowly but
Yeah.
surely.
Watch out, Joker.
I mean, slowly is still improving.
Oh yeah, I'm not complaining about it. Just holy shit.
The game runs like butter right now, which I'm glad about.
Just don't open OBS. Open OBS and it may tank to shit. But also, I don't know. You probably have a better CPU than I do, so probably not.
I think mine's fresh. I built mine myself, so maybe
What's your?
I can edit mine too. I don't remember.
What do you mean you can edit yours?
I've built mine. I know where my stuff is, without having to fuck around with like.
Oh, well, I
taking it apart.
know where my stuff is. I just have to hope that people made it so I can take it apart. I know where it's
that's
at.
what
I
I
can
meant.
see it. Okay.
That's what I meant. I can take it apart.
When'd you make
I know
it?
I can.
See it.
Like 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago.
You probably got something better than an i5 in there then.
Bye, Joker.
Yo, sentient microwave.
I
what's up?
definitely do. You're crazy.
It's
That's
everything's
making
been
me so
everything's been fine up until 7 days. I don't know why it's suddenly bad. I played the new updates.
Honestly, 7 days is not. I feel like 7 days is not really well optimized. So it might not even be your computer. It might just be it's not optimized pretty well. Not
Oh.
that great.
That's why I'm blaming the game, because I've streamed the game perfectly fine before. With this new
Yeah, you have.
2.1. Oh no. So I blame the game.
You have every right to. Anybody that disagrees, just let's me and you both punch him in the face.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Show me your true form.
I'm doing fine, just practicing drawing. Hell yeah, what you drawing? What kind of art do you draw? So,
Who said drawing?
sentient microwave.
Ooh, sentient microwave. What do you draw? Yeah, I love meeting people who can draw because I can't. So like whenever I hear someone that draws, I'm like, ooh, can I see?
Exactly.
Stylish.
Oh yeah, technicals are a thing. Forgot about that.
Spawn right next to a snow biome.
That's all it takes for me.
The-
Yeah, that was fun.
I think I want to say the snow is the last one. I think. Or second to last.
Let me see.
Wait, right? Because burnt is first. I think desert is next. Not
Yeah,
sure what's
bird is
after
first, desert, then snow, and then wasteland.
Wasteland. Oh, I found a wasteland within my burnt forest area, trying to look for Jill. I think it was a
chill.
wasteland. I think it was called a wasteland. Maybe not. I don't know. I have to go back in and check.
I kind of forget the wasteland exists because I never go there. It just kind of sucks. It never really seemed worth going in there. But I guess now with like the loot lock system, it may be worth going in there.
The new lock
Now.
system.
The loot lock where like you
Oh,
get
loot
better
lock,
loot,
yeah.
but you have to like, you know, go up in the world.
Yeah.
I guess now it would make more sense to go in there and it'd be more worth it too.
Probably.
Holy
yeah.
crap,
I
we're
mean,
flying across the
yeah.
board.
I don't know. Is that?
Sorry.
I don't remember what it was called. Is that? I won't know. But there weren't environmental hazards back then. I don't know what I found when I got near it. It was like a. Well, I don't know how big it is, guys, because I don't have the full place mapped out. But like my screen just started to turn like green, like a poisonous green, and I had like a minute to get out of there, and zombies were pouring out of the place. I don't remember if that's what that was. It's just a small little thing, because like I said, it was in the middle of trying to find Joel in the burnt forest. I was like, what is this?
All right.
Biome inside of a biome?
Piece of cake.
They're
Yeah,
like,
from what I remember, the wasteland is like it's green, so you probably were there, and I think it has the highest spawn count, but it also has the you know how like Risk of Rain has like a credit system, how it spawns things.
for the director. Yeah. I was like,
That's
credit
kind of how
money,
this
but
game
yeah.
works too. It's kind of how this game works too, where like
Oh.
like a credit system
There's,
will
like-
will birth as soon as you as soon as you see the like when you go up to a building and it says the name of the building, as soon as you see that it'll birth all the zombies and like a currency count depending on the difficulty of the difficulty level of the place, the biome it's in. And you're the highest player's game stage. It'll do all that math and multiply it into currency, and it'll use that currency to spawn things in wherever location it seems fit.
Okay.
And the wasteland has the highest, obviously. So like in the wasteland, you're gonna see the most like ferals and radiated zombies because those are the most expensive ones.
Okay. Gotcha.
Which is cool. I like that they have like that currency system like they do in Risk of Rain.
That is cool, yeah. I do like that kind of like adaptive kind of system.
Yeah. The one that plays the most factor, you'd think it would be the biome, but it's actually the player's game stage. The game stage option has like the highest factor on it.
Mm-hmm.
If the game deems you good, then it's gonna, be like, hey, if you're this good, take this on. It's gonna do that to
I
you.
mean, fair though, yeah. Hey, this number says you're good. Prove it.
But the thing about the wasteland is the only biome in the game that has a minimum rate it will go to. Whereas like the burnt snow, forest, and desert, they don't have like a minimum. Like they'll go as low as like your game stage. But the wasteland is the only biome where you have to be this certain game stage, otherwise you will not be able to survive in it.
Ah, okay.
Because the zombies will just be too hard.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, which makes sense because it's the hardest. It's supposed to be the hardest biome in the game.
I mean, yeah.
Hello, zombie bitch.
So
Fuck you.
that includes like blood moons as well, right? The whole adaptive thing.
Yes.
So like, I mean, yeah. So like, if you travel to a different biome before a blood moon, then it'll use that new biome settings, or like parameters, whatever.
No.
No.
Actually, no. The blood moon does not go off biome. The blood moon actually goes off by its own. But the fun fact about the blood moon is the first 3 blood moons go by forest, and then the ones after that it levels up to burnt forest, then desert,
No matter where you are.
snow, no matter where you are, and then wasteland
Oh,
difficulties.
Oh.
If that makes sense.
Okay. No. It does.
Okay. But yeah, no
So,
matter
like-
where you are, the blood moon has its own that is not affected by where you are. The only thing that's affected by via the blood moon is your game stage.
Ready?
Okay. So even though I'm in my first blood moon's gonna be in the burnt forest, it's still gonna use the pine forest.
It's still gonna use forest
settings.
difficulty. forest
Interesting. Then once it gets to the last biome, it just sticks there, presumably.
Yes.
Or maybe it
And
like
it'll
has
just
its
go
own
up and
little tiers. Okay, okay.
It's interesting, right?
That is interesting. Yeah, not very expected.
Something.
Not expected at all, actually.
It's interesting how games do this sort of thing. Oh, thunder. Thunder. Thunderstruck!
Oh, it's here though. So, Sentient Microwave said, note you're talking to someone who's like very beginner level. I just figured out how to draw a cube. But I mean,
That's okay.
it's still good. Yeah. Still cool. And Sirkin has pinned your chat message.
I was gonna say thank you, Zarakin, for pinning my message. I did do that.
Okay,
I have high respect for anybody who even begins the process of learning how to draw, because I'm not doing that.
It's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah.
Even
I don't have
something
patience for
so
that.
much as a cube, it's still a process.
It's progress, yeah. No need to turn down someone's progress, just as long as they're doing it. It's
Exactly.
okay. And if they're enjoying it, that's what matters more anyway.
Everybody started somewhere.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
This guy wasn't dead. Fuck you.
Oh, I feel that. Video. Not video. How do I?
Get away, big
Oh, man.
bitch!
Could have sworn you could just straight up go to the velvet room like that, but no, you cannot. Let me
Do you
in.
need something?
I don't want your shit ass paper.
I got a meet tomorrow I want to make.
I got coffee beans.
Hey.
Do you have business
Why
with
isn't
me?
7 Days to Die coffee expired?
Because you use clean water.
Oh, I guess.
Time for some rehabilitation.
That's my guess. I don't know.
Confusion. Let us begin the search. Looks pretty tough.
Which two? Bicorn, Jack o' Lantern, Kate Seed, Bicorn.
Looks
This one, I
pretty
guess.
tough.
5+ assault rifle. I already have one.
Wind resistance. I don't think that dude's gonna be using wind.
I like my character because she's Asian.
There you go.
I see.
Mine's white.
A strong persona.
I do remember
indeed looks
yours.
pretty tough.
White with the
I-
dope afro.
I see.
I feel like
A strong precise.
what's it called? The other day at work, me and Norma were talking about
Select the skills
uh,
you'd
like,
to inherit.
what kind of ethnicity that we find like attractive,
Uh-huh.
and I told her Asians, and she's like you're attracted to Asians. I was like, honestly, dude, every time I see an Asian woman, they're just always attractive. There's never an Asian woman that's like not attractive. At least I've never seen one that I've deemed
Uh-huh.
unattractive before.
Yeah.
And she like while I was talking for like 5 minutes, she's just looking at me. She goes from looking at me like with like an expression like of like, you know, like deep listening to an expression of like, you sleazy dog.
What? Wait,
She goes
what?
to that. Like she like her I just see her expression changing.
What path do you want?
And when I'm done talking, she's like, Rob, you clearly have a type.
Change your mind?
I was like, you know what, dude? I might.
Wait,
Alright.
wait. Do you claim you don't? Because you 100% do. It's Asians. It may be broad,
mean-
but it's still A-type.
I mean, I'm not saying I don't have a type, but you know, just hearing that like as
You don't.
like hearing that as the statement that said to me after I was done talking all that was kind of funny. It was pretty humorous.
I mean, yeah, you clearly do. I don't know what to tell you.
I
If you
clearly
were in
have a
denial,
type.
if you were in denial before, stop.
Oh, I never was. I don't think I ever was in denial.
Shit, it's funny.
let's do it.
It was pretty funny. Fuck this guy. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Fuck you too.
Fuck you. You did no damage, you loser. I love the can eating animation.
Right, it's so different. It's not
It's
just
so lively.
It's not just a napkin.
Yeah, it's not just, they even changed. Actually, they changed the texture of the napkin too. I
A
noticed
little
that.
bit, yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
Even though seeing the food is kind of gross looking, but you know, the
It's
animation,
not
the
the-
fact that the animation exists.
I mean, it's not the best in there, but at the same time, it is kind of the apocalypse. I don't expect it to look good in there.
Yeah, I mean, either. You would just honestly, in this situation, you just eat whatever you can get your hands on.
Alright, feel safe to eat, you would.
Yeah.
Why does my head hurt? It's not even 6 a.m. yet. Drink some water.
Drink some water.
Get that glow going.
That shadow's back.
Alright, let's go.
Never
Now.
drink water, guys.
I don't think I'm ready for this.
If you don't,
there we go.
I'll beat you up.
I just drink some water right now. Don't do it.
Good.
And it's not like game of stuff water, it's just water. Pure water.
Okay, good.
But yeah, my
You know
cat's
I'm
up
God.
for today.
You know what's coming.
I know. If you don't drink your water.
Yeah. Fuck you. So the problem is like, I want to make a burnt smoothie because I want to explore the biome.
Sure.
Problem is, I haven't come across anyone.
Fair. I only had like 5 or 6 when I found out that I had to make them. To be fair though, you don't need a smoothie to explore the biome. You just have to book it out of there quick.
Yeah, but I want to stay.
You do have like a
Like a
2-minute,
while.
like a 2:30 timer or something at base before you gotta get out of there. So
Yeah. But can you grow mushrooms in this game? You can, right?
there's mushroom seeds, so presumably I just haven't yet. There are mushroom
I
seeds. I
wanna-
can't confirm. I do have those.
I want to see if I have any mushroom seeds because I went to a cave at one point and I slapped a mushroom, but I don't know if I kept it. I do remember slapping it though.
So I can have a question about your water. About your water thing.
My water?
Well,
up?
about you beating up anyone who doesn't drink water.
Oh, what's the question?
Well, what if it's
Has to
tea
be.
instead of
Since I
water?
like tea, I
Robbie,
will
what
give
if-
you a pass.
Robbie, what if it's tea? Will you beat me up?
Since it's tea, tea's my favorite beverage, so since it's tea, I will give you a pass. If it was coffee or soda or even juice, I'd still beat you up.
What about sparkling water? That's just
I'd
carbonated.
still beat you up. I'll beat you up. No carbonation.
Wait, so carbonated water is not okay, but leaf water is?
Bias.
Okay, at least. Okay.
At least I'm honest about it.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna turn around and lie to you about it. I'm gonna be honest. It's just
You
bias.
wouldn't have to lie, you would just have to
I'll just add this.
not tell the truth. I hate coffee and love tea. Well, there you go. Cirkin will never drink coffee.
Whoa, streamception. I'm seeing your stream and Zerkin's stream.
Genuinely. Yo.
Streamception,
Like in
bro.
one screen or like what's up?
No, like-
sure.
they transitioned over to typing your chat.
Oh, okay.
Whoa,
Whoa, streamception.
looking shadow.
Streamception.
Treasure chest spotted. Let's show me your
Oh, Yuji, how'd you see that? I couldn't even see that.
What's up, Trader Rex? I'm gonna finger you.
The first move is ours.
I just call him Dickhole. That's what I call him almost every time. Almost every time I see him, it's like, yo, Dickhole, what up?
He's a douche, isn't he?
He really is.
Just straight up dick.
And it's so funny, the like juxtaposition between what he actually says, which by the way, dope actually having subtitles.
Yes, I like that. That's nice.
It's such a juxtaposition between his subtitles and what like his little completed quest box says. It's so different. Like he doesn't sound
Yeah.
completely nice in the text box, but he sounds grateful in the text box. What he actually
Yeah.
says, like his subtitles, nah. So funny.
Well, you can turn around and get on out of here and go fuck yourself. Maybe I will.
Oh, Ryuji getting them crits.
All that gawking at goods and that's all you buy? Yes. Ooh, you gave me cool books. I like the. I can make a baseball bat.
Yo.
I love the baseball bat was like peak.
What's your thing? I still remember we had like just opened the game. It was just a normal zombie. You swung at her and she fucking flew across the map. I remember that shit. That was great. That
This
was
game was fun.
that was peak.
That was peak.
Not down.
Every moment where you just smack a zombie and they go flying across the room.
That's the reason why I love sledgehammers. I mean, sledgehammers are just strong. And once you get a few points into the whole, like, the sledgehammer skill, where it doesn't really cost much damage to power attack with it, my god, it's strong. But, like, the power attacks alone send them flying. Which is kind of why I haven't gotten that Grand Slam thing, but at the same time, I'm so curious, because if I'm already making them ragdoll with that, how much more could I? Can I send them to space if I ragdoll them with Grand Slam?
Honestly, I think that one would just increase the chances of doing that.
The chances are already so high with sledgehammers. I'm doing it half the time already, so...
Guarantee it. You can guarantee it then.
So was the...
Those-
Oh crap,
What's
what was it? There was something... Oh, the block chance thing. Was that ever a thing, blocking?
Block chance? No.
Weapons have a block chance, right? And I noticed when I started that new world that sometimes when a zombie hit me, usually the first strike that they would try and do, if it hit me, there'd be like a tink and like a green shield icon on my buff bar for a second, indicating that it was blocked. I was like, what the fuck is doing that? And then I looked at my
from what I
weapons, and
remember-
weapons have a block chance. My current Iron Sledge has like around a 50 block, and I'm like, is that percentage? What is that? But like, I didn't know if that was new. I just never noticed it before, because I've noticed that a lot in this world.
What I remember, I've never noticed it happening like before. I don't think I've ever noticed a block ever happening.
Right, but I've noticed it a lot in this world, and I'm like, what the heck? I
So
mean, if
either
it's new, cool.
or yeah, either it's new or it was just extremely rare. But I mean, if it keeps happening now, then it's probably new.
Or maybe there was just no indicator last time. Like it would just happen with no noise, no buff, no nothing. Like no buff icon.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I know, just tink, tink, tink. What the fuck is
I know what
doing
you're talking
this?
about though, because I just had it happen earlier.
I mean, it's great,
I know what you're talking about.
but it's like, what is this?
Like, what's causing it? I would like to know. What did I come back home for? I wanted to do something, but I forgot what it was. It wasn't to shove my finger in my ass. It was to... What did I want to do? I wanted to...
Yo, mama.
I did not want to do my mama. That's weird.
Well, I didn't say that, Boko did.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Boko. What's
Hi,
up?
Boko.
I was not trying to time that either. I was just trying to say it because, you know, stutter. I was just trying to say
Oh,
it.
yeah,
I was not trying to tell you to do that.
Well, even if you were, I don't think I want to do my mama. That's weird.
Well, I wouldn't try to. I wouldn't try
Oh,
to.
I was going to check if I have mushroom seeds. I have mushroom seeds! Yippee!
Yo.
How suspicious.
I don't have nitrate powder. Fuck, 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 fuck.
Boko is now faded out, and we'll be back one of these days, apparently,
What?
because of the. I'm assuming it's because of the timing that I relayed the message, but that's on me, not on her. So I don't know.
Oh. I leveled up.
Yo.
Beans in my ass.
Is this?
You can put them on there.
You like beans in your ass, right?
No.
Lame.
I
I don't know. I don't remember off the top of my head, so I'm gonna ask you. Do you know, like, if you kill like a zombie, and like they become like you know, like just a corpse, so you can still slap around if you want.
Mhm.
If you harvest the zombie you kill, does it drop nitrate powder, like the corpses around do, or do you know?
I want to
You know?
say no,
Hell is this
No.
room?
because I've
Tons of pictures of
maybe if you break it all the way. I haven't tried to break it all the way. I've slapped it some just to like, just the hell of it, break the limbs or whatever, and I never noticed I got any as I was doing that. So maybe if you break it all the way, but I don't think just for hurting it a little bit, like you
Okay.
with the corpses, like the, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I know you get rotting flesh, which is just as good because that's still for. I'm getting this for farming plots, and you do need
Yeah.
rotting flesh for farming plots.
Oddly
Just want
enough.
to make sure.
There has to be something here if he was hiding.
I mean, it's fertilizer.
An elaborate trick.
I guess so. It's just like, why that out of everything?
I guess it's because the closest you can get to fertilizer, other than poop.
I guess so, yeah. I'm kind of surprised they
Fertilizer in
don't have
general, though,
some kind of poop thing.
I'm also surprised because they have animals.
I'm not complaining. I'm just surprised. I mean, true.
Which
yeah,
is also
poop.
weird because there's dysentery in this game.
Yeah, there
That's
is.
weird.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. What the heck? I didn't
It's
put that
weird. There's no
together.
poop. Yeah, you are right. It is weird that there's no poop.
So is it gonna tell us where the treasure
I
is?
don't know.
It's
If they
whatever.
don't want to add poop.
It's whatever. I'm okay if they don't. I will not complain.
Yeah, I don't want to just randomly like have to pick up poop.
Also,
wanna do that.
it took me until Sunday to get the joke behind why there's paper in the toilet. I only just got it then. Because, like, I don't know why it took me so long, but I always question why the fuck is there paper in the toilet? Why the fuck is this in there? And why is it still, like, together enough that we can grab it? Because, you know, almost every time I go to a toilet, I'm like, toilet gun? And I had said
toilet
that,
gun?
and then I saw the paper in the toilet. I questioned it again, and then I was like, why is there paper in the toilet? Paper, toilet, fuck!
you
It literally, until this past Sunday, I never got that.
Wow, so this whole time you were just looking
I
at
was
paper in the
legit
toilet, you were
questioning
like,
why
this
there
is
was
weird.
paper in the toilet. Yeah, legitimately. I was
You were
questioning
thinking
it the
it's
whole
writing
time.
paper, journal paper.
I mean, it looks like it. It doesn't look like toilet paper. It looks like a normal ass piece of paper. So I was like, what the hell is this?
Well, now you know.
And it was just this past Sunday. I was like, oh, wait a
I bet you
second.
felt real silly.
There ain't no way.
Yeah, I bet you felt real silly about that.
A little bit, yeah.
Why is there paper in the toilet? Not like people flush down toilet paper or anything.
Not making any moves.
Be careful. If my prediction is correct,
You know, I learned
problematic for us.
that there are people out there.
Just
I'm not
be
judging because I'm not really one to. I don't care anyway. But I learned that there are people that there's like a debate on. I don't know if it's Reddit or not.
after we attack
There are people that there's a split between if you
once we take it down.
like when you use toilet paper after you use the bathroom.
Mhm.
There's a debate on how people dispose of it, and you know most people would default to flushing it down the toilet because that's like toilet paper was designed for that. Like it's designed
Sure.
for you to wipe and then flush it down the toilet.
Yeah.
But apparently just as many people throw it in a trash can like nearby or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
yeah.
okay, interesting, but I didn't know that. And I was looking at the things, like I didn't have a problem with it, but like, Reddit being full of people that are judgmental, there were like top comments that were like, dude, how do you go to the bathroom sitting next to like a trash can full of shit covered paper? And it's like, dude, first of all, you're in a bathroom, so it's gonna smell like shit regardless because you're next to a fucking toilet
Right.
where you're doing your business all the time. And secondly, why does it matter?
There's another one
Like,
from earlier.
it's trash, and you're it's not like you're gonna keep it in there forever. You're gonna
Right.
throw it out. So
Yeah.
why does it matter?
And getting it to blow up.
And the trash
I
can's
don't
not
see
even
why-
that big, so it's gonna be taken out fairly quickly.
Deal with it later.
Yeah. So it's like, why are you? And plus, it's not your life; it's their life. Why are you shitting on them for that? Pun intended.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are
yeah.
you shitting on them for that, dude? It's like, what is them and how they deal with their trash have to do with you? It's you live your life, you let them dispose of the trash how they want. Apparently stabbing a freshly killed zombie doesn't give you anything.
Oh, nice.
And move on with your day. Like there's nothing else needs to be said.
Right, just move on.
Just move on. Yeah, I don't need to. I don't need to like have a debate in my life on how I dispose of toilet paper. Use toilet paper. That's like one of the dumbest debates ever. I don't care. Just dispose of it.
All right, just I don't know, man. I don't know. People are people. People doing people
The internet's
things.
the internet.
Oh,
So people will find the dumbest shit to debate about and whatnot.
Just the world may never know.
Like the Tootsie Pop commercial.
Exactly.
A 1, a 2, a 3.
Crunch.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know.
Exactly.
I love that ad, by the way.
Oh yeah, it's good.
The owl. W owl.
Alright. Talks too, like holy
Anyone in
shit.
chat? Does anyone in chat know what I'm talking about? Like the ad I'm talking about?
That is a good question. Anybody in chat or anybody who watches the VOD, like Tootsie Pop Owl commercial, do you know it?
Yeah, do you know it?
Also,
I probably sound like a boomer saying that, but you know, do you know it?
I mean, I'm pretty sure the commercial was older than both of us, so by those standards,
yeah,
we're
it's pretty old.
all. By that standards, we are boomers asking that.
Yeah.
Apparently, this is why you were talking about the zombie thing, and then what you were just talking about. Apparently, Boko cereal expired a year ago.
Oh my god!
Apparently, they're still gonna eat
Oh
it.
my god! Oh.
Hey, Boko, I can kind of relate to that. I found out today that my coffee creamer expired 2 months ago. It expired in June. I was pouring the creamer in my
out
cup,
of his
and
block of coffee, dude.
I was pouring the creamer in my cup, and everything was chill. And then because the creamer was almost empty, so I was gonna use the rest of it. And the final little bit just plopped right in. A nice little chunk just plopped right in. I was like, did I see that right? Yes, I did. I 100% saw that right. And then I was like, oh.
He was ready to take a bite, dude. What is he at?
I was like,
Markiplier reference.
I like creamer. Tempting. No, I did not.
Good.
The stupid thing was, for it being 2 months past expiration, the bottle didn't smell bad at all. Like expired milk or dairy, it didn't smell bad at all. That's why I half thought that maybe I was just seeing shit, but no. I confirmed it when I started stirring it with my straw, and I felt something on the bottom of the cup with the straw. I was like, I mean, I wasn't gonna drink it anyways, because I've never possibly thought that I saw a chunk of creamer fall in my cup before. But still, like, just to super confirm, I was like, stir, stir. There was something in there. Okay, pour. Done.
Nasty.
I was like, something for the elders. Oh, it was Sirkin that said that, not Bogo. My bad, my bad. I was just boom, 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 boom.
Oh.
But still, don't eat that.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter who said it. Don't eat that.
Don't eat anything expired. Your
Apparently,
stomach probably won't forgive you.
Sirkin also thinks that commercial sounds like something for the elders.
Hey, it was a good commercial. I saw it when I was a kid.
It was. Good stuff, good stuff.
I liked it. It entertained me.
Wait, so did I get to keep? I did not see what I got from that. Did I get to keep from that?
I was always able to relate to the boy because he would just like he had his lollipop taken from him. He watched an owl lick it actively, his lollipop, and then the owl ate it in one bite, and he gives the stick back to the boy like a prick.
And the boy's like,
And the boy
"Aw."
just grabs it, and he's like, man, he has like the saddest expression ever. I can relate to that, man. I'd be sad too if I just saw like some freaking humanoid bird bitch just steal my lollipop, take 2 licks, and then bite it in one and eat it in one bite, and then give the stick back to me. I'd be
Right.
sad too.
And the owl was just like, oh, I guess you'll never know. Sorry, kid.
Yeah, and then does all this while advertising it to millions of people out there. I'd be sad too.
That's the Jerry of owls right there.
The instigator.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Instigating shit for no reason other than profit.
Man, Jerry from Tom and Jerry was a dick. He was an actual dick.
He actually was.
Straight
yeah.
up. Straight up jerk. Like, you know, Tom was just trying to live his life, you know, do cat things. He would always like go from owner to owner, and every owner would always shit on him because he was like, he's being tricked into doing all this shit by Jerry, and then he gets the blame for it.
Right, because he can't catch Jerry because Jerry's a sly piece of shit as well. So the owners
Yeah.
are like, well, you can't even do what cats are known for, or something cats are known for. All right, out you go, I guess.
Yeah.
Out you go, or like the wooden plank or something.
Like, poor Tom, man. He's always getting shit on.
Right. So again, it's telling you to check out the stream.
Wait, was
Oh, I'm looking at it.
The gym?
It's a black screen right now, though.
I get it. The gym's some kind of holy place for him. He's a
Oh.
god there.
I was gonna say, hopefully it doesn't stay that way when
I can't
the ones.
I see.
Okay, cool.
Especially after what
There's
you
a
did
bowl of
to Gio.
cereal.
God, that bastard makes me so freaking
I'm assuming the aforementioned expired cereal.
I see. So
I
Are you gonna eat that, Stricken?
I would
Are you gonna
assume
eat
so.
that?
What cereal was it?
It looked like your casual like bran flakes or frosted flakes maybe. From what I like, the glimpse I got of it.
It could just be stale then. It may just be stale, which isn't already eating. Oh man. I mean, it's probably just stale if anything. Then I don't think it's like actually dangerous. You know,
That's
or
probably that's
some
kind of what I was
just
thinking.
stale.
Knew this
you know?
would happen. Well,
Like
you don't
stale
have a
chips,
choice.
like how chips get
Let's
stale
take
when
it
they're like
there.
exposed for too long. It's like it's kind of like it gets that bland taste. That's probably what cereal is gonna be like expired.
Yeah,
It's just
not actually.
But you never know.
Just yeah, but I don't know. I've never had expired frosted flakes or expired cereal at all, so I can't tell you.
yeah, you never know. Like I mean, like you know, when you think expired, like when you think of something expired, the first thing you probably think of is milk. And you know, when you drink expired milk, it's terrible. It's you want to die. It's awful.
Yeah, exactly.
It's actually awful. It's the worst thing. Do not ever do that. It is awful. You will hate your life for the next like week maybe. But yeah, when you think of that, you think of expired milk. So I'm not entirely sure what expired cereal is like. But like you said, I'm imagining it's just chips.
Stale. Yeah.
Stale. Yeah. Which is still kind of but better than
Better than actually moldy.
yeah.
Compose. I mean, he's doing something. I don't remember. But nobody else is going. Maybe not. Oh no! Now he is. Now he is. Oh, the master's gonna charge up. I don't think you guys defended in base game either, so there's gonna
Oh,
beat
this
it.
house pet naturally spawned farm plots on it already. Dope. You can use these. I noticed this. Awesome. I have a lot of mushroom seeds too. I have 9 of them.
Yo.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a bunch of burnt smoothies.
I mean, honestly, I only needed the one to complete all the quests.
Oh, okay.
The hardest thing for me was just trying to find mushrooms in there
Right.
to harvest, but I was able to do it within my smoothie time. It was close, though. It
Okay.
was close, so if you want to make more, I wouldn't blame you. I had spare
I'm gonna make a
mushrooms just in case, because I found more after making the first one, but
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a bunch. Just in case I ever want to go back.
well, I mean, once you get the badge, you're good, so.
Oh, I guess that's true. But you know, you never know.
I mean, it
It's one of
doesn't
the-
hurt. Yeah, it doesn't hurt. Worst case, if you don't need them anymore, you can just sell them. Or scrap them, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can scrap food. I've never tried.
I think you can, but I don't know what you get out of it. Oh, I need clay. Okay, that makes sense.
Your weakness.
Scrap your
Charge?
food!
It's not paying attention. It's charging.
Do not scrap food.
So the funniest thing is that when I went to the kitchen and tried making some cereal with milk, I checked out the expiration dates and they both have expired. Oh, good.
Oh, good.
But
The
I didn't
milk?
want to drink expired milk. Okay.
Okay, good.
The
Yeah,
expired
for your
cereal was fine
safety,
though.
do not drink expired milk.
Not
It's
even. Not as, I
terrible.
mean, for your safety, yes, but also just for your palate. Like, just don't. Like, yeah, it's not safe, but also it's just you don't even want to like smell it, much less consume it.
Oh, God. Oh.
Which is why I thought, oh, maybe the creamer is fine, even though I clearly saw the thing falling. I was like, oh, maybe it's fine. It doesn't smell bad for being 2 months past expired. But maybe creamer doesn't work like that. I don't know, since it's not straight up milk, it's other stuff in there too.
Milk.
A little weird, but I'm still enjoying it. I'm not sure if I'll enjoy the consequences, but still. Well, I don't think. I mean, people eat stale chips all the time, so I don't think it's bad too.
I don't think so either. I ate stale chips this morning, but I mean they were only stale like after like I left them I left my bag of chips open. I forgot to close them, and they were just kind of sitting in the open for like, I think, an hour. But that's not the worst thing ever. Only an hour.
Yeah, no, that's fine. An hour's fine.
It did have noticeable difference in flavor though.
Oh, well. The sad thing is that the expired milk hasn't even been opened yet. Oh, that's the worst.
Oh, that sucks. Didn't even get a chance to be used. Milk and cereal.
Well, I mean, that's how I am with my creamer. Because, like I said, I looked at the second one I had in there to see what the date was, and it was June, so I have a whole ass thing of unused creamer. Well, I had.
Dang, that sucks.
So I feel that in a way.
I hate that. I just go to the store and like buy this expecting to use it, and then it just like by the time I'm like, oh, I'm ready to use it, like it's fucking expired. It just goes to waste.
It happens a lot with, well, not a lot, but that happens somewhat often with lettuce for me. I'll buy just like a bag of like iceberg lettuce because I like salad. So if I think of iceberg lettuce, expecting to make salad, and then I either get like 1 use out of it, 2 uses out of it, or maybe even none until it starts turning like brown. I'm like, man, I just bought this like 2 days ago. What the fuck?
Yeah, like what the hell, man?
It looked fresh in the store. What happened?
In reality, they were sitting in the store for a week.
Wouldn't put it past them.
Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of my ass, dude. Holy shit.
I don't know. Is
The zombie bastard.
Scared.
Fuck you. Not you, the zombie. Oh god, it scared me, dude.
You want me to scare your ass
Honestly.
instead?
Nah, I'm good.
Oh, okay. Next time.
You can touch my ass if you want.
Okay. I can try and spook it then.
Okay. Ooh, I had helmet light mod. I like that. Cool.
The milk costs $1, and that's a whole wasted dollar.
A dollar goes a long way sometimes.
More than $1, like $1.25. It's still unfortunate.
Wait, you're telling me you got a wait? What kind? Was it like a jug of milk? Like a big jug or like the thin jug? Or unless you live in somewhere with bagged milk like Canada.
That's a good question.
Like, what was the how big was the
size? What
container?
size?
Because if it's like an American like big jug or casual jug of milk for $1, that's kind of crazy. That's insane. Like milk I buy ain't no dollar. That is not $1 for me. Dude.
I can show it on the stream. You said.
Yeah. I'm looking. I am looking. Let's see what kind of milk you got. I also want to know if it's whole milk. Whole milk. Milk.
It seems hard. Try cracking a joke.
Me not. Oh god, you're one of these talking ones. Okay. Me not make excuses. Me lost, so me pay consequences. Me, I'm really in soup now. Do what you want. Me, I'm ready if you want. Grill me. Grilling some.
Oh, you got the thin jug. Okay, that's like the thin jug.
Okay.
Thin part.
That's still pretty good for $1.25 though.
That's
Well,
for
I
that
mean-
for $1.25. That's pretty
that's
good.
for us though. Is Russian currency like what's the conversion?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
What's the conversion on that? Because I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. It would depend on if it's higher or lower.
What is it called in Russian currency?
I mean, I'm assuming he did the conversion for us to make it dollars, $1.25, which
Most
is still
likely,
good for
yeah.
us. 101.
Ruble? Got a ruble?
Ruble, which is
How
$1.25.
much? How much? Yeah, because apparently one
Okay.
ruble is 0.013 US dollars.
.13. So the
0.013.
13. Oh, jeez.
So what if I do $1 US? 79.89 ruble.
Well, just convert one. Well, 10. He said 101 of those is $1.25.
$1.25. So
I'm gonna get
1.25.
you- Yeah.
That's 99 ruble. 99.86.
He said 101.
101.
So maybe.
This might be
I
inaccurate.
mean, it probably is. Let's be real. It's probably a little inaccurate.
Yeah, it's probably inaccurate.
Wouldn't trust Google conversions on that stuff, but.
I'm not good with currencies anyway. Like,
So what'd you
like
say?
non-Americano.
One of those is 0.013.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's what the Google gave me, but I don't
Well, yeah,
really
assuming
trust
it's
Google
correct.
sometimes.
It's not the most accurate, obviously, because. No, Surican, you're good. You're good. We believe you over Google.
I honestly believe a person over Google.
As far as the whole thing, I
Google's
was,
kinda wrong.
was just curious about the. Like, one of those equals what for us?
Yeah,
'Cause I can't tell you that for any foreign currency. I'm gonna be real.
I'm not good with like I'm not good with foreign currency. The only ones I can kind of comfortably do are pesetas and yen. But other than that, like even those are like kind of sketchy for me.
Yeah, you know.
But yeah, currency and like non-Americano currency is just not easy for me. Especially when you like go on media and like it's filled with like how much is it, and everyone always uses dollars instead of like where they live.
Oh, yeah.
That's one, isn't it?
It's like that doesn't help me.
No, not at all. Because, like, okay, cool. I didn't know what it was for us. I know what it is for us.
Yeah.
Okay. Focus. Show me your true form.
Ooh, another shot with these dudes. Wind. I don't think I have any wind. I think I do. Oh, you do. You do.
Someone's playing Hunt Showdown. Cool.
Looking cool, Joker. Come on, Mona, say something
Looking
different.
swiggity swoogity. Coming for that booty.
Alright, what you
Just
got?
look at it.
Timid? Try calming it,
Johnny
nerves?
Appleseed.
I know what this is. My mom was talking about it the other day. This is that. Oh, I don't know if I should say that. Oh, this is that thing, right?
Oh, here you go. Buttons.
Hmm.
And boop.
Try
More
calming
mushroom
it
seed.
down.
Yeah.
Timid.
Hello, zombie bastard. Fuck you.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I can
yes.
take a bat. I forgot.
More fun than those shows on TV where the people, where the pretty people yell at each other. Hey, how come you keep coming here? I want to know. Any people your age supposed to be? Oh, this was the upbeat response. What's the timid response?
The timid response. I'm gonna touch you.
Ain't people your age supposed to be out on dates and stuff instead? So you're not entirely inaccurate with that theme, but the responses are right after this kid, such a rude little boy, ellipses, and dating's not important.
Dating's not important.
I'm trying to calm this thing down because he's timid, but I don't know what he's supposed to calm him down. He's not really upset about it. It doesn't sound like he's upset about this.
I think the timid ones are like the harder ones. I feel like the timid ones are the hardest of the three, or however many there were. Gloomy.
There's 4 total. Yeah, gloomy, timid, upbeat, and like not rowdy, but like something kind of like that, I think. I don't remember. I don't know.
Nails?
Right after this,
Do
such
I
a rude little
have
boy.
nails?
Dating's not important. I don't want you.
You naily bastard. Duct tape?
Yes, dating's not
I
important.
can make it big.
That was it. Dating's not important. The timid response. Cool.
Dating's not important. Fuck your dates. No, wait, that sounds weird.
I didn't even think about that. Oh shit.
Yeah, that sounds weird.
I don't like it.
Oh, I don't have mechanical. Wait, what is this? Yeah, I don't have mechanical parts. You fucking rat bastard. Okay, that's fine. I can make some. I have the wood. I need nails.
Give us, I guess. The cereal's good though. I wouldn't have thought that it expired. That's good at least.
That's good, yeah.
And then, as a 16-year-old, dating is not important at all. Fair.
No,
Okay.
Should not be.
but you know, it should not be. It should not be a priority.
No, don't do it.
Right now, a priority should be like you. Prioritize yourself. Pumpkins.
And again.
Starts beatboxing.
Oh no, mess them up.
Nails, nail. I'm not gonna do that. Ollie, where's my wrench? I need to go disassemble a car or a TV or something. And mechanical parts. Mechanical parts. Why is this door locked?
Age of consent here is 16, so I think that I should think about getting a partner, but I don't really want to. I mean, if I don't want to, then don't.
Okay.
If you don't want to, then you don't have to make it. You don't have to make it a priority.
For me.
Nobody's gonna force you.
It's nice, but it's not important. You can do other things if you want. Can I get mechanical parts?
Stream.
Wait. Like stream.
What if I focus on education and not myself? I mean, that is focusing on yourself.
Yeah, that is yourself.
It's your knowledge.
Your brain. Your big brain. Make your brain big. I know, I like big brain.
Hey. Shame I don't have one.
Same. My brain is small and smooth.
Small and smooth. Ghouls would hate us.
What?
Ghouls would hate us.
Yeah, they look at you and be like, "Oh, you suck." Somebody else.
What are you doing
I'm
here?
thirsty.
What are you doing here, smooth skin? We don't want your kind here.
Smooth skin, small brain having ass, dumbass. Quite literally.
I mean, quite literally, yeah.
Will an oven give me?
I'm pretty
mechanical
sure
parts?
they actually
Probably.
use that in like a derogatory way too. Smooth skin, smooth brain, so
If they do, yeah.
dumbass is really, really close.
Oh no, it gives me. Oh no, like oven gives me electrical parts. That makes more. That makes sense. Mechanical parts. Mechanical parts. Mechanical parts. Give me mechanical parts. God damn it.
That's so annoying trying to get like one specific material from cars.
Yeah, I know.
It's not the worst trying to get mechanical parts, but like, like the engines, like engines or batteries. Oh my god.
Oh yeah,
So
I know.
I never get lucky with that at least.
Don't slap it, you stupid. Use it.
That's annoying, but it's kind of funny too. It's like crank, crank, wham, crank,
Wham.
It's just a random ass wallop you're trying to do to it.
Yeah, no.
Joker,
There you go.
Joker, you can fit in this gap. Joker, come on. Just, come on, Joker. Oh my god. Joker, please.
I disassembled this destroyed workbench to get my own workbench. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, I need some forged iron. How many? 25? Craft that up. Craft that shit up. Oh, I got books?
Yellow.
Salvage tool? Club crafting?
Hey,
Baseball bat level 2? I can't.
I do not believe it.
Demonetized.
That's not why I disbelieve it.
Oh yeah, you're right. I know why.
You know
just
why,
went
you know why.
with it. I know why. Oh, it's a perfect spot to put the crafting table. Put it right here. Very good spot. Put it in my asshole. This is pretty. Oh, this shit. While I'm waiting for it. Wait, where'd my duct tape go? You bastard! Oh, there it is. So nails, duct tape, and the wood. Oh, okay. All I'm missing now is the forged iron. I'm waiting for that. I hear you out there, you little screaming whinger. Shut up. Stop screaming. You're just dead.
I don't know. I let him scream once or twice. Just get a little horde coming. Right, you're talking about those like the witches, basically.
Yeah, the
White
what are they called?
white
Screamers.
Yeah.
Whatever they're called. I don't remember what their names are.
2 of them approached my house at once. I was like, oh, what the? Okay, hi. Let's go.
They have new scream sound effects.
They do, yeah. That's all I knew. 2 of them were approaching. I didn't see him, but I heard this squeal, this like squeal, screech, whatever. I was like, what the fuck? And then I turned around and there were 2 of them coming at me. I was like, oh, that's different. All right, come here. It's cool though. I like it. Very distinct.
Very distinct, yes. Hello. Random zombie walking by. I mean, I know why you're here, but...
It don't matter why it's here. It don't matter if you know why. What matters is that it's there.
What matters is that I don't want you here. Get the fuck off my property. Pulls out a gun.
Quite literally, yeah. It's accurate.
Pulls out the Glock. The blicky.
It's lore accurate.
Lore accurate. Workbench. 5 fucking minutes. You Amsterdam.
That's not too bad.
It sucks. I love murky water. Why does water only stack in stacks of 10? What kind of bull poopy is that?
You ever tried to carry 10 bottles on you at once?
Well, why can't I carry 21 bottles of murky water?
Joke's on you. At one point I had like 50.
It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. Maybe when it's murky it's lighter, so it's easier to carry.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Alright,
Water
look,
has equal weight. Dirty or not, it's water.
What if the water's made out of feathers?
Iron is heavier than feathers. I love that video. What's heavier, a kilogram of feathers or a kilogram of iron? What? But iron is heavier than feathers. I know, but they're both a kilogram. But no. Iron is heavier than feathers.
But no.
I love that video. Just that guy having an existential crisis.
You're like, wait, what? But feathers. Iron. No.
That's literally what he was. You see it. You can see like his face, just having complete trouble processing everything that was going on. It was funny. Iron is heavier than feathers. Oh my god! I forgot I had a Duke. English, please. Oh my god.
Anthony, what's your height? Are you a tall bunny or a short one? For bunnies, I'm pretty tall. Pretty tall for bunnies, so I don't know why I was made to be this tall, but I am. So
I thought you were special.
You know, if we're talking like
you're not.
The size of the model here, I'm gonna ignore what he said. The size of this model here is not quite accurate. If it was accurate, it'd be like, you know, that big, but like even bigger. You know, I don't really want to move the model right now, but you know, it'd be taller than the screen.
More accurate, Neobunny.
Tall boy.
Oh, bitch.
Based on what you just said, yep.
I'm gonna drink this water. Don't ask why I chewed it.
Well, I mean, you don't keep the bottle, so you do something with it.
I just eat the bottle.
We don't hear it. We don't hear the crunching and the screaming pain of chewing glass, but you know, it's there. It's there.
You know, that's funny because in this game you actually can straight up eat glass.
Can you? Never tried.
Yeah, you can straight up eat glass.
What, you mean like broken glass, you mean?
Yeah.
Why is that an option?
I don't know.
Does it give you hunger? Like satiation?
No, it kills you. It kills you.
Okay, good. That's what I would expect. Why would it? Why? I never thought to try that. Why is that a thing?
What the fuck? Maybe it's a quick out. I don't know.
A quick out. I don't. You still lose XP if it's self-inflicted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's it matter if it's the way you go? I mean, if you know you're gonna go, I guess. But like,
there are people that like there are times in games where like you're like, oh, let me like, you know, let me end things real quick. But like, you know, there's never something close by. You gotta like go walk up to like an enemy and have them like watch them beat you up, or you could like go to the highest thing and then jump off. But you know, like so, you know, for this game, it's like, hey, you have glass? There you go. There's your solution. You got it.
I guess
It doesn't
so.
kill you like immediately. I think it does like 60 damage if you eat it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Does it give you any bleed? Cause I feel like it would.
It does make you bleed, yes. Which makes sense.
That you can probably fix with a bandage.
I want to say
Right.
you can, which does not
Just
make
general
sense.
bleeding. You can fix internal bleeding by slapping a band-aid on your, or a bandage on your what, hand or
game
arm or
healing.
whatever spot they
Yeah,
typically put it
typical
on.
video game healing.
Yeah.
Like you get like a giant laceration where like half your face is missing. Just put a bandage on your arm. It's fixed.
Literally Resident Evil 7 before we found out why that was the case with Ethan and his juice. Oh man, my arm's just recently been cut off. Oh man, a giant slash through my chest. Let me just pour some water on my left hand real quick. There we go, I'm good.
On my left hand only.
Yeah, just the left.
To the point where like Ethan's left hand was just like permanently soaked and glossy.
Yeah, yeah, with whatever that stuff was.
Herb jizz.
That's pretty
Workbench, let's go. All right.
Wow, so you're like 4-7. Yep. Neobunny lore, 4-7. CS2 just received an update, so I can't keep with my 24-hour streak. I'm a disappointment? I don't think that's even your fault.
Whoa, don't say that. I like you, but I don't think you're a disappointment.
Yeah, no, something that's out of your control, 100% not your fault. That's not something that that would make you a disappointment.
Yeah.
You ain't. Stop it. No, no. Oh my god, the buttons.
Why is the fucking wheel so expensive to make? What is this bullshit?
Oh, what's a wheel cost to make?
A wheel takes 3 forged iron, 24 scrap polymer, 2 oil, 15 coal, and a bottle of acid.
Jesus.
Why?
Holy shit.
It's a
This room
fucking
seems
wheel.
different from everywhere else we've seen so far.
Dude,
Yeah.
why?
And there's something super suspicious over there.
Cringe.
Come on, follow me.
I gotta make you work for it, I guess. I don't know.
Man, fuck this game. Uninstall. Hate this
What
game. Game's
is this?
trash.
What are you trying to make a wheel for?
A will
I'm
seed.
gonna make a bike.
You don't just want to wait until you do enough quests?
Oh, you know what? That's smart.
I mean, if I could have made a bike before that, I would have, but I just didn't have the capability to make one before I did enough quests, so I just did that. I am trying to make a motorcycle. I have most parts for it, but I need to make the, was it chassis? Chassis? However you say it.
Chassis.
I need that. I need the handlebars. And one other thing, I'm not sure, but yeah, no. It's I don't know if you eventually get a motorcycle from Quest as well. I don't know.
You do, but it's like late.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, the bike, I just- I was
Not
either
for
like,
Quest
okay, I'm
or
either
Gen.
Quest or make one, whichever comes first. And yeah,
Distortions?
you
think you get the-
get one pretty quick.
In the well
I
seats?
think you get the motorcycle from Bob.
You see the desert dude?
Just forget it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, what do we do?
I think Jen. I think Rect gives you the. Yeah, Rect gives you the. bicycle.
Yeah.
Jen gives you the mini bike.
Is it?
Bob can give you the motorcycle, and I think Hugh can give you the truck.
And when you take it, like
Ooh,
some
definitely never gotten that far.
we all end up first.
I like the truck. It's cool because you can have up to 4 people ride in it. on one truck. It's really nice.
Ooh.
And the storage on it's really big. The truck is
I
nice.
guess so, yeah.
It's expensive, though.
It's a truck, so.
Yeah, it's a fucking truck. So, you know, it would expect to be pretty big. Like my...
Nothing happened?
Exactly.
More of these around here somewhere.
Eggs.
Just like your eggs, yep.
How can you tell?
Yeah, because I totally have those.
Totally.
Yeah, like how dogs.
As a god, you have everything.
Oh, but you're a cat.
Let me put my balls in your jaw. Close the door. I want to make a bat. Baseball bat. Stun baton. I want to make that too, but alright, now I can't. I'm too stupid.
I wonder if they made it so I could see additional, like, mods that you put on your bat so it doesn't always look like a spiked bat. When you add or take take stuff away.
That was weird. I don't know why you would always see it as a spiked one, but I mean, I guess it didn't really matter on how you saw it because it did the job anyway.
I mean, yeah,
it
still works, but it's just weird that I couldn't physically see the change. Like, several times we tried to see it, but nope.
So what's the difference between goldenrod and red tea? Oh, red tea is just better.
Goldenrod is the dysentery stuff. It helps the what is it? It gets rid of it and helps prevent it. The red tea is just... The red tea does the digestive thing. You digest food and water more proficiently.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, overall.
Hey, I don't know, why don't I make red tea?
Have you been making golden?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure golden still gives you more water than water does, but if you want
No, it does.
But the side effect, yeah, you want that red unless you want to eat sham sandwiches like I am.
Yeah, red tea just seems better. That seems way better. I mean, yucca juice is probably the better out of all of them, but yucca juice is not easy to make.
Reveal your true form.
I don't know, it's fairly easy. I found a lot of yucca fruit. I've been able to consistently make yucca juice.
That's good, at least.
In this world, at least.
Grandpa's forgetting elixir.
But yeah, before the yucca fruit, I was just doing the red tea.
Yeah,
Red tea and coffee, because I find a lot of coffee beans.
Red tea is good. Holy shit, my ass.
I'll do it.
Remember when I just made you chili dogs?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, have a chili. It was good. You like chili dogs in real life?
Oh yeah, I love chili dogs. I mean, I love chili in general, so chili on a lot of things I enjoy, but I do like chili dogs.
I don't know if you heard me.
I did.
No, you didn't, liar. What did I say then? What is it?
I love you. I think that's what I heard. I've been known to mishear you though, so.
Well, you heard right.
There we go.
So fuck you.
Am I chili?
Huh?
Thank you.
Are you chili? Fuck, thank you. Random Markiplier moment.
Yeah. Fuck thank me and fuck thank you.
Fuck thank me and thank fuck you. That was an Uno episode, right?
It was, yeah. I don't remember exactly which one, but it was Uno, yeah. With Ham, Wade, and Bob.
Uno. I feel bad for Wade because he's always being shit on the other two.
Right.
I feel bad for him.
I mean,
Let's go, Joe.
I do still feel a little bad, but at this point I don't feel too bad because he's literally taken it for years. And he knows that they aren't serious about it. But still, in the moment, sometimes I'm like, oh, man. Good thing he's taking this for years because they get brutal sometimes.
Every now and then I feel pretty bad. I'm like, oh, poor Wade. Like, he's still a guy. You know, there's only so much sometimes someone can take.
Sure. If he actually couldn't take it, I'm sure he would tell them.
I'm sure, yeah. They've been friends for years.
Oh, yeah.
So they should know each other definitely by now.
I'm pretty sure Wade's pretty happy with where he's at. With his friends, with his
He seems
wife,
happy.
with his career. He seems pretty chill.
He seemed pretty good. He had a moment in time where he was like, you know, down in the dumps because he was about to lose his house and stuff.
Yeah,
but,
no,
like, I think he recovered from that.
That was during some of the Uno episodes.
That was during
Some of them, yeah.
episodes.
I don't know if I don't think it was all of them, but there was a good period of them there. Like doing a lot of the like Rayman ones, like the Rayman and like the Barbara episodes, like all those. That's when he was losing his house.
Barbara. Fucking Barbara.
The whole thing about radish soup, I think. Radish soup.
Oh, turnip.
Oh, turnip, yeah, not radishes, turnips. Turnip soup.
Turnip soup.
I can see it.
Thank you or fuck you.
You wanna thank fuck me? I don't think that's a fuck style.
Good old thank fucking.
There's a strong shadow ahead. We should be careful.
Oh god, what was
Thank
it?
fuck you. Thank fuck me and fuck thank you.
God, what was it? It's the most fuckiest time of the year.
I like Wade.
I think that's what Wade said. It's the most.
He said it's the thank fuckiest.
Thank
time.
fuck. I can't remember if it was the most fuckiest or thank fuckiest. I couldn't remember. But yeah, no.
Thank fuckiest.
Yeah, so he just rolls with it.
I don't remember what episode it was, but I actually think it was that same episode.
It probably was. Those are some long episodes.
No, it was because Mark said it's gonna be a PG thank fucking stream, and then like Wade just makes like the most random noise, and as soon as he made that noise, I fucking lost my mind. I started laughing, dude. It's so funny. Oh, I know the episode actually. I know which one it is. It's I could probably recognize it by thumbnail. This one, it's the one titled "Reverse Your Entire Existence."
Oh god.
It's that one. 53 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you watch that one, you probably find it in there. You'll find the thank fuck jokes in there.
Something else.
Fuck thank me and thank fuck you.
All right.
Yeah, that was definitely a memorable one.
Yes, it was.
Here we go.
How many of those do I have? Probably not many. You need to stop going down. She's actually putting people to sleep though. That is different from base game.
You're mine.
Not down! That was incredible, Joker!
Yes, Temple of Light. Yes.
Temple of Light? What?
Zoe.
Oh, okay. I was like, what location is that in game? I have not found
So
that yet.
yes, you know the
Holy
Temple
shit.
of Light in 7 Days to Die.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
Where the Master Sword is kept, yeah. You find the
And how
ultimate
the
sword
mummy
that
zombies are lingering around.
never degrades, yeah. If you can beat the mummy zombies, you get the sword that never degrades.
Yeah, and then but you have to beat the big bad boss, you know.
Yeah.
What a tough
The
opponent.
giant
I was right there.
Anubis statue. That's totally in the game.
Definitely. I mean, in the Temple of Light it would be.
Yeah.
But in order to beat it, you have to have a wooden bow. Not your basic bitch bow, the wooden bow. The second tier of bows. You gotta shoot him in his
Yeah.
left eye specifically. His left,
Yeah,
not your
it's
left,
weak
his
point.
left. Yeah.
Yeah, his left. Yeah, not your
Yeah.
left.
Yeah.
Very important detail.
If you shoot him in the
'Cause
right
I know all
eye,
those
he shoots
people
you in
were-
both your eyes.
Because I know all those people that would do the tutorials, they were always saying like left eye, but they weren't saying your left or his left.
Yeah, exactly. It was just left.
Left, yeah.
And then
Very
they would
important
shoot
distinction.
left from their perspective and get walloped. Because that wasn't the correct left.
Yeah. Alright, made my baseball bat.
Yo. Selma.
How many games use Temple of Light as like as an environment or stage? I know a lot of them do now. Uh,
It's kind of a typical fantasy thing. Fantasy and or like RPG thing.
God of War does.
Obviously Zelda does.
Obviously Zelda, yeah.
The first move is ours!
Oh, you want to look up Temple of Light in games?
Yeah, I'm trying to think from ones I've played.
I'm not done.
I'm sure there's one in one of them, but from the ones I played, I don't think Final Fantasy does. It's like churches, but not a temple of light.
Not like a temple of light.
Not from the ones I
specifically,
played.
yeah.
Yeah, I haven't played them all, but the ones I played, I don't think there is. Definitely not Persona. I don't think there's any in any roguelikes I played, at least. Well, okay, Noita has something close in name. Not a temple, but a holy mountain. It's the closest thing to a temple of light in that game, as far as I've seen. There could be some kind of
That's
temple of
pretty
light
similar.
further down. I just haven't gotten to yet.
Right.
Down! That was insufferable, Joker!
Is there fertilizer in this game? No.
I don't think so. If there is, I have yet to come
No.
across it.
I just checked, but there's no poop or anything. You think you're just spreading rotting flesh on the thing would count, but apparently not.
I would think so. You need it. You need it to make the planter box, so you would think it would do for
Down! That was incredible,
Like-
Joker!
additional additional
but
use for the
apparently-
planter boxes. The zombie flesh is picky,
I mean,
apparently.
it's- Yeah. Apparently. Cringe. I need some red seed.
By the way, your large eggs are part of the Robbie lore now. That was said a little bit ago, but you know,
Now they're there.
lore accurate Rob right here.
A spectacular victory!
You missed, you stupid zombie. And now look what happened. You died again.
Now let's hurry on!
Stupid. I kind of thought you would not really like Temple of Light stages in games, because Temple of Light is usually like the closest thing to like a modern Egyptian pyramid type thing.
This is a good position.
Like theme going on.
I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of the aesthetic of Egyptian stuff, but the biggest thing for me is the music. Your typical Egyptian music, I do not like. The aesthetic, it's not my favorite, but I'll deal with it as long as the music is not there. Like
got you.
Futaba's Temple, I'm chill with it.
Okay.
The music's the only thing I don't like about it.
Okay. I don't know if you've ever heard of the series called Tak, T-A-K.
Yo mama. Yes, the little boy with the staff wand thing, whatever it is, right?
They're
That one.
like on his head, yeah, that guy.
Tack in the Power with Juju, like that tack.
Yeah, that
Okay,
guy.
yeah. I never played it, but I do know of it.
I had a game called The Great Juju Challenge, Tak. I think it was the third one in the series. I had that when I was a kid, and the second level was Temple of Light.
Oh, okay.
And dude, that level gave me PTSD because every time you were platforming along like these like sand hills that were like lifted off, like suspended off like the moving sandy floor, and you know, you don't think anything of it, but like when you first start the Temple of Light, like the first thing Tak says, he has a sidekick named Locke. They're both like, Locke's an idiot and Tak is like small, but he's like basically the brains.
Okay.
Essentially. He's not smart, but he's smarter than Locke. He's more stable mentally, I guess.
Okay, sure.
And what you call it? Like, I don't remember what Locke says, but Tak says, "Do you see something moving in the sand?" And Locke goes, probably just the wind. And what you call it? When you're like playing through the game, like through the level, if you look down, you do see like something, just like a bit of sand just like moving around below.
Okay.
And you know, like that tells you like, oh, something's down there. And well, I was like, you know, curious little me, I was like, what happens if I jump off this and land down there then? And I did that, and Tak landed fine. He didn't sink in the sand or anything.
Oh, okay.
He just I kind of stood there, and I walked like a good 3 feet. Like I took like a good few steps forward, and then all of a sudden I just see my controller vibrates like crazy, and I just see Tak get picked up, and he just lifted in the air, like holding himself between the jaws of a fucking sandworm that just violently pulls him into the sand. I'm like, oh my god!
Wow.
That gave me PTSD, dude. You see something moving in any surface below you, don't fucking jump in there.
You believe anybody that tells you there's something in there, and you stay put.
You stay the fuck put.
Stay kaputski.
But I remember liking the music. The music was oddly peaceful. And then the first enemy you encounter is like this big ass like dude with cannon arms, and you have to wait for him to like his things to like give up on him so you can go behind him and slap his butt.
The hell?
It was kind of tough. I liked that game though. It was fun.
Oh, that's good.
It was a
that's
good game
good.
to play multiplayer because you could play up a second player play lock.
Oh, ayo.
I liked the game a lot. It was one of my childhood games along with the SpongeBob movie game
Oh yeah.
and Crash Bandicoot.
No way.
I know, right?
I would never believe it.
He's lying. He's lying.
Don't believe him. He doesn't even know what a bandicoot is.
I didn't.
Only true people know that it's actually Abnicoot. Only true people know that though, yeah. Yo mama.
From what I remember, the
Hey now, chat. How are y'all?
from what I remember, the music didn't sound Egyptian. It just sounded peaceful
Oh,
for
That's good.
it being what it was.
sounds like an improvement.
It was a hard level. It was second level in the game, and it was hard. It was kind of hard.
Second level?
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, just right back here. Let's go back
There was
up
also
later.
this gimmick that popped up in the middle of the level where like it had a cutscene for it where it was ironic because the place was called the Temple of Light, but there was like a segment where like it was completely fucking dark. Like you were just surrounded by a pitch black. And the only light was like from the fire of like Tack and Lock's feathers that's burning on their heads from their tribe.
You take a step into seal the darkness and think, who the fuck came up with this name?
Temple of Light? What the hell?
What bullshit.
I kind of liked it though, because it made you like have to scurry around the darkness and like find these torches that would eventually like light. You would ignite them and they'd light up the area
Oh god.
Kamoshida's will
to make you be able to see. I kind of liked it.
It
was
sounds
cool.
like a cool little level.
It was, yeah. And then the level ended by like a giant like elevator that would take you to the surface. But like while the elevator was going up, it would periodically stop to summon waves of dudes.
Oh,
It was pretty satisfying. It was a good level. I liked it.
sounds like a fun version of those Crash 1 light hallway levels. Not light hallway levels, but where you have to keep Aku Aku lit up. Sounds like a fun version of those.
Man, that was only in Crash 1. I kind of wish they kept that for Crash 2, but in Crash 2 they gave him the Firefly. Which I'm cool with,
I'll take
but
Well, it's keeping Aku Aku wasn't the thing. It was some of those jumps. That's all it was. It wasn't even keeping Aku Aku. Fine, that's fine. If you act like a speedrunner in those levels, you'll do fine.
that's true. Typically. There was only two of them. The first one was like, you can speedrun it, but the second one, it's like, you kind of had to be more mindful.
Uh-huh.
Because like there were more saws. Some of the jumps you can only make by bouncing off the spiders' butts.
Mm-hmm.
The rats were no, they weren't a problem, but being able to see them is kind of an issue. And then but the hardest things were like the spider jumps and then like the moving platforms. Doing those quickly.
Yeah, even then I wouldn't even call those really tricky. The trickiest thing, sure, but Keep
But
only four, you'll
then
be
I
fine.
tried going for the achievement where you gotta get gold relics, and fumbling in the dark was not a fun level. It took me a few tries.
See, I don't feel compelled to do a mechanic for a game that was added later, like a mechanic that the game wasn't made for. I'm not really one to do those,
That's fair.
so I never tried. Funny enough.
Yeah.
I just went for the achievement. Got them all.
Did you get it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got all the achievements in the game, so that's good. I remember when I was doing that, I was like, wait, I'm missing one.
Oh, wait a second. What do I have to? Oh no.
Stormy Ascent is one of them.
This has to be a joke.
That level's hard.
Getting the relic for it or just doing it?
Getting the relic.
Oh my god. There ain't no way. I mean, there is a
It
way,
was kind of hard.
but like, there ain't no way I'd want to.
I died quite a lot, I can imagine. Not as much as you probably think, because, you know, I grew up playing Crash, so I knew how it worked at that point.
Sure, but still a fair amount.
Still a fair amount, yeah.
And,
For someone that calls themselves a Crash gamer, it was still a bit more than what you expect.
and it's the relic, so you have to start all the way over, right? If you do die.
Joker.
Yeah, there's no checkpoints.
There ain't no way. There ain't no way. I mean, if it was for an achievement, I would weigh, but I don't feel that
The
compulsion.
achievement
yet.
one, I don't remember the achievement name, but the description of it was literally like the description of it said do hard time. That's what the achievement was. The description of it said.
Do hard time.
Do
Oh,
hard
I mean,
time.
you will have a hard time doing that, so.
Do you need
Yeah. It was a good level, but yeah, it was hard speedrunning it. I will say though, the first time I did beat it,
Listen up,
you know what relic I got?
We are introducing a new
99% there.
regimen to your rehabilitation in the form
got a
of
platinum.
challenge battles.
Oh,
For these trials,
oh
we will
man.
permit the cognitions of your
I was like,
comrades to fight
what?
at your side.
I got a platinum relic,
Cry your
and I
tears
looked
of
at the
joy.
time. I
Depending
got
on
the
your
platinum
results in
by
combat,
1
you will
second.
receive
Oh.
If I was 1 second slower, I would have gotten a gold.
Oh
Should
man.
you prove
That's great though,
successful,
that's great.
There is no doubt that
I was
you
pretty
will
proud
be
of myself.
rewarded and strengthened
I pat
in
myself on
body
the
and
back.
mind.
Yeah, I mean, getting a platinum on that's good as is, but beating it by a second? Hell yeah.
Your rehabilitation.
I was like, hell yeah.
Take this opportunity
I
to
deserve this.
demonstrate the furthest reaches of the strength you've gained up to now.
I was so happy.
Should you wish to attempt this at once, we shall oblige
Did you do the Crash 2 relics?
Yeah, I did all of them.
Oh, all of them, okay.
I did every level relic. In all 3 of the games.
Well, Crash 3, sure, but the game was made for that.
I did
So I was gonna try that at
everything,
least,
all
but-
the way in
Just
one
achievement.
achievement.
Jesus. I mean, gold's not the worst, I guess, but
So you can beat that bottom one.
yeah, somewhat, yeah. At least Crash 2 gives you the dash at the end of the game,
That's true, yeah.
which granted means that the levels are gonna be made,
How goes
the relics are gonna be made
rehabilitation?
with the dash in mind, but still, it's still something.
No, some of those levels weren't made for like the sewer levels. God, those are pain
Well,
and
I
agony.
meant, I meant the relic times, not the stages themselves, the relic
Oh,
times.
you're right. Yeah, that's
Yeah, no, some of those stages would not be good with the dash, because the game wasn't originally built to be able to dash.
yeah. The sewer levels were a pain. The totally bare, the dark polar level, that one was like a nightmare. Because you're just fucking riding polar in like to a darkness you can't fucking see. Especially when like most of the jumps are only cleared with like the dash jump, where it has a cooldown. That was awful. What else was the jetpack levels? Those were kind of terrible.
You'd like to inherit.
Trying to speedrun. The piston levels, like right next to the jetpack levels in Final Warp Room, those were a nightmare. The B levels, oh my god, those were terrible.
It will receive a fraction of power.
Cold Hard Crash was
It will
terrible.
receive a fraction of power.
Ruination was terrible. That's really it.
It will receive a fraction of power.
I think that's it, really.
My,
The rest of them weren't
my.
too terrible. The Nightlight levels weren't that bad.
Yeah, they're not very. I mean, they are obviously platforming, but it's not like little no room to move like in Crash 1.
Yeah.
And I think the
I still
Firefly is a
think-
little easier to keep lit than Aku Aku.
Oh yeah, it's just timed.
It stays longer.
And
It feels like it stays longer at least. I don't know if it actually does, but it feels
I don't
like it
think
does.
so.
I mean,
But you
maybe
don't
that's
like
just
with
not.
the Firefly. You don't have to worry about getting hit and losing it.
That is true, yeah. If Aku gets slapped, he's like, oh, sorry, deuces, good luck.
Yeah. I will say, I think, not including Stormy Ascent and Future Tense DLC levels for the game, I think the hardest
You okay with
level
this?
to speedrun in the entire trilogy has to
Change
be
your mind?
the lab.
Already?
from Crash 1.
What?
The lab was
Right?
awful.
Well, that's true. I take my time in there. I feel like I have to.
The lab
should write
sucks. I hated that level so much.
It's. I wouldn't call it the worst, but like. Ooh.
It's like to get even the gold. You know those like gates that like those like electric fences that would like shoot lightning in between like 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about or no?
Yeah.
Okay, the to get the gold relic at least, you had to like jump between those little short bursts of periods. Like you had to jump between them. If you waited for them, you would lose the time. You had to jump between them.
You just had to
And the
do
window
it.
was so
Wow,
small.
So you had to basically learn what that little window was.
You basically had to go and don't stop.
Learn your
As
frames.
soon as you stop, that's it.
Go no
Restart.
stop.
Go no stop.
Go no stop. Fuck.
Not to mention that you had to like, you know, slap crates to build bridges and open doors. And with the doors like not knowing what's behind them. So, you know, that was fun.
True.
The lab sucked. It was the worst, easily the worst level to do speedrunning.
Hey.
And it's not even close. It sucked.
It sounds like it does.
It did.
I am not getting any further motivation to do those.
Don't worry about it, dude.
No, I'm not.
Don't even
I'm
worry
not.
about it.
If anything, that's after I get through the 3 games. Well, 4 technically. Because you want me to do OG at some point.
I do want you to do OG, yes.
Which would you prefer I do first? The OG or the Insane? 2?
OG.
Specifically 2.
I
OG
think
2
OG.
first. I've already got the thumbnail already. I think you've seen it.
I have, yeah. I think I would prefer OG. It's probably just a bias thing, nostalgia reason, but
I mean, I would assume so, yeah.
no,
It
I
also
think
feels
you could
different,
do
right? It's been way too long since I touched OG 2 to remember what it feels like.
Yeah,
but it is
it does.
different, right?
It is, yeah. I remember when I first played the trilogy, and I got to like the first level, Turtle Woods. There's like that segment where you can, there's like that second bonus thing area, like the side scroller in the first level. I remember when I got there, I made like a normal jump, and I remember saying, I know this sounds like, you know, weird nerd shit or crazy nerd shit, but I said this to myself. I was like, Crash didn't land where I thought he would land. That's concerning. His jump wasn't as far as I expected it to be, and it was faster. And at that moment, I thought to myself, this is probably gonna be a little harder, in a way.
I mean, if you can feel the movement, or if you can feel the change, see the changes, then yeah.
I definitely did, yeah. Why are these mushrooms glowing?
So for me, it won't feel too bad. Oh, not feel too bad, but I won't really have that. It's been way too fucking long since I played 2. Either version, if I'm being real, so...
Wait, I can grow mushrooms anywhere?
Hold on, tabbing out for a second,
don't need-
tabbing out for a second.
I didn't know I
Alright.
didn't need farm plots for this.
For what?
For mushrooms, you could just grow them anywhere.
There we go. We'll just...
I'm not
I'll grow them on my wall. Oh my god, I didn't know. I'm dumb. Oh well, that's fine. Well, how long do these take to grow?
7 days.
For real?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, I think you looked it up.
No,
Every
no.
It's not over yet.
No, I just wanted to say 7 days, just kidding, know.
Oh, the game.
Yeah.
7 days to win.
7 days to win.
After the first blood moon, it just says, you win. And like, a font that does not match the game at all.
You are
Times New Roman.
You are winner.
You are winner. You wand. You wand. W-O-N-N-E-D. You wand.
Wand. Dog and block tails. I wasted 300 ticks on cards that suck butt, and I will never use. Booker said.
Who sucks butt?
Well, no, the fact that Boko wasted 300 ticks on cards that suck.
Oh,
The cards suck, but therefore they will never be used. Therefore, 300 ticks, TIX, wasted.
okay. Okay.
No slacking
I'm
off.
assuming that's like. I mean, that's currency. Is it like. I don't know if that's normal currency, premium currency. I have no idea. I don't know shit about Blocktail.
Feel it.
Me neither. You can't breathe here? Oh, thanks, game. I didn't know I couldn't breathe underwater.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Well, the game wanted to make sure. You should be thanking it.
I did. I said thank you. I said thanks, game.
Oh, that well. I meant like. Actually be thankful, not,
I
That
did.
thankful.
I said thanks, game. I was thanking the
I don't
game.
know. The way you said it made it sound a little sarcastic.
I don't think the game knows what sarcasm is.
You don't know that. You think the pimps haven't built that haven't built that in?
Yes. The pimps.
Them fun
Pimping out.
pimps.
Pimping out.
Definitely pimping the game out.
I'm pimping out right now. Dude's pee-pee's out.
Yo. I'm tired of playing CS2. What should I play on the quiet stream?
Among Us. Don't play that.
Don't play that. It will not be quiet if you do.
What are your options? What kind of options we got that we can give to you?
It's a good start.
Or you can always do that, like, well, you know what? That only works if there's like a choice between 1 and 2. Or 1.
Look, a treasure chest.
Why is it that when I smack a wheel on the floor, I don't get the wheel?
Right. Just
Or better yet,
appear.
why can't I just pick up the wheel and take it? Why do I have to slap it?
Right,
can't I
like it's easily able to be picked up, and you just gotta slap. Like what the hell?
Yeah, just give it to me.
I see a weak spot.
Not that.
Blocktail is crazy because it's a Roblox game with no microtransactions except for donations. I've gotten obsessed with Blocktail since my computer broke, since it's not garbage on mobile. That's good. It's good that it's not garbage on mobile. That's what I mean. Isn't it Roblox? Nah, sorry, I don't want to touch Roblox. Roblox isn't bad, just you gotta find the right thing. There's a lot of weird stuff on there. There's a lot of
Yeah,
weird
like
stuff on there.
that really popular game that was popular for like a good week, Waiting in Line Simulator.
Really? I didn't hear about that.
Yeah.
Really? Waiting in line
Yeah.
simulator. Surprised BG Mike didn't
Yeah.
cover that. Could 100% see him doing that. What the hell? I mean, I'm not surprised, but what the fuck?
Only one more. Let's go.
A zombie, come here. I'm gonna touch you. With my bat.
Ooh.
Not sponsored.
Little Joker.
That's sponsored. The right game that's just to find is Blocktails, by the way. I don't know, there's some cool, like... See, with the kind of game like Roblox, I like to just look for, like, user-made, like, other... User-made, like, ports of, like, other game maps, you know? Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So like Roblox, what is it? Steam VR has that kind of thing, like the home thing where people can like make their own thing and like put in video game apps in there. Well, I mean, I say put over, they have to physically build it themselves, but you know, it's like a one-to-one basically, just in VR. It's awesome. VR chat has that too. I also like doing VR chat, just going in. I found like the Code Vein base. That's cool. From other video game worlds, there's a lot, but I like going into those solo as well. I don't really want to talk to people on those.
I'm so excited for Code Vein 2.
That'll be super cool.
We're gonna play that, right?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna play it at least.
Not without me, you're not.
Gloomy.
Nerd.
I never said I wasn't gonna not play it with you. I was just saying that I'm going to.
Play without me, I'll piss on you.
Good luck with that.
Okay.
Boy, gloomy, so...
It's probably gonna be like $70 though, I'm gonna be honest.
At the minimum. That was not the right answer. What do you do? Something funny. What do you do? What the fuck is the gloomy answer? Oh, nothing. Hey, that worked. Cool. Yeah, no. Code Vein 2 is gonna be dope.
Yeah, Code Vein 1 was good.
It's gonna be dope in its gameplay at least. Time traveling plots are here or there, but the gameplay is gonna be good at least. And I believe in the story. I believe in the story. Yeah, the whole thing is about like going back in time to before the whole like Revenant thing happened. Stop it from happening. I'm pretty sure that's what was implied in the trailer. I'm pretty sure. Could be wrong. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've watched it, but I'm pretty sure there's time travel in there.
What if there's gonna be another cathedral-esque environment?
Oh, there better not be.
The cathedral was terrible.
I also say that it's not that bad now. The first time going in is horrible. It gets better with the second time onward, but oh my god, I don't need another maze level.
Like,
What if you
what
do?
the fuck?
There's a strong
At least give us the ability to jump.
We should be careful.
Like I get it, it's Souls-like, but like, come on.
Or like at least climb up the ledge. Like if it's like, if I can like, if my character is able to like rest their elbow on that height, then you know, just let me climb up it.
Right. But I'm sure they'll do good with it.
I'm sure too.
I like the first story, so.
One of my favorite things about Code Vein was the variety, like the wild customization option. Of course, it wasn't like clothing wise, but like, you know, like with the aesthetics you can do and like how you can position them, that was like peak. So I want to do that again.
You can make so many original characters, so many like, you know, other IP characters. Like, it's a really good character maker.
Yeah, I want them to do that again.
There's not many base build options, but with the ability to move all those props around, you can basically make whatever piece of clothing you want.
Yeah. Ooh, Bob's Boars. We that, boys.
I found that place in my world. It's pretty close. It was pretty close to my forest base. Pine forest base. Oh yeah, it's very, very plentiful on the floor. It just
I don't know if I'm gonna fight Grace though.
Grace?
Yeah.
We all did great, huh? Nice work, team.
Oh, you don't know who Grace is?
I don't think so.
She's the giant green boar at the end.
Oh, I found her in. Where'd I find her? I found her under a house. I don't know which house, but I'm pretty sure I found her under a house, not in there.
It's a step forward.
Oh. I don't know if I'm gonna fight her.
Or maybe it wasn't. Was it in there? Maybe it wasn't there. It was under some big farm, but I don't. It may have been that. I don't think it was, but it may have been. It's been a while since I was down there. I fought her once. That was
a
it.
close one.
It's kind of hard.
Okay, yeah, she takes many shots.
For it.
Focus.
Button. I'm looking for.
about as far as me when I saw my first titty.
Yeah. But I mean,
Demonetized.
you know we right.
I'm right. Yeah, but am I right though?
I can feel it.
By being right, I think that makes you right.
You right.
You right. You right. Wait, was that for that? I don't know. I'm gonna go check again. I'm not sure. The options are either Minecraft, a Geometry Dash, or GeoGuessr, or start making a video. So Minecraft, Geometry Dash, GeoGuessr, or video creation.
I like Minecraft.
Minecraft's pretty cool. I was playing that a couple weeks ago.
How was it? Fun?
It was aight, yeah.
I like Minecraft.
Still nothing yet, not really.
Which Minecraft? Bedrock or Java? Depends.
The PC one. I forget
I'm
which
trying
is
to
which
search.
sometimes, but the PC one.
I'm talking Syrian.
Oh, that's a good question, yeah. Is it PC or... Hey, Java's PC?
Bedrock is on PC too, but yeah, it's Java.
Java.
Java is like the PC, the one that was built first.
Yeah,
The first
yeah.
Minecraft.
Yeah. So you can say Java.
Okay, the better one.
Yeah. I mean, Bedrock's not bad, it's just further back, last I heard.
It's not that it's further back, it's just different.
That was it? I thought that was the only thing. What's so different about it?
Kind of a few things.
Other than the
actually.
whole
A little
realms
more
thing,
to
what's-
name.
Like, I know they have the rounds, but that's all I know of.
Too much to name. There's a lot of differences.
I can feel it.
Like I don't think Bedrock has the combat update with like where the swords, where the
Ah.
axes do more damage, or swords have that sweeping thing. I don't think
Yeah.
Bedrock has that.
Ah.
There's a strong shadow ahead. We should be careful.
Come on here, you pig bastard.
Don't want to fight you right now. Let's see here.
Safe room. Oh, thank
Okay.
goodness.
Corruption forms in the mouths of the hateful? I have no idea what you're talking about. Are those pride flags in the background near the windows? I think it's supposed to be stained glass. I don't think Kamoshida's pro LGBTQ. I don't think he's pro a lot, but LGBTQ is definitely not one of those.
Okay.
Yeah,
A
those.
lot of dead stuff around
I
here.
think it's supposed to be. It doesn't look decorative. I think it's supposed to be.
It looks strong.
Who came in here and murdered everybody? Well, it wasn't me.
The chest. Talk about
But
luck.
who did it? All this dead stuff around here.
I don't know. Why there's so many dead things around in that game? Can't there be more living things?
You think there would be?
I'll reveal your true form.
7 out of 10. Too much dead.
Too much dead.
First move is ours.
Too many corpses.
You're mine.
And for some reason they're walking around. I don't like that.
They're not supposed to be walking. They're supposed to be standing. But
Looking cool.
Thumbs down review. Why are the corpses walking around? So unrealistic. That one asshole just missing the point of the
Shadow with
game.
a sunny expression. Let's match its mood.
Why do I have food and hunger?
eat like that. Right. I thought this was a game. Why is it like it's real life? Damn. I'm stupid.
Yeah, what is this stupid game? Why do all my items have durability? Stupid.
Why do I have to survive in the survival game? Why are there zombies in this zombie game?
Why is it that for some reason every 7th night the moon goes red and music starts playing and a bunch of zombies come out at once? What is that?
It's such a big difficulty spike. Comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's like there's no warning or anything. Like, what was the warning or the build up to that?
It just happens randomly. No
And
story,
for some reason,
no
it's always
dialogue.
it's always only on the 7th night of these places. Like, what's up with that?
Can't even buy.
If you're gonna have like a
things.
nonsensical mechanic, at least make more nonsensical or something. I don't know.
Can't even buy a cell to this dude without him calling me a dick. This game just doesn't like you, no matter what you do.
I know, man. This game's trash. Not a good survival game. Thumbs down.
Oh, shit. Bye.
Let's pull back for now.
Let's see here. Downloading Roblox on my grandma's computer so I can play Block Tales. Then in all caps, oh my god. This computer has the OG files for T-Bach. No way. Yo.
T-Bach?
Yeah, her, I think, right? Her Isaac mod? I think. Wasn't it called T-Bach? I think. It's been a minute since it's been mentioned. I think it was called T-Bach.
Finding a cold steel?
Cold Steel, that was the name, yeah. Yeah, Cold Steel. I was like, I know it's supposed to be your character's name. Yeah, Cold Steel, that was it. Oh, the OG files aren't what's missing. It's the files for T-Bach Plus. Oh shit. Tweaking?
Tweak to fire skills. Curse attacks won't hurt it. Looks like hitting its weak point isn't an option.
Did I use the wind to... Oh no, I just don't have it. Okay. There, I guess.
Weak to fire skills.
I have fire. I have fire powder.
Oh, what the?
Oh, right. Okay, it's fine. Just snoozing, it's okay.
You dumb pig bastard. You stupid animal. You can't get around your dead friend.
I do enjoy the body block. But at the same time, them like multiple zombies trying to like fit through a doorway. To like just try to even get to a door. And I close it on them. Sometimes one of them just kind of clips right through the door. Pops up on my side anyways, and I'm like, what the? Close the door, what are you doing? Stop it.
Like, what the hell? What in the darn tiddly doodly?
And like if they're close to the door, sometimes they don't attack it right away. They just kind of stand there and their head like pokes through the door, clips through a little bit so I can slap it or shoot it. I mean, it's nice because I can do it without waiting for them to break the door a little and shoot through the hole, but it's like, game, what are you doing?
Game, what do you mean this game doesn't have fertilizer? There's bags of fertilizer everywhere in this house.
That's what you think. How do you know there's fertilizer in the bags?
True. You right. Whoa, fire.
Oh, an enemy! And it looks strong.
Are you constantly looking at Cirque and Stream?
Yes.
There you go.
Why?
I assume we want you to see something. Yes. Oh, they didn't say why.
I'll
I'm
reveal
looking.
your true form.
Playing Minecraft.
Maybe he doesn't want you to see something, I don't know. But
Playing Minecraft.
The first one is ours.
I can't read that. It's in a different language.
oh, come on. What? Why can't you read that?
I don't
I can
know.
read his chat messages. Why can't you read his stream stuff?
I think Sirkin's going off though.
What's he doing?
Playing PvP online.
Oh, he's doing that. Ayo. Beat their ass.
No, rip.
Oh. Also, something I'm gonna use to my advantage with making my game is that I have access to 3D modeling software as well as knowing how to animate, so I can do weird, silly animations. Hell yeah!
I love that when a zombie tries so hard to get to me, so it breaks down like the strongest thing he can, and when it gets to me, it just fucking dies in one hit. Yo, I got some super corn.
Oh, I found 2 ears of super corn once. I was like, what the hell? What do I do with this? I'll save it, I guess.
Super corn. Super corn. Look at that dog photo. How cute that good boy.
Yeah, a new move. Okay.
Like for the menu, I want it to
Definitely
be
someone's
Keep it up.
me taking out a real sketchbook and the menu drawing on it. What? Oh, that'd be cool. And then after that, animation, you can select options. That'd be dope.
I like that.
A little bit of stylization in a game's never bad.
Pretty creative.
I'll reveal your true form.
Could make your mod stand out too.
Alright, the first move is ours.
Oh yeah, if it made mods in the same kind of style. Oh yeah. Were you normal to me? You may be normal. Wait.
I don't see a weakness.
Let's go.
I will consume you.
Oh, 14.
Let's go.
Don't
All right.
slap.
Who, me?
No, this angel.
Should have done it.
Oh.
I don't want him to slap me. He's 5
Oh,
levels
I
above
could've-
me.
Yeah, kill the zombie. He's in Devore. Stop.
Irritable.
You're
That's the
under
last
Brandon?
one. No, I'm not.
Don't lie.
I'm not.
Come on. Be honest.
I am being honest. I have no
You're in
interest.
Devore.
I have no interest.
You're in Devore.
I have no interest.
You're in Devore.
I am not.
Okay.
Gatekeeping, gaslighting girl bosses over here.
What?
Oh my god, there's so many dead bodies in here. I'm just gonna eat all of them.
Wait, like, why is that not a perk?
I don't know.
Why is it life siphoning instead of body eating?
You know, I don't know. Let's get back to the devs on that one.
Yo, Pence, what the fuck?
Yo, you pimpy assholes. What the hell, man?
Book in all caps. I stopped paying attention for 1 second. What'd you tune into?
What?
The void thing?
Yeah, what did you come back into? Yeah, the void.
Was it the void or was it the body eating? Because if it's the void, it's not true. If it's the body eating, it should be true.
Yeah, it should be true. What is this? A bunch of shit? Oh, it's dirt. Okay.
Focus.
Oh, is this a compactor? Oh, that's grim. There's just a giant cave with like a bunch of skeletons leading into it. Should I be concerned?
No. They're guiding your path, showing you the way. You know.
Oh, it's Grace. Okay. Yeah, I should be concerned.
Leading
You lied to me.
I didn't. What do you mean I lied?
I'm gonna eat you.
What did I lie about?
I don't know. You lied about not liking war.
I didn't lie about that.
You like vor.
Your Boker said in all caps, I stopped paying attention for 1 second. You were eating bodies? No, I was saying he should be able to.
Yeah. Why can't I eat this body, dude? Gatekeeping, gaslighting girl bosses over here.
You talking about Grace?
No way,
Grace. Grace is a gatekeeping, gaslighting girl boss.
Definitely a boss.
The boss of the bitches.
Yes! That settles it.
Biggest bitch in the whole world. That South Park song.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I believe it.
Yo,
but-
he's fat!
Yo.
See it.
I killed him.
Rude. What did he do to you?
Show me your true form.
Oh, nothing. He's just fat.
This one's weak to curse attacks.
I need to.
Remember what your old pal said. Oh, you got a friend in me. Hey, you watch Pixar movies, yeah?
Looking cool,
Did forever ago, but yeah.
What was your favorite one that you've seen? Chad, this goes for you too. If y'all watch Pixar movies,
Play along.
what was your favorite?
I mean, Toy Story is definitely up there. So is Bugs Life. I watch those two a lot. What would it be? What would it be? What would it be? A good stuffle. That's a little tricky.
You got it. There are good ones. Like the earlier ones are good. Out of stamina.
Now I would probably say Toy Story. Back then, I think I would say Bugs Life because I think I watched that one more. I think we had like
The
a
original
VHS.
Toy Story 1?
We had a yes.
I like Toy Story 1. It's a good one. It was scary.
The end definitely was. That's what I like about it now because it's like, oh yeah, toys trying to scare a bully. Yeah, ultimately good, but like really think about it. Holy shit, that kid's scarred for life.
That would be scary. Like, yeah, that would scare anybody in real life. I like how Woody like he does the fucking spine chilling thing where he like rotates his neck all the way.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
ugh, that's creepy.
I can feel it.
And he just flat out speaks like he's like, so play now.
Yeah,
He's just like he just gives up on the radio response. He just talks.
Yeah, he just moves and everything. So get lost.
That's terrifying, dude. But it was peak.
No, it's great. It's
Good
great.
movie. It was. It is. Not was. It is. Toy Story 1 it's good.
Good shit. Shit's pretty good.
Good, pretty shit. I mean,
Yeah. You guys really gonna believe? You guys really gonna believe the dude that's saying I like boy when he thinks shit's pretty? The nerve. The nerve.
he likes war.
the nerve.
Neobunny lore. He likes war.
He thinks shit's pretty. Don't believe him. Don't believe anything he says. Except the Toy Story thing. He's right about that.
And the
believe
fact that
anything
the
else.
Believe that too.
No, not two. Only that.
How dare you?
Okay, believe that and the thing you were saying about water a while ago. Believe those two things only, because water
What
is
did I say about
important.
water?
Drink
Oh,
it,
yeah.
Drink it or you'll beat them up.
Yeah, believe that too.
Are they all gloomy? Oh, those two are gloomy. I already have some. Okay. Well, no, that's fine. I'll take it, I guess.
Find a cave that's full of mushrooms.
Yo, there you go.
Let's pull back for now.
Yeah,
So many burnt smoothies.
so many of them. I can actually make a fuck ton.
Oh,
right
is it one of
now.
those like mines?
Yeah, it's a straight up mine.
Oh yeah, those have so many mushrooms.
I know. I gotta thank Rect for this.
Ooh.
But I'm excited to see Jen. For obvious
I mean,
reasons.
yeah, ultimately you gotta go through Rec to get to Jen.
Reveal your true form.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have
excited
to,
to-
but there's a quest literally to go to her, so might as
Yeah.
well.
Might as well. And plus, might as well get all the XP from helping out Rect.
Yeah, I mean, he does give you XP and money, so
Yeah.
and some pretty good stuff sometimes. Only sometimes.
You can do a lot of books. Books are good.
Oh yeah, no, that's one of the good things.
Baton, don't want it. I don't want this either. I'm gonna throw these away. I'm gonna inject this into myself. That's what you're supposed to do with random syringes you find in the world. You just stab yourself with them.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's this thing in Block Tales called the Pit, where when you get to refight everything, and I'm doing it with all the best items, and it's so fun because it's slowly getting harder, and I have to start trying. Block Tales be one of the only games where you can say you punch an ant. That is true. There's not a lot of games where you punch ants.
That's true. Grounded's one of them.
I was about to say, yeah, the only one I can think of is Grounded. Grounded and Grounded 2, presumably.
Oh, I imagine, yeah.
All right.
Apparently, Grounded 1 takes place in the backyard. Grounded 2 takes place in the park.
I thought you were gonna say front yard.
Honestly, that would have been pretty funny.
I mean, I wasn't sure if you thought you were gonna say it, but in my head, I was like, you were saying backyard. In my head, I was like, Grounded 2's in the front yard. You gotta watch out for a car.
You gotta watch out for the car and the road.
But no, in a park? Dang, it's a lot bigger.
Yeah, the park. That's apparently the map is apparently the quadruple the size.
We defeated them. Okay.
Quadruple. I mean, it's a park, so yeah.
And that's not including underground.
Oh, there's underground. Ooh.
Grounded 1 had underground.
Well, I never watched anybody play it, so.
Had a giant koi fish.
Oh, shit.
Joker.
That's kind of terrifying. I mean, the whole thing is, but you know.
Yeah.
Joker.
Oh, 2 keys. I need 1 more. Okay.
Are ya?
1 for each
Are
address.
ya?
That's fair. That's fair.
Wow.
Why are you so red? Stop being red. Stop be dead.
Don't be red, be dead.
Just want a game of Bed Wars. What the fuck? Sirkin said. I thought I'd be trash up
That's what,
for
yeah, that's what they're playing.
You know what Bed Wars is?
I know what Bed Wars is, yeah.
What is it? I have no idea what he's talking about.
It's like an old online Minecraft PvP map thing. Where,
Oh,
like, I think
that's-
it's your goal to get rid of their spawn point.
Oh, okay.
So they can't respawn anymore.
You know, elemental bullshit. Too long. Oh, gun. Gun. Gun the angels.
Like, imagine one day you're playing Isaac, you're playing Binding of Isaac, you know, you're running through a run, you got like, you know, you got Polyphemus, you got, what's some good items? You got Sad Onion, you got, Light from the Angel Room, you got, like, some cool items like Purgatory, or Sacred Heart,
Uh-huh.
and then you start seeing Mom's items, like you see, like, Mom's Eye,
Okay.
you see Mom's Eye, you see, Mom's Contact, Mom's Lost Contact, and you're like, ooh, these items are pretty good, and then you see, like, the silhouette of Mom's knife, but, like, you're walking up to it, and all of a sudden it's just, like, you see, like, it pop into existence, but it's not Mom's knife, it's just Mom's gun. Mom's gun.
Just one different item in Sprite. A new one. Just Mom's gun.
Mom's gun. Mom's blicky. The Glock.
The Glock.
Mom's rocking the 1911.
Good choice, good choice. Also, what year does Isaac take place in? Holy shit. I would doubt
But if
those
you really
guys
want it
really
to be
exist
old-
too much.
If you really want it to
anymore.
be old, you can rock the Grouser. If you really want it to be old.
What's the Grouser?
That's like the trench warfare pistol. Like the,
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't know that's what those are called, okay. Grouser.
Yeah.
Oh,
called a Grouser.
where is it? Block an angel.
Nice kill, Sirkin. I just saw that.
Skull. Don't move now.
See ya. Logo in all caps. OMG, Don consistently gets several Q4S every Isaac game. And I'm so jealous.
Don played as Isaac?
You would know better than I would, I guess. I don't know who Don is.
Bother with.
Oh, her.
Boku's
That's the name of her
lover.
girlfriend, right? Yeah. It's like the second time I've done that. She's mentioned Don. I'm like, who's Don? Right. Yeah. I'm so bad with names.
Hey, Boko,
Sorry.
is Dawn a trans or is she straight up like female?
Logo said, yeah, Don loves Isaac. That's cool.
That's awesome. I love it. You gotta love it when you're in a relationship with someone that has the same interests as you.
That goes a long way.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, she's trans.
She's trans too? Okay.
Oh, no, come back, come back. Let me just jump out you at once. You can take him.
Sorry if that was a weird question. I was just curious.
I'm going to hurt someone. That's Boko's next
Who
message.
said that? Boko?
Yeah.
You're gonna hurt someone. You can hurt me if you want. Draw a picture of my beans. Draw a picture of my beans on a plate. Make sure they're cooked,
Only that one.
steamed, and dried. And put them on Anthony's plate too,
I
so he
mind.
can eat them.
I'm not hungry.
Then you're gonna, well, too bad.
Oh, okay.
And shove them down your gob.
Oh,
And I'm gonna grab your lower jaw and your head to make you chew.
Uh-huh.
What, Anthony? You like Five Guys? You like five big guys? I got myself more of that one.
Oh, shit.
Where?
I like Five Guys burgers and fries. They're pretty good. It's been a hot minute since I've had them, though.
I don't think I've ever been to Five Guys
Just-
Burgers and Fries.
General dudes, though? I don't know about that.
Dudes?
Yeah. Not exactly. Not quite my forte. Quite my thing. Not quite what I want to forte in.
Not my forte.
That's definitely how that word
Forte.
works.
Forte.
Okay, so
Short.
I'm going to hurt someone. There's this one difficult mini boss in Block Tales called the... And this fight has 4 of them at once. No, I did not cut out. We don't know what they're called.
Oh.
Apparently there's 4 difficult mini bosses. So
Makes
presumably,
sense.
presumably she's going to hurt the creators of Block Tales.
You can hurt me if that'll help you feel better.
Why did it say called the... I never typed that. I don't know. I have no idea. Which is being weird, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, bicycle.
Okay.
Oh, melee mods though. Oh, or traps. Fuck, these are all. Oh, gatherer. All these were good.
Okay, it's a Komodo dragon.
Ooh, I like. Komodo dragons are cool. I'll get the bicycle. Ooh, opening trade routes. There you go. Cool.
Oh, there you go.
Show me your true form.
Man, I see your inventory. You got a lot of money now. What kind of books you got? Electrical trap or trap? Trap book? Trap book? Sledgehammer crafting skill, blade crafting, gun anvil, gatherer. Buy the anvil. Buy that. Tarp. Buy that. Oh, the water filter would have been nice too, but that's expensive as hell. Alright, I'm good.
Okay, so
I am stupid.
in all caps, Boko said, OMG. So I'm Indonesian. My uncle climbed in a Komodo dragon enclosure when he was like 7. Jesus.
Oh god. Oh no.
They were too weak to bother with.
Komodo dragons are not to be messed with.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I haven't actually seen them like do anything myself, but they always look like they would. They always look
You've
like
never
they
seen
wanted
them?
to.
Like how they eat stuff?
Nuh-uh. I know what they look like, but I've never actually seen them do anything really. I've just seen pictures. I haven't actually seen like
Oh,
videos of them
man.
doing stuff. At least not eating. I've
They're-
seen them move, I guess, like walk, but that's not. That's
They're
not
pretty
doing
fast.
stuff.
And they will straight up like I've seen one eat like a baby goat. Motherfucker just walks up to the baby goat, sniffs it, and then just opens his mouth and just grabs it and
Oh.
just eats that whole thing whole, dude, while it's screaming in there.
Hole? Oh my god.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, dude. Like Komodo dragons are not to be fucked with.
Wow. Okay, Jesus.
I ate that bitch whole. The whole entire time you heard the goat screaming in there, dude.
Oh. Ate that bitch whole.
Really did, man.
Jesus.
It was scary.
Wow.
It was disturbing to watch that.
Baby goats are pretty big too, aren't they? Like sizable?
They're pretty sizable, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Jesus.
Don't fuck with Komodo dragons. Big lizard.
Oh yeah, the fucking keeper of the enclosure hit a chicken into a car door to feed the Komodo dragon. Oh.
God.
Only in Indonesia.
Only in Indonesia.
I have so many stories from my family. Jesus.
Coco, we love you.
Yes, we do. Stay safe from the dragons.
Just wanted to remind you. So yes, please stay safe. You too, Sirkin. We love you too. So please stay safe.
Yes. Drink your water. Stop eating stale cereal.
Yeah, you stop eating stale
It may
cereal.
not be bad, but stop it.
And Boko, stay away from dangerous life, like Komodo dragons.
Leah. I don't know if that's what he actually says. Sounds like flip though.
And you too, Anthony. Don't drink expired stuff.
Don't worry, I didn't plan on to.
Okay. You see a block come out of your stuff that's not normal, don't eat it.
I'm fully aware. That's why I checked it out. That's why I
Don't
was
be
like,
like
huh,
Wade and
that's
eat
different.
a block of milk.
Oh, he did do that. What video was that? I remember him saying that. What video was
It was an
that?
Uno video. It was an Uno video.
Another man. They talked about so much in Uno.
I don't even think it was Wade that said that. It was Bob that pointed it out. Bob was like, Wade was literally taking bites out a block of milk.
Was it? I don't remember who said that, but I remember it being said. Don't remember who said it, but just nom. Must not have been too bad if he was doing that. I don't know. I can't tell you.
Alright, I'm gonna finally be able to make some burnt smoothies.
Oh. I don't live in
I don't know why it's
Indonesia,
fun to do this.
where most of my family is in Java, not Komodo, so I don't have to worry about most of my Indonesian family. But still, it's kind of dangerous out there. Just outside, so.
No, I'm talking about you too, not your family. I'm talking about you.
Well,
Your family too, though. but
she
I don't know if
did
I was-
start it with I don't live in Indonesia, so.
Okay.
Also, Block Tales has a parry feature, and I get so scared every time I have to parry. I feel that though. I get so nervous when there's a parry
Yeah, I get
mechanic in a
nervous.
game.
Yeah, I get nervous in the parry too.
They were nothing.
And when I was playing Code Vein, it's like you have to kind of press it a little early.
It also depends on like the blood veil though, because each different one
Yeah.
has like a different timing, because
Yeah, it does.
of how long it takes for it to come out.
Yeah.
I think I'm best with the spike one, like the spikes that come out the ground. I think I'm best with that one, but I've gotten better with just like the claw backhand one. I've gotten better with that one as well.
Oh, I can make a burnt smoothie with my hands? That was also a campfire. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I guess that's true. You don't. No, do you? What are the ingredients? Mushrooms, obviously.
Burnt. We need 5 coal, 20 plant fiber, 5 mushrooms, and 1 water.
Oh, okay. You didn't need water. Okay. Well, I guess that makes sense. With it being a smoothie, it wouldn't be hot,
Yeah.
so it wouldn't need a campfire. Okay.
Imagine just going up to someone, like, or going to someone's house, and you know, like they're getting smoothie, like they're like, I'm making a smoothie, and they pull out some water, and you're like, oh, can I have some too? And they're like, yeah, sure. They just get out a lump of coal and just start dropping it in there. Throw some mushrooms, and then fucking just go outside and get some grass and just throw it in there.
Yeah, yeah. Like, You like just shake it up a little bit. All right, there you go.
Alright, here's your smoothie. I'll pass. Thanks, though.
Yeah, no, I'm not
thirsty. I'm good.
I'm not
Thanks.
thirsty. I'm not hungry anymore. I'm good. You know, I
Yeah,
ate a
I'm
little
good.
before I got here, which is now starting to settle, so I'm feeling the full.
Thanks, but no thanks. Appreciate it, though. You just said you wanted some smoothie. I know, but I'm good.
I'll have some next time. I'll have some next time. I'll have some next time.
Yeah, I'll have some next time. Promise. Never goes back.
I haven't even looked at what you need to make the other smoothies because I've only just gotten to the burnt forest, so.
Let me have a look for you here. So what is it for the burnt biome? It's the burnt smoothie. For the desert, it's an oasis smoothie, which you need aloe vera, oil shale, or aloe vera leaf, oil shale, mushrooms, and water.
Oil.
Alright, let's go.
Yeah, put oil in your smoothie.
Oh man, okay. Oh man, okay. There's always one questionable ingredient in these, it seems like.
Then for the snowbite, you need a frostbite smoothie, which needs 5 blueberries, 5 snowballs, animal fat, and water. And then last
that's-
for the
It's pretty tame.
that one's like makes sense. That one sounds like a smoothie.
Yeah.
And then for the wasteland, you need oh God. You need an
Oh.
atomic smoothie,
Tom.
Your true form.
which needs keep that super corn. You need
Oh.
yucca fruit, super corn, bottle of acid, and radiated mushrooms.
Oh. Oh, so I should keep some yucca fruit on standby as well. Oh.
Keep yucca fruit and keep that super corn.
Good. Yeah, I got 2 of them.
Yeah, keep them. You're gonna need them.
Oh man. Acid and atomic mushrooms.
Let me just pour some acid in my tea.
Oh man. Holy shit.
Alright, well imagine that then, like, you know, you're going to your friend, you go to that same friends and you're like, hey, you got any other smoothie flavors?
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, I got you. You know, they don't even get water this time. They just get like a bottle of acid and just stick some corn, fruit, and some radiated mushrooms in there and shake it up. And they're like, hey, you want this? Like, oh.
What the? At that point, you would have to just call them out. What the fuck is that? You actually see them
Where'd you even
putting
get that
acid
from?
in there. You gotta call that shit out. There's no way you don't. You're like, what are you doing? Where did you get that from? What is going on?
Yeah, like, where?
Yeah, where?
Who hurt you?
Where'd you get the acid? Where did you grow these mushrooms? Where'd you
Should I
find
call
them?
somebody?
A stylish victory.
Where'd you? Should I be concerned?
The answer is absolutely.
Are you drinking this every day?
Are you drinking at all? The answer,
Oh, man.
The answer to both of those would be yes.
Yes.
It would have to be. There's normal smoothies though, right?
Oh yeah, there's oh, I'm not doing this right. There's yucca juice smoothie.
Okay, that doesn't sound like that would need anything weird.
Snowball, blueberries, and yucca fruit.
Yeah, that's normal.
That sounds healthy
Yeah, that probably is healthy. Oh,
and consumable.
definitely consumable. Safe. I mean, look, if we're being technical here, everything is consumable once.
Yes, like poop.
Yes. Oh, I love that. I love that. The timing of that. You were like, including poop, and I was like, yeah, and Joker just said, no.
No.
No. Fuck your shit. And with attacks, where you have to parry multiple times in a row to not take damage, and it feels so good when I get an amazing on each parry. Usually I just get okays, and they only make you take 50%. I heard that you said that you love me, but I was getting beaten up by assholes and teamed in a solo game, so couldn't say no need to love me, so saying it now. Also, chapter 2 has like 3 mini bosses, and so it has to be, and so it is so hard without healing pads.
Ooh, without healing, look at this gamer over here.
Right. Champing the way through.
That doesn't change what I said though. I'm still gonna say it. I still gonna say that we both love you. I'm gonna say that. That doesn't change anything.
I don't think they were trying to.
I know.
Something. What's the word? Dispute that.
Refute.
Or refute. Yeah. Just they were getting beaten up. So. Also, it was Serkin that said the whole getting beaten up by assholes thing.
Oh.
Oko said was talking about the pay ring and chapter 2 mini bosses.
Okay.
All right. Easy win. They were nothing.
Thank you for clarification.
I try to read chat sometimes. And try to read it
I don't have a
correctly.
cat to read.
You think, even though it's been a bit sporadic, you think I'd have a better hang of this? Just reading chat, but no. Some things just don't change.
You should. What are you doing?
I should change.
Okay, good.
I'm trying.
Oh, duh, let me fucking drink my smoothie. I'm just walking here and all.
Oh man, I'm so glad I went through all that work to make this smoothie. Now I can look at it as I walk through this desert forest, this burnt forest. Oh, it looks so pretty. What's that smell?
What's that smell? Why does it smell of burning sulfur?
Why is my throat on fire?
Oh, I like that the zombies are actually on fire. That's cool.
Oh, you hadn't walked in it yet, actually?
No.
Yeah, no, that's what I was talking about with all the smoke. The screen actually smokes up a little bit when the debuff
No,
starts
I mean,
going on.
I mean the zombie. I've seen the smoke effect. I'm talking about the zombie.
The new
You saw
zombie
that
on
he was
fire.
actually like on fire.
Yeah, it sprints too, and it sets
Yeah,
you on
it did
fire.
sprint.
So
It didn't hit me.
don't
but
let it
I
touch
did
you.
see that.
It will set you on fire. I don't know
I
if it's
didn't
chance or
plan on it.
guaranteed, but every time it smacked me, it set me on fire, so it's probably guaranteed.
I didn't plan on having it hit me, but now I know. I
I
wonder
mean,
then if like
I do-
if the other ones will have like nice zombies, like if the snow biome will have like a frosted zombie or something. I wonder.
Just make it slow me down. Don't get frostburn.
Oh, not frostburn. Sorry.
Debuff. AoE debuffs in that game suck in our fast as. Please not another.
I'm looking at my Asian character.
Looking at Asians.
A treasure chest!
Beans in my butt. Beans in my butt.
I want them to add a first-person mode while riding like your vehicles, like your bike or whatever. I want a first-person mode for that. I don't know why. I just want it.
I wouldn't mind one either.
It's not a thing. I guess at one point there was a glitch where if you were on a ladder, climbing a ladder, and you got on the bike from the ladder, you would stay in first person. But I tried that and it didn't work.
Oh, I patched it.
Either patched it or I somehow did it wrong. I don't know.
No.
All right, Jen. I'm here. I'm here to touch you. I mean, look at your stock. Hi, Jen. Oh, man. I'm here to look at you. The Byington residence.
It is kind of cool
Oh,
that
the
they
night
say
on
the
this.
name of the place, but it doesn't really help me. It's cool though.
It does give more life, so I'm
Yeah.
cool with it.
Yeah, because if they're setting you somewhere, you would think they would know where it is, so they would just tell you.
Yeah. That's how it is in real life. In real life, if someone sends you somewhere, they say the place name.
Who's that?
Yo, Jen, I just found some money in your wallet. I'm gonna sell it back to you.
What is this?
I'm gonna give it to you for a price.
Oh, it's funny.
Shit!
It is pretty funny. Yeah.
Treasure thing's gotta be in here.
I can make pumpkin pie now.
Hey, what is this? It's floating in the air.
I got you, Jen. I'll protect you.
That's the
What is
treasure.
that?
We finally found it.
It's the treasure.
Is that a bear? That's
Oh.
a fucking bear.
Hold on a second.
I did see a bear in the burnt forest, close to where I found Janet. It was a bear just kind of roaming around.
Before we can steal it.
I didn't mess with it because it's a bear, but I did see it. I kind of forgot about
Scary.
it. Though. I'm not used to seeing a bear in there.
We'll first need to make the real person aware.
Gag
that
now,
desires
breathe
are
longer?
not a
What?
treasure.
Why did it tell me that?
Cautious that their desires might be stolen.
Did you drink your thing? Did it wear off?
I did a bit ago.
Oh,
Be warned.
maybe it has it worn
Tell
off.
them they're going to
No,
steal
it's got 4
your
minutes.
heart.
Oh,
So we're gonna send a calling card?
I don't know.
Totally what a band would do.
Once
I want
we do
this.
that, the
I
treasure
want
will appear for
these.
certain.
Shotgun weekly?
That again?
Yeah, I'll
Either
take one.
way, sounds like it's worth giving it a shot.
So yeah, Boko said, for some reason telling you I suck at pairing, maybe get an amazing 6 a row. I have shit healing, so I'm scared. I have to do 2 mini bosses. Usually before mini bosses, they put healing packs. Oh no. You got it though. You got it.
I believe in you, yeah. I believe in you.
Damn right.
Once we send out the calling card, there will be no turning back.
They'll take
Just let me know
backsies?
when you're ready. We'll head back to the hideout and send out that calling card.
I'm gonna kiss someone.
Ooh.
Well then. Oh,
I knew it.
Oh, my smoothie wore off.
Did we doing that, unfortunately. I
Yeah.
just had the premise smoothie. I don't want to heal because that makes me feel like it's warp, but I probably should. Healing's healing. I don't care how it makes me feel. If I need help, I get that help.
Yeah, healing is healing.
Okay, how good at the game I am. If I see health, I restore.
Hello. Why are you running? Oh, you got Samantha eyes. Samantha, let him go. You're just a dude.
Wait a second. Are you sympathizing for a dude? Wait a second.
You're right. Let me bash his brains in.
Exactly. Do what must be
Oh,
done.
he's got no head. Okay.
Oh, well.
So no head?
Nah.
Ah! I'm on fire! Ah! Ah! Okay, I'm good.
this is a good position.
That hurted, my dude.
Yeah, it's not good.
Your true form.
Do be pain.
I like. Oh, hello, cop. I'm gonna just beat the shit out of you. He's dead. I like the new flag icon.
A new flag icon for what?
Like for when you're getting to a goal when you start a mission.
Oh, the thing that you interact with.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is cool. I saw that. I was like, ooh, it's no longer a floating icon. No longer a floating question
like
mark.
it.
It is cool.
It is cool.
For some-
Ow, my face!
It's weird. Like it hasn't been all of them, but for a good number of like digging quests, it's been in the middle of a road. I don't know what the deal with that is. I mean, it's fine because it turns to dirt. The circle turns to dirt, which is weird looking, but
It's fine.
let's see here. I'm at 4 HP with poison. I need heals.
You're healing.
Sirkin said, I heard that Robbie said he wants to kiss someone.
I do.
Oko said in all caps, OMG, never mind. I thought the heals were trash, but they're the best if you are fighting poison enemies. Sirkin said, I can be the volunteer.
Sure, come here.
And then Pogo said, oh wait, I have revive cards, I just don't have equipped.
Oh.
I mean, you
What are you
clearly
doing?
didn't need them though, because the healing worked, yeah?
Nothing.
What was that? Oh!
You need to
What
be
the
level
fuck?
11
What'd you do that
before calling card time, so... Do a tiny bit of
I need a
grind.
better bat.
Nah, I died. Oh, damn, okay.
Oh man. Anthony, you jinxed her.
Also, what I do?
I don't know.
Fuck.
You didn't kiss her.
I still... Why?
Some trash. I don't really want these. I don't need them anyway.
And I have to redo all the mini bosses. Hey, at least it's free money. Oh, there you go. You keep your money? That's good.
I like money. I like money.
I think everybody likes money.
Money's nice.
Especially free money. Ayo.
Oh, hell yeah, free money. Give me that shit.
Yeah, I'm missing a level
What is
somewhere. I've yet to go to the secret
Ooh.
area.
Love book.
I know it's down there too. I just gotta find it, but I can't find it.
I like this flooded crypt area. It's nice.
I need to get in there as well, but I don't know. Hey,
Something.
Oh, that was it. Okay. Oh my. Hello.
Your true form.
Batman wants a kiss. Oh, I don't got one for you.
Token said I have joined the mini game that I am really good at, and I've been slashing the innocent regular players so hard that my arm hurts. Oh wow.
Oh my goodness. That's how you know you're going in.
I mean, you gotta teach the noobs a lesson.
You gotta make sure that they know who you are.
Loco said I don't buy things, so I'm just waiting for chapter 5 to add more cards.
Alrighty.
Is there like a planned number of chapters for this? At least as far as the audience
Is that
goes.
like a what's it called? What do they call that?
Episodic?
That's something similar, but a roadmap. There you go. Is there a roadmap?
Oh, there we go. Yeah. For the the content overall. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, I missed this opening.
I did not last all 7 minutes.
It takes the remaining 2 whatever and just acts as if you never used the smoothie. Like it's still
that's
there,
true.
but it adds that but it counts the 230 that you would have if you hadn't drank it before going in.
That's crazy.
I noticed that when
So
I drank
just lose
one.
5 minutes.
It's a little bit of a liar.
A little bit.
A little bit of a liar. He hasn't lied about anything else so far, so yeah, just a little bit of a liar. Just a little. Un poco.
Just a little bit of a liar.
Yeah, there's 10 chapters. Oh shit. But it's not really story based. Token said I feel so bad because they look so cute and fluffy getting into the fight and trying to beat me up, and in 2 seconds they start running away scared as fuck and I have to chase them.
Oh,
Gotta show them who's boss.
yeah, you gotta no feelings here. Just pure instincts.
No pain, no
Pure
gain.
animal instincts.
No pain, no gain. They're not gonna learn to play if they don't learn the pain.
Yeah, they're not gonna experience the true battle elsewhere unless you show it to them.
The book of said each chapter is like each story of you getting a new sword. Oh shit. So far we've got the Ice Dagger, Venom Shank, Ghost Walker,
Venom.
and Firebrand.
Oh!
Just building an army of
You
swords.
fucker.
This is Final Fantasy 15. I didn't mean for this. You guys believe me, right? Stop trying to put us to sleep.
Let's go.
Dang, that scared me actually.
Oh, I can't knock him down. Shit.
Book? Bone, I don't want those. What is this?
Dude, what?
Oh, AP slugs. Ew. Crack a book box? Oh, you know it's gonna be good.
Oh, there's not. Oh, that's not an angel. That's a
fuck
succubus.
yeah.
That's why.
Oh, fuck yes. My
Lights.
beans are delicious. Gloves.
There we go. I don't think you can do an all-out attack when surrounded, but I can still slap him down. Yeah. Yeah. They're all swords from the game Sword Fight on the Heights by former Roblox admin John Shedletsky?
Shaletsky?
Shedletsky.
Yeah, Shedletsky.
Shedletsky, yeah.
Sorry if that's offensive. If I were pronouncing it wrong or something. Oh, we're trying to trade a jam.
Okay, that's cool though. They took former Roblox admin. Okay, that's cool though. Was that like a completely separate,
Where you going, dude?
separate thing from this game? Okay. Wait, alright. It's ski in the end.
Okay.
Shedletsky.
Shedletsky.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
I don't know about that one.
Okay.
He's the purple guy from Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh no. He always comes back.
He always comes back.
No matter what media.
No matter the media, he will be there.
Games,
In your
books,
shower.
movies apparently.
In your shower.
In your shower. You think you shoot him off, but no, he's right back in the next time you shower.
I'm getting
You don't take a shower tomorrow.
Well, you know, if you do, just make sure you like punch a shower curtain or something before you go in there. Just make sure that there's nothing on the other side.
Yeah. Well, let me get all this coal from these things. I just realized that there's coal everywhere here. Check out all this.
Yo.
Make more burnt smoothies if I can. This is more fiber.
Fiber.
Yeah.
Go punch some grass.
I am.
Oh. Stop doing that.
No.
They need to stop.
I'm kidding.
Alright, fine, yeah. You're screwing over Anne then.
Oh, poor Anne.
Oh, she don't like her, I guess.
Whoa!
then.
Oh God! You fucking mother humper! Fuck you and your dog.
Karma?
Alright, let's go.
Scared me. His head's
Question mark?
missing.
Oh.
I took his head off and threw him like 500 yards away from me.
Though. And he was still like, nah, I'm coming back.
I'll reveal your true form.
No, he's dead. He's super dead.
Oh, that was before.
better be in there.
Okay.
If he's not and he gets like that, I'm be scared. For life.
Okay, Sirkin said, Robbie, if you have like a free second, you can slide your eyesight to my stream and see how innocent gets murdered.
I honestly, I did see earlier there was this person that was fighting you, and then I did see them turn around and freak off, and I just saw you relentlessly pursuing them. I was like, I didn't say it out loud, but like I did that thing where you like raise your eyebrows and you open your eyes wide. I just said under my breath, "Wow, ruthless." No shit, like no fucks given about the safety of that person or their mental health. You're just like, hey, come over here, and if you're gonna run away, I'm gonna chase the fuck out of you. You are not getting away from
That
me.
was a little
not
too easy.
a concerning thought in those eyes.
No.
Only blood.
Suriken's eyes were full of bloodthirst.
Your true form.
Dude, I watched this video and all the comments are, Futaba, what are you doing? I'll send it. What'd you just send me?
Futaba. Would you kiss Futaba? Probably not. I
No,
wouldn't.
she's like, what, just entering high school? Yeah.
Yeah, no thank you.
Let's not. I
know
mean,
who
all
would
of them are in high school, so no. None of the Phantom
including Kawakami.
Thief gang. She is technically in high school, yes.
Yeah, she's technically in the high school.
Technically. She a super student?
Victory.
Super student. She's over there looking at Joker. She's like I'm just gonna say Joker. I know it's not his name, but like he doesn't really have a name unless you go to the anime that his name is Ren. But you know what? I'll call him Ren. She just like Kawakami just looks at Ren and she's like, Ren, where is my super book? Where is my super book?
There's my super book. What, because she's the teacher?
Yes.
It should be Super Suit because she's a maid.
Oh yeah, where's my super suit? Fuck you! Stop hitting me.
Oh jeez, I'm just slapping my phone trying to open this. Who it? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Okay. I'm looking at. Oh, I'm looking on my phone because now what I'm looking on. It's called ready to connect to my PC. Not PC, but the whatever. Where? Oh, where'd it go? There it is.
Ah, I'm on fire.
Gonna mute Discord and OBS real quick, just in case. Oh, that's loud. Ah, loud. I can't control the volume. No, not you, the video. I can just mute and unmute. I can't, there's no volume slider. What is this? My TikTok sucks. Ugh. I don't have it. It was sent to me. It was the Futaba thing. Someone cosplaying as her saying who is number one? Okay. Was that Teto at the end? I think there's... No, the Vocaloid Teto. The red hair, the spirals. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was the first name. But yeah, her, it looks like. Along with maybe Ren and then some... Is that Miku? I can only see like half her face and like none of her hair. But it's blue, so I'm assuming that's Miku. Right? Okay, just go to OBS unmuted. Okay, that makes sense though. Why will be saying Futaba, what are you doing? I keep okay.
Shuriken's kind of going off right now.
He's murdering.
Just chasing down this person. Well, they're chasing him. They're chasing them down, kinda.
Logo in all caps. I keep pressing the button that makes me invincible for a turn instead of killing everyone, and it wastes all my sword energy. Oh no. So against that, okay, this time I got a sweaty tryhard against me and actually lost. Logo.
Oh.
It's an AI Vocaloid song that she's singing. Oh, okay. That'll explain why there is Teto, Miku, and Ren. I think that's the sister.
Ren.
Right, it's Ren and Len.
Yeah.
The siblings.
Okay. Oh, permanently removes the negative effects of smoke inhalation in the burnt forest? Ooh.
Oh, you didn't know what the badges did?
No.
Yeah, the badges let you travel through freely, basically like it was before the new update.
Good. That's awesome. Cool. Okay. So I don't need to bring these burnt smoothies anymore.
That's why I only made the one in case that's all I needed. In case.
Well, I mean, I have them now. I might just keep them as like an antique.
A souvenir. Souvenir of good travels.
Souvenir, yeah. Man, dude, I love this game. It's so fun.
It's pretty cool.
Oh. If this game were a person, I'd kiss the person.
I believe it.
I'd probably make out with them. Something some tongue, maybe. You want to join, or are you good?
But the game itself, I think I'm good.
Me?
Kind of
A long pause.
Kind of a dude, so...
Yeah, but I'm a god.
That is true. But didn't you make me?
Yeah.
And that was technically making my dad.
What, you want to slip your dad's?
Yeah.
Ow, getting fucking my ass beat.
You still wanna go down that path? You wanna keep on going? The way you wanna stay there? There's something you're not telling me.
Oh man.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I got infected while laughing, dude. Fuck me.
As you should.
Oh man.
I hope the bees get you. Have you seen the bees yet?
No, I haven't.
Go chop down some of those stumps that have a chance of giving honey.
Are they like big or are they small?
They're small, but there's a lot.
Oh, okay. I've been smacking those down. I haven't yet seen bees.
Really, the second one I smacked down, I got bees. I was so
I
surprised
destroyed,
too.
like,
I was so surprised too, because I was just, you know, I know that there's a chance to get honey out of them, so I've been smacking everyone I see. So,
I just
you
read,
know,
like,
I
most of those
smacked
already.
down one and, you know, nothing happened. So I kept on going. I see another one, and this is on the way to where I ended up making my Pine Forest base. And I'm suddenly getting attacked. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? I turn around, there's bees suddenly. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't know where they came from, but when I smacked down another one sometime later, I just saw bees pop out of it. I was like, what the fuck? There's bees. They hurt.
We're done. Let's go.
I mean, as they would.
Yeah, but like, why are they attacking me?
Can rest here.
I mean, bees attack you if you disrupt their home.
Yeah,
Disrupt their home.
yeah, but they must be like freshly made homes or something, because even if honey does not come out, bees may still pop out. They don't give a fuck.
I'll just end this.
Well, I've destroyed like tons of those logs already.
Oh my
and I've
god,
yet
I
to see any bees.
found plenty of bees. What the fuck?
Found none.
That's interesting.
I was gonna say I was hoping because there used to be bees in this game, but they were removed at one point. But they were big. They were like the size of like a dog in this game,
Ready?
Ooh.
and they were pretty terrible.
Yeah, no, it's just a swarm of normal-sized bees. Doesn't take much to kill them either. One power attack with the spear was enough to take him out. Same with the sledgehammer.
Oh, what the heck? You can just slap them. That's weird.
But oddly enough, because you know, I did happen to find a toilet gun. Like 5 shots of those did not kill him, so I don't know what's up with bullets and bees.
I mean, I imagine trying to shoot a bee with a bullet is like trying to. It's not an easy thing in your life.
Okay, but when I'm connecting the shots, I physically see the like, you know, blood sputter being hurt. What's going on? Why does one spear stab get rid of a whole swarm, but one bullet does not?
I
I just question the
I
bees'
couldn't-
resistances to bullets, that's all.
couldn't tell you. There's a snake somewhere.
Ooh.
Oh, it's in this room.
You got a knife?
Yeah, I do.
Oh. I found the lever for this
Here,
thing yet. I
here. Just in case I have food. Or just in case I find food.
No, I still can't get this. Where the hell did I find this at?
Kiss? Kiss? Bag. The bag of the nasty.
Where's this lever? I found it the very first time I played this game. I know that. So what the hell is it? Is it out here maybe?
I don't know if that animation's been in the game for since it was released. I'm not sure.
Which one?
The one for when you use steroids. You like inject the needle into yourself.
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I've never used steroids in that.
Oh,
I never wanted to.
I've been using them.
I just always either put them away or sold them.
I can feel it.
I've been using them pretty frequently. They're there. I might as well use them so I don't get encumbered.
See, or you say that, I sell them. That's money. It's not a lot of money, but not a fair amount of those, so it adds up.
It does add up, yes. Get out of here, nerd.
It's okay. Wait. Soken said I took revenge on the tryhard because I'm also a tryhard. Outplayed.
Outplayed.
Oh,
You
Boko,
got him.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Buckeye. I missed you.
Whoopsies.
Ooh, finally. Oh, you just straight up gave me a bat. I mean, mine's better level, but you know.
I tried.
Thank you. Some dog food.
I can feel it.
Was it this? Ooh, I think this is it.
Got some barbs from my
Yeah,
bat.
that's it. Okay, cool.
Shotgun Messiah box.
Nice observation.
I know what I'm looking for here.
Steel club parts.
I just hope I don't lose. I don't have to do all this again.
gonna give this zombie a kiss on her lips.
I would not.
On her infected lips.
But that's just me.
But that's just a theory. A gay theory.
Thanks for... thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Right up the mountain. Because apparently you can jump on a bicycle now. Fuck.
You can ramp it with a bike, if that's what you mean. You can definitely ramp it. I've had to repair my bike once already.
Yeah.
It's not like broke, but you know, it got down to like 30 something. I was like, oh, okay, let's chill.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Alrighty, this dude. Magic. Wait, can I... How do I can use the magic, right? There's a way to use the magic. Pretty sure there is. Choose default since you have the highest endurance. Oh, skill. There we go. So, here's a good old deer. GG. Oh. Fun little fact, actually. This room was once an unused room in the base Persona 5. I have this thing where I like to go on the cutting room floor and just look at unused game stuff. And this was in there. This room was in there. It was very surprising to see this room reused in Royal.
Joker.
Do it.
What?
If I play it with the teammate, we sweep everyone. If not, 50-50. I was there to get eyeliner because I'm alt and it looks cool. And a scrub so my skin wasn't so rough. Like the plays I lose against my level of skill, it's just a matter of luck to win. No, it's luck. No, it's... I mean, luck games can be cool, but I don't know. These kids were getting makeup for who knows why. I generally can't see why someone that little would need makeup. Who are you trying to impress? I wish I could tell you. Not that one. I need to go back to you, actually. Sakimitama. Alright, I did not fight this thing with AI allies last time, so we'll see how this works. Yo. Hold on, let me open up. I'm gonna touch on my phone for a minute so I can scroll back up and read a few comments I know I missed. I just don't want to tap out the game because it pauses the game. It's annoying.
I don't see a weakness.
That makes sense. Stream manager. Show me my chat. I was at an alto today and I felt so out of place. Little message. Clip the funny thing. I'll have to look at that. This is my first time in an alto because I needed something and I felt like a fish out of water. It's so hard to 1v1 in a 2v2 game. I imagine so. Saw a bunch of like 7-year-olds getting makeup. Oh, they were that little. Jesus. That's wild. What the hell? I was there to get eyeliner. Oh, I read that. Like the players I lose against are my level of skill. It's just a matter of what to win. Oh, I read that too. It's so cool. I just hate losing, especially if it's not even my fault. I mean, that's fair. I get that. Losing when I didn't do shit. That's always unfortunate. Who's good with magic? It's Angel. It's Angel. Who's live? You're live. Cool. Yo, that was so much easier fighting it now instead of like 2 or 3 levels back. When you've caught up. Yo. Is my clips on in here? Oh, I can create a clip in here. Look for a second. Oh, there's gotta be an option to stop that, because that's annoying. Whoa, hey, exit that. Ooh, where'd it go? There it is. Yo. Curious what part you clipped. No, just take me to the, oh my god, no, what did I click on? What did I click on? Stop it. Let me just watch it. Wait. Oh, that, okay. Also, hold up, now I'm slightly concerned. Hold on. Let me tap into my own stream real quick. Hold up. Can I can't go back while the stream's going, god damn it. It's annoying. Okay, move that over. Oh my god, has it been echoing this whole time? Has it been echoing this whole time? Oh! Has it really been echoing this whole time? Oh my god. Why? What's up with the audio mixer? Did I not audio mix? That's that. Wait.
I'm here.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, I'm sorry, Boko. I didn't realize you were sending me stuff.
Okay, tab out. Play. Is it really?
Oh, goodness.
Oh my god, has it been echoing
Oh,
this
never
whole
mind. I
time?
closed Roblox and I fixed. Markiplier's gonna be live?
Oh my god, wait, that's... Oh my god. Why is that on? I turned that off.
Are you okay?
Oh, I wanted to see what Sirkin clipped.
Oh.
So I watched it. It was the whole you wanting to kiss the game thing in my response. But I heard echoing in the clip. So I was like, is that his end or my end? It was fucking my end. God damn it, nobody said anything.
Oh, you were echoing this whole time?
I've been echoing.
Man.
I've been echoing. Because it was when I was in a fight, so I just heard Mona. I heard Mona saying, "Time for my persona," and like, you know, echoing over himself. I was like, oh. I fixed it. Somehow my separate game audio thing re-enabled itself for some reason.
Oh man, haven't you had that problem before?
Not since I got the soundboard.
Oh,
I've had it.
that sounds familiar.
I've had issues with it before, but it was before the soundboard, so it was like, I don't remember what the other issues were.
Oh, dude, I'm fucked.
Oh.
I just realized my fucking
What happened?
my level in the game stage. I'm fucked.
Oh, what are you at?
I'm currently level 36, but the game stage is level 81. I'm fucked, dude. That's terrible.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. The game thinks I'm that good.
Okay, the issue's fixed. Good. God damn it. I mean,
There's gotta be a
you
way
are
to
clearly
fix
that
that
good.
like, permanently.
I mean, there's
Like,
a
to not have the echo. Turn it back on.
With my new OBS scenes, the solution is super simple. Just delete that separate audio channel.
Oh, okay.
Because I had it because during starting soon screens, I would just use the game music that was playing.
Right.
Like
Menu theme.
Listen up.
yeah, like the Risk of Rain 2 main menu theme. I would just have that play as the music. But other times I would have different music playing, so I would just mute that. But since everything's going through the soundboard and I have a little playlist of music for my starting soon screen, I can just delete that. Right, this is its own.
Excuse me.
Oh, dare you?
Sorry.
In front of my salad?
I burped in your salad.
Please no, please no.
Flavor, dude. It's flavor.
I don't know about that.
It's Rob flavor.
How do I go to delete this? I'd wait till the end of
Yummy.
stream, but I don't want to wait. I wish to no wait.
Hmm.
Oh wait, it's part of that, isn't it? Can I just permanently turn it off then?
Oh, I remember that.
Oh wait, no, I know what to do. I mean, I'll mute it, but I can just turn the thing all the way down. There we go. Negative infinite.
Negative infinity.
See, I mean, I'm glad that the echoing didn't bother you, Sir King, but it bothers me. As the creator, it bothers me. As the source, it bothers me.
Understandable.
I want the shit to be as smooth as possible, and echo is not the smoothest. It could be worse. It could definitely be worse.
Oh yeah, but I don't know. You got kind of. Yeah, I guess you got like kind of lucky. Pseudo lucky.
Yeah, that's the solution. Are you rewatching your VODs? Sometimes I kind of click around them, but I don't always. I haven't really watched like a full VOD over again. Some of those are long. I just don't have time for that.
I can make fucking 40 grilled meat, and it's to take 50 minutes. Wow.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay, good. Lowering it still. Didn't do anything. Cool. Okay. I was watching the clip you made, Zerg, and that's how I knew about the echo. If not, that would have gone on for the rest of the stream, which I mean, I'm already 4 hours in, so probably a little too late, but...
4 hours already? Jeez.
4 hours, 7 minutes, yeah. And I'm still in Kamoshida's palace. I've been in here this whole time.
Time goes by fast.
Time goes by fast, and palaces are not short. Oh, my client is live. What the hell? What's he doing? AI fight night? What the fuck? It was only the game that echoes. I know. I don't want the game to echo. I don't want anything to echo. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm going back up. I'm going back up. Fuck you. I'm going back up. It worked.
Rude.
He had a sword.
You said fuck me. Like you're talking to me, right?
No. I was talking to the shadow with the sword and shield. I was gonna stab me.
I know. I'm just pulling your balls.
Please don't.
Yeah, that probably hurt.
Yeah.
I would clench, and I'm the one doing it to you.
Just feel my pain without even being remotely inflicted. Inflicted on. Okay. Which way to the safe room so I can leave the palace? You say nerd bitch? Is that what you said?
No. Yeah.
Okay.
Nerd bitch.
I think that's a new one for me. I don't think I've heard that one been used, much less against me.
Nerd bitch.
Nerd bitch, yeah. Like just one right after the other like that, yeah. It's kind of new.
Nerd bitch.
That sounds like a fetish, LMAO. What? Wait, what does?
What, nerd bitch?
I
Or something else?
I don't know. I don't know, Sirkin said that. What were we talking about? Oh, you pulling my balls. No, I mean, I'm sure it is for someone out there. Not for this bunny. Definitely not for this bunny.
Not this god either. I'm good. Please don't pull on my balls.
Oh god, you can just not let that happen.
I can smite them. What are you gonna do? Pump them to death? Wait. Oh god. Stop. Stop.
Go on.
What are you gonna do? Sorry, you go ahead and say it, because you're the bunny here, not me.
What could I do? I don't fucking know. What could I do? I'm a bunny, man. At this moment, I'm literally a bunny, so... Just, you know, big. I mean, rabbits can like kick fast, right? They'll just kick you really fast, I guess. I don't know.
Yes. I think.
Oh,
Is that something bunnies can do?
I think so. Maybe?
I imagine so, because they can run pretty fast. And they're
mean-
small.
Thumper can at least, so that's one bunny.
Thumper can, yeah. I don't know. I'm dumb. My brain is small. My brain's too small for the gobbledygook in my ass. Excuse me. I'm so sorry.
Man, do I just get rid of Ice Sand? Oh no, I'll fuse him, I guess. Ugh. So lame. No, wait, Silky, get out of here.
Orson?
Ice Sand.
No, the Silky.
Nah, Silky's gone.
Oh,
It's okay, I can call her back if I need to.
she's cool.
In the Velvet Room. Silky? She's alright, I guess. I don't know.
No, she's literally cool.
Oh,
Good eyes.
well, yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah. Humping to
Rest
that
here.
death sounds like a way I want to go out. So Boko said.
I
I don't think any way to death is any way to go out, because it's gonna be painful. Because you're gonna die from it.
Let's do it.
well, I mean, unless you die in your sleep.
Yeah, but if you're getting humped to death, you're gonna wake up. You're not sleeping through that. You're not staying asleep through that. I hate to tell you.
Oh. Oh,
Unless
man.
all of your nerves are shot, literally every single nerve in your body is shot, you're gonna feel something.
Do you need something?
And it's gonna wake you up because you're like, what the fuck, I'm dying.
I don't want to be humped. I don't want to be humped to death.
Exactly. I don't want to be anything to death. Serkin said, just be the guy with the helper prefix thing, so I think that means I'm getting banned. Oh. I mean, it's a PvP thing, right? If he's in the arena with you, what are you supposed to do? Supposed to let him win? That's lame.
Yeah, that is
Let's execute. What path do you want?
baby bed wars for them. They think this is baby bed wars. Nah, Sirkin's playing.
You okay with
Sirkin's
this?
playing Ultra Bed
Not
Wars.
terrible.
Ultra.
Not impressive.
Not terrible, but not
You okay
impressive.
with this?
Great.
Looks pretty tough.
Oh, that thing. I think you can
What
natively
the-
find these in the second palace, so. Oh, Ice Send though. I need to use Ice Send for something. Which I don't want to.
Select the skills you'd
Oh,
like to inherit.
hold on. Wait, what do you?
Wow.
What do you learn?
Okay.
Persona indeed.
I wasn't expecting that. That's the first time I've seen that. Holy shit.
What did you see? Did you see the bees? Oh,
No.
Saki. Oh.
Looks pretty tough. I see.
Wow.
Strong
This,
persona indeed.
the burnt forest has a firestorm?
Oh, the Ember Storm, yeah.
That is crazy.
The badge
What
does
the
not protect you
hell?
from that. Better get to cover.
Yeah, it scared me because I heard a fucking siren going off. My screen got like all smoky with embers everywhere, and then on the top of the screen, like day 5 just disappeared, and it said in giant red letters "Seek shelter now."
Yeah,
I was like, oh my god.
Kind of just hit you out of nowhere. It doesn't last too long, but yeah, it kind of just hits you.
Dude, that scared me.
It's dope. I like it.
It's cool, but holy shit. That's insane. Well, now I know what it means by weather update.
Yeah. The storms. That's the storm setting, in case you saw that.
Dang, then what the hell is gonna be the storm in the desert and the? Well, I guess desert would be a sandstorm.
A sandstorm of sorts, a blizzard of sorts. I don't know about the wasteland though.
What the-
Acid rain.
What the wasteland? Acid rain? Oh god,
I guess
that's
the acid
terrible.
rain.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Will it gain new power?
Will it gain new
Jeez, that
power?
scared me. I'm scared. I want to go in here, but I don't.
Going where?
The burnt forest.
Oh, is this a fucked up one? I can't. Oh wait, never mind. I can't skip it.
I won't die instantly, right?
No. It does damage over time.
Okay.
Once it starts and you're in it, it'll do damage to you every like 5 seconds.
Oh, okay.
It's I don't know exactly how much it is. It's more than 1, but it's not instant.
Are you safe inside a house?
Yeah, you have to take shelter. So I guess as long as there's no holes in the roof, yes.
Okay.
Cause see what I did when I first encountered that, it was a really weird situation, right? Cause Jill,
Yeah.
Her
Jen.
area, like, her area, for me at least, I don't know if it is for you, but for me, her little, like, base camp thing, whatever, it's considered the pine forest, but she's smack dab in the middle of the burnt forest. So if I'm anywhere near her gates, I'm considered in the pine forest. The storm happened to be going on while I was in there, so when I left and got far enough away and I was considered in the burnt forest, the storm would appear.
Oh.
But when I got close enough again, the pine forest, you know, I was back in the pine forest and the storm vanished because it's not a pine forest thing.
Right.
I didn't know if the storm would progress if I wasn't in there or not, and there were no nearby houses I could run to. So what I did was, because I always keep those building block things on me, it was like just white cubes, I made myself a 3x3 enclosure and that worked. That shielded me from the storm, so presumably anything remotely with like a roof and not near a window, because I couldn't open too much of like the side just to physically see outside the little enclosure. I could open up like one space, but if I opened up too much, like on the side, I would be in the storm again, in quotes.
Okay.
It is cool looking though. I like how it looks.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Jack Frost.
I see.
These two.
A strong persona indeed.
I don't know if it's over. Just gonna keep walking in and out of this place.
Is the thing still not like the wanting thing still not there?
I mean, if it disappears when I leave the forest. When I leave the burnt forest.
Oh yeah, then you would just have to see. I could have just sat in the quote unquote pine forest and just gone in and out every now and then to check, but I really wanted to see firsthand if it would go away, or like when it went away, how fast it took, so I just made that little enclosure and sat in the storm.
Okay.
Safe, but I mean, you can just... I want to say it was at most maybe 5 minutes, maybe. Like real minutes, but I want to say it was less than that. I don't know exactly how much it was. I wasn't really counting because I was half of it. I was confused. Like, okay, what do I do? Do I chill in the fake pine forest, or do I? Will this enclosure work? So I don't know.
Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
Oh, but sure.
Looks
For strength.
pretty tough.
Magic
Select
is your
the
thing.
See
skills
this
you'd like to
debuff?
inherit.
Ember Storm. You are in a severe Ember Storm. Leave the burnt forest to seek shelter if you have the proper hazard protection.
Its power will be nothing on you now for a reaper.
Hey, do be right.
You do be right, yes. Dude, that looks so crazy. That's so cool. I like that.
It is cool. It's a cool little
Dang.
mechanic.
I gotta show my friend this shit. He loves this game too.
I was waiting so long for one of those too, because I knew that this storm thing was part of the update, so I was like, okay, now that I'm making my way through the burnt forest, when am I going to see these storms? I was just waiting and waiting, and I finally saw one. I was like, hey, finally! This is gonna insta-kill me. Fuck. Because I didn't do any research on it. I wanted to be, you know,
Surprise.
yeah.
It was a surprise for me. I didn't do any research on it at all in this update. Just went in.
No slacking off.
Oh, okay, it went away. Okay. Alright, I'm going in the forest now.
Oh, okay. So Sirkin with the helper prefix thing he saw?
Mhm.
He said, I meant that as I'm playing so good that they think I'm cheating.
Oh.
Guess that's what that means. Help as in help ban this dude, maybe? I don't know. Surely they've seen someone skilled before, surely.
Let's do it.
Yeah, hopefully they know what skill means, what the difference between being skilled and cheating is. Open this door, touch the floor, everybody do the dinosaur.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Get away from me, you dumb bird.
Fucking dare.
You aviary bastard.
Aviary bastard.
What birds are, right? Avians?
Yeah.
Aviary bastards.
Basically.
Is that a cop? What are you doing over there, you bastard?
You're arrested for shooting an avian? How dare you?
Yeah, I guess so.
I should write something.
I played this game back in the day when when they would walk up to you all zombie like and then just pull out a gun.
did they really?
Yeah,
What the hell? Why?
they should have just pulled out a gun and shot you.
I mean, that's funny. What the fuck?
It was random, but yeah, it was pretty funny.
All right.
Well done.
Oh, shit.
You missed, stupid. You're dead. Oh my god, your face is Bastion. Lovely.
Yo.
Yes.
Mind if I take a bite later?
No.
Yeah.
Hey,
You better not be getting up to any trouble. You make just one mistake and your life's over. Instead of hanging around, you should be studying or something. If there aren't any customers, you can use the shop. Is anywhere fine? Within reason, obviously. Don't touch anything in the kitchen. Damn it. If you're gonna study, you can use that table. Just don't leave the place covered in eraser crumbs, alright? Oh, that's right. One of my customers mentioned that the counter's a pretty comfortable place to read. Yeah, Sojiro.
Sojiro.
Well,
Hermit? Wait, he's not Hermit, right? He's, what is he? No, don't tell me. Don't tell me.
You're acting like I know. I don't know all the confidants. Social links.
Hermit's Futaba.
Hermit's-
He is...
I'm trying to think of. I don't know.
Damn it.
Oh yeah, the social stats. I forgot about those. Damn it.
What is he? I got this. He's... Hierophant, right?
That may be it actually. That sounds familiar. That sounds right. I'll confirm in a second.
Okay.
If I come yet, I'm pooped. It hit me like a goddamn ton of bricks right when I sat down. Well, I guess we did walk pretty far in, all the way. I'm glad we found that treasure thing though. So Kamoshida will turn into a good guy if we steal that, but either way, it's up to you when we send the card. I'll set the hideout when you're ready. Nice work, guys. See ya.
The real challenge is coming up. I hope you're ready.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's see here. Research. Goggle.
Passing gas. Sounds really weird out of context. Yes!
Yep. He muted. Okay. Well, he was right. It was the Hierophant. You remember to tell him when he gets back. That was the Hierophant, though. Sojiro was the Hierophant. He remembered it right. I would not have got that. And these crosswords. I played this game. I played this game to completion before, so I have no problems looking up some of the stuff. I did it for my video part, so I'm just gonna do it now. Persona 5 Royal. Crossword puzzles. I have no regrets.
Hey,
Done this all the way before. I don't. How school years I divided. Oh, well, that's. How do I? Okay, here we go. I think I know this one. Semesters? I actually know it, sure, but like... I'll stop to hope I'm spelling this right. Okay, that one I knew, that one I knew.
nice.
Well, okay. Funny enough, my first thought was quarters. But when I didn't see any cues, I was like, okay, it's semesters. Which works. Can I only do the one?
Man.
Okay. Look over the trivia. Okay, cool.
Hey.
Ooh.
Oh.
Hey,
Can I go out yet? No, I can't. Okay.
I.
Everything alright?
Well. Huh?
Everything alright?
Yeah.
Cool.
My parents are leaving, so I'm gonna have the house to myself for a bit.
Ooh, party.
I know, right?
7 days to party.
This calls for a sexy party. Ow!
Hell yeah.
What the wait? Ugh.
Oh, you were right, by the way.
Oh, hold on.
Well then.
I'm just gonna send the calling card tomorrow. Be real. I do these things as soon as I can. So, I don't know if there's any benefit to it or not. There anything else I can do right now? I can't do my laundry yet. You can't go outside at night until later.
Oh. That's incredible.
Yo. Oh yeah, I can use those on the bus.
Okay.
Good, I was gonna clean that up next. Oh look, that plant is still alive. We can decorate with it.
Nice.
Yo. Even a dreary room can be brightened up with the little green foliage. Let's take good care of this plant so it won't dry up and wither away.
Yeah.
This room feels a little more comfortable now. And just as I had predicted, we found a treasure, but it's a CIT TV. We can't watch any broadcasts without a tuner. It'd be a waste to just let it sit here, though. Is there a place where we can get home appliances for cheap? Yes, there are, but the boss won't let me out right now, so... Oh well. Tis what tis. I don't care about the student talk, though. Looks great. Oh.
Let's get started. Try to answer this.
Oh, questions. No, wait. Between A and B, which line seems longer? They're the same.
This is it.
I know that one. They're the same.
You
Perception
do know.
thing. I knew that. Okay. See, I don't need to look all these up, just some.
Okay.
Alright. Calling card time. Hey, where are you right now? Oh no, we're getting a forced social link from Ryuji. I think it's forced, but I'm gonna do it. I'm still at school too. I'm by the staircase outside your classroom. Think we should head into the palace today? Oh, maybe that was earlier. I don't remember. It's been a minute.
Sorry, I'm back this time, officially.
Yo, I haven't decided.
Hi.
Hey, I thought of something the other day when we were running around the palace. Maybe it's because I haven't been moving around as much lately, but I feel like I'm getting weak. We're probably gonna run into some pretty tough shadows sometime. We should try to get stronger too. Well, with this being royal, we're gonna reach upwards of like level 90s and shit, so yeah. It's sunny outside. Perfect for training.
Wow.
Pumping blood. I'll worry about the social link stuff later. Let me save
I should
first.
write something.
Make that second save file. Just in case. Never know when you need it.
Okay.
What did you say I was right about?
All right.
Oh,
All that's left
Sojuro's
now is to send out the calling
Arcana.
card and take Kamoshida's.
I was right.
Couldn't
I'm a
leave just someone
gamer.
at
I
the
will
beginning
fend you
of all
are, you are.
this.
It's
How did I remember
not
that and you
possible.
didn't?
A treasure
Nerd.
won't stay
Because you paid
here
attention
forever.
to the
Once the
Arcanas and I
treasure's
did
gone,
not.
The treasure will
I
disappear.
didn't.
Think it'll
You
last?
clearly
The only ones I
did.
remember by memory
Hell, that's like
was
no time at
actually
all.
Makoto's. That was
Just
it.
send a calling card right
Well,
now,
you
yeah?
you said Futaba's was the hermit,
Steal
so
that bastard's heart.
that one too.
Because I only guessed that because he seems like a hermit. I don't know if that is yours is actually the hermit.
This dude.
I'm gonna punch you
You can't.
with love.
You still can't.
Why, you don't want my love?
I've been waiting.
Bastard.
I'm not saying that.
Tomorrow's finally the
Don't
day.
lie.
I'm
You don't
not.
want-
Send the calling
I
card
don't
in the
lie.
morning and
Here.
carry out the plan by the end of the day.
Here? What?
Correct. The effect won't last.
Here.
Here what?
Here on the call. I don't lie here on calls.
Waited too long.
Among Us? Oh, I'm in the call. I thought you meant like here, like here you can have this.
No, here, like here, where I am right now, in the call, in this chair,
I knew that.
on this platform.
Why?
Why? wouldn't be me.
Applejack, if you keep eating all those apples, you're gonna get a wicked bad tummy ache.
I must agree.
That's what Boko said.
Did you just?
I really want to get
I was
him
gonna say, you
good.
just hit us
Let
with the
me write it.
MLP.
Come on,
That's what
please.
Boko said. I just read what she said in chat. I really want to play Block Tales, but I can't play Block Tales and watch Twitch without a computer. I'm tired of beating up people. What should I do? Play something or start creation of a video? That last one was Surican.
Should play something. I think maybe. I mean, you probably played enough. You could probably afford to do something else.
Well, it was play something or start creation of a video. So those are the only two options.
Start creation of a video. What are you gonna do for your video?
Right, whatever you want.
Gotcha. I got 100 things I want to hurl at
I
that
missed.
bastard rattling around.
I'm sorry. You asked for it.
Boko said play Block Tales.
I know.
I'm so sorry. Whatever you are.
What are you talking about?
You better not slack
This
off
animal
on
that I
this.
just murdered.
You didn't even see what it was?
I don't really know what it is. I don't know if it's a fox, a dingo. I'm not sure what it is. I'm pretty sure it's a dingo. But I don't know. Might be balls for all I know. Ooh. Balls. 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 Balls.
That's all that's on Kamoshita's calling card, just balls.
Balls.
In all caps.
Balls.
Balls.
Balls. Balls. Balls. Balls.
We can't trust no shitty adults, you hear me?
Balls.
Especially if they're chanting balls.
Balls.
Maybe he does want to
Saying I
pull.
can't be trusted?
Maybe he does want to pull somebody else's balls.
You think I can't be trusted? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, what? When did I say that?
You said you can't trust an adult if they're scrabbing balls. You saying I can't be trusted?
If you keep chanting balls, then maybe.
That's rude, dude.
Now, without any clarification on what you mean by just constantly saying balls.
It's rude.
I don't know what to tell
Can't
you.
believe you right now.
You made me this way.
So rude.
Let's do
That's
it.
so. What did I do?
You created me like this. You made me this way.
Oh, now it's suddenly my fault. Mm.
Okay.
When my creations want to go AWOL.
Wait, exactly. Well, Surican first.
Firkin?
I gotta combine the
What?
two words. Surican first said, "Why are you so rude, Anthony? Isn't Robbie your daddy?"
Should have heard what I should have heard what we said earlier. That was cursed.
Oh, I'm honestly don't know if we heard that or not. I don't know if we were so focused on the game you didn't comment on it. It wasn't clipped, so
It wasn't
I
clipped,
don't
so
know.
yeah, I imagine they didn't.
maybe not. It was something.
Oh, I actually ate stew. I just realized that the stew I had meat. I had hobo stew. I just ate it and I saw it like the straight up thing that it's in, with the stew inside. I was holding it up to eat it.
Yo,
I didn't notice that until now.
yeah, you
Cool.
hold up like bowls and stuff to you as you consume it.
Big.
Well then.
I thought it was just gonna be the napkin again.
Yeah, no. Certain non-canned foods have something like that as well. It's pretty cool. Still don't know why you choose to eat the bowl though. It's not glass,
Just
but
'cause you
like
want to.
still, it's. I don't imagine it being easy eat.
It's flavor.
Flavor,
Hey!
what ceramic or whatever. Ceramic, cast iron, whatever the hell it's in. I don't remember what the bowl looks like exactly. So.
1,000 XP and
Ooh, eating
ammo?
time.
10,000 XP. I didn't level up. You lied to me, you bastard.
10,000? Jesus.
It says 10,000.
Surican said the only thing that matters is balls.
Balls. Balls. Balls.
A calling card?
I heard it was
Balls.
So many calling cards. I forgot how many you posted.
Here this
Jesus.
morning.
Sir Suguru
Balls.
Kamoshida, the utter bastard of lust. We know how shitty you are. and that you put your twisted
Why there's so many
desires
yellow-eyed
on
and
students that
assholes
can't
around
fight
here?
back. That's why we have decided to steal away those
What is that?
desires and
That's
make
a new
you
zombie.
confess your sins. This will
Which
be
one?
done tomorrow, so we hope
It's
you
like an
can make it.
irradiated one, but instead of glowing
From
green,
the
he's glowing
Phantom Ace
yellow.
of Hearts.
Ooh.
Like he's got yellow in his mouth and stuff.
I mean,
Where are you?
I may not have seen that one yet. I don't know.
Not bad, huh?
What the heck is
I
this
looked up a bunch
guy?
of similar stuff online for
Besides
reference.
new.
Um,
He's
yeah.
tanky as hell. Holy
I know
fuck.
what you wanted to say, but it
Pump
sounds
him.
like
Give me a
you
lot of
Pump him
XP.
full.
be an adult.
He gave me the amount of XP
Your
for
logo's
killing
a little
4
wacky,
zombies.
too.
Oh damn.
Okay, you know what? That
What?
ain't
Six,
true.
1600?
Did Mr.
Give or take.
Kamashita do something
Around
wrong?
that, yeah. He's fucking tanky as hell. Why? What was that?
Is someone
He's
learning
new.
something from Mr. Kamashita?
It's not alive.
But
That's what it
This
is.
weird logo.
The new is
And who are these
scary.
Phantom Thieves of Hearts people.
Killed the wolf.
It got everyone excited, so it's all good, yeah?
Among Us. That was creepy, actually. That was kind of, no, that wasn't creepy, but it was cool. Eerie. Wild. Random.
That.
I don't know what.
Reaction
Ow!
Someone who knows what we mean by distorted desires.
I don't know what it was, but it's
I
cool.
think it's hitting him pretty hard.
I would like to know what it was.
It was a taste of the future.
And
Was it you?
the game doesn't have a bestiary or anything.
Was it you two?
That is a little odd.
Then again, why would I need a bestiary if all the enemies are zombies?
I don't know. Lots of games have bestiaries, and I never look at them. So why does any game have a bestiary?
I don't know.
So you're playing dumb.
It's
not a
bean, bean,
problem.
bean.
You'll be expelled soon enough anyway.
Bean. I like beans.
Steal
So
it.
does everyone else. Coffee beans. Lead.
Green beans.
Green
Judging
beans.
from Kamoshita's response,
Green beans are
I'm sure
cool.
we had an effect
Right.
on his palace.
They're green.
Oh.
Does that mean the
That's true,
treasures
yeah,
appeared?
they are
We'll
green.
be able to get it today.
There'd be some shit if they were like yellow.
It's not just today.
I know, right? So much for being called green beans.
Ah, your green beans, sir. Here you go. What?
And it
He's
can't
not
be
green.
You're
our
yellow.
one chance to steal the
Tough
treasure.
shit.
One day's more than enough.
Why
for
are they
us.
called green beans if they're yellow? I'm triggered. Remember when that was a thing that everybody used to say? I'm
Triggered. Oh, annoying as hell.
Yeah, that was kind of cringe.
You're not using it right, people. Shut up. You're not actually getting triggered. You're just mad.
I'm triggered. Yeah, the internet was full of that. Especially with that meme where it was like the triggered on that yellow banner with like just someone's angry face and the screen just shaking violently.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh. Ugh.
It was everywhere, dude.
I'll make those fakers have a real trigger.
Pull the trigger on them. Wait, what? Oh, whoa.
Whoa. So I'll make them have a trigger, not that. Hold up.
I'll just add this.
Oh.
Oh, radiated zombie. Hey, man.
Okay, let's see here. Sirkin said, wait, Robbie, if you're the god, does that mean you will kill me?
Does that mean I what?
Does that mean that you will kill me?
No.
Just straight up will? I don't know
No.
where that came from, but yeah.
Why would I?
Boko said everyone? Your whole everyone likes beans comment?
Well, you don't like beans?
Oh, I
Are you
don't-
telling me right now that you don't like beans? I know Anthony doesn't, but he gets a pass because he's cringe.
For the majority.
But I don't know about you.
Again, green beans are fine. Green beans are fine and coffee beans
Tell me-
ground up are fine.
You telling me you don't like beans right now, Boko? Is that what you're telling me? Should I be concerned?
Yeah, Boko said, I think Neo isn't a fan of the majority of... I honestly don't know how to say it. Legumes? Is it legumes or legumes? Legumes? Legumes. I've never used that word, so... Yeah, beans. The bean family. Beanie boys.
Are you not a fan of beans, Boko? You think about that while I go over there and throw a tantrum.
Boko said, hi, I am Boko. Soken said, hi, I am Dave. I never said I wasn't. I said Neo wasn't.
Let's go.
That's what Boko said. Down, 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 down. Imagine if Phantom Thieves stealing hearts was actually just the fucking Kalima thing. Right, we're here for a heart.
Oh yeah! The treasure has appeared!
Man, it's huge.
What do you think?
Twitch on my grandma's computer is late.
Now we can
Uh-oh.
steal it. The shine brings tears to my eyes.
Kind of pisses me off. Why is it so pretty? Isn't this Kamoshida's desires?
Treasure!
I am one, I can't resist treasure. Taps into his inner cat.
It's acting awfully excited.
What's wrong? Is something...
Cat see shiny, cat want. You're way too excited. That's not catnip. Mona is not beating the not a cat allegations.
All right, that's enough, you
Or
stupid
the
cat.
cat allegations. Fuck. Said that wrong. I like how it's Ryuji that gets him to stop though.
Yeah. Forgive me for displaying such an insolent sight in front of a lady.
You were completely out of character, too. What was that about?
I couldn't stop it either.
Because Roblox fucked up a computer, I know that Chrome won't, so I'm settling for Twitch here instead. Hey, well, welcome.
Why did you push me to the floor with a dog? Butter.
Do is bark orders. Still,
Because last time you said back for the last time, and then off you went again.
Be some insane trap or something.
Because I told you, I said, I told Boko, think about it while I go over there and throw a tantrum. That's what I did, throw a tantrum.
But I didn't hear it. We all know I can hear stuff across your house on Discord.
Because it's something called the mute button,
Ah, damn it.
To think it'd go so well.
you nerd.
Bested
We
me.
found 3 Persona users in the process.
Are you yellow right now? What's going on right now?
I made the
Holding
right
something
choice in
yellow.
making a deal with you.
Who? Better not be a bottle of piss.
There's a giant ass crown count.
Oh, that's more gold than anything, you bum.
It's yellow enough.
Gold and yellow are
I don't-
not the same thing.
I don't have anything yellow immediately around me.
Dude, I am going to tell, man.
Well,
Man.
I got the C stick on my GameCube controller. That's yellow. Does that count?
What?
The C stick on a GameCube controller. That's yellow. Does that count?
Are you just touching it or what?
My thumb's on the top of it now.
Why?
Because it's something yellow. I don't know. I was looking around for something yellow. It's the closest thing I have without getting up.
The stick, the analog stick of a
Alright.
GameCube
The
controller is the
C-stick.
closest yellow object you got?
Yeah. I don't have a lot of.
Why?
I don't have what do you mean why? I don't have a lot of yellow. That's not a common
Why?
color for me to
Yellow's a
have.
cool
I
color.
don't know.
Yellow's a cool color.
Go, let's go!
The next closest thing to yellow is my soundboard. It's not my soundboard things, but they're orange. That's the closest next thing I have to yellow, though. It's just not yellow.
Well, paint them yellow.
No, my thing is orange and purple, so my colors are orange and purple.
Paint it yellow.
I'm not gonna paint it.
Why?
I can just change the internal colors. I don't need to paint it. Just push buttons and boom, different color.
Then change the internal color.
Sees me,
I don't want to. I like orange over yellow.
Pervert! Were you waiting to
What the heck?
ambush us?
I just made
That's
it
so
easy
rude.
to
You
find
hurt
one.
Yellow's feelings.
I'll dispose of you myself.
Okay, the avatar in game that I am controlling, that being Joker,
Teabag?
he is right next to Ryuji, and Ryuji's blonde. And his gloves are yellow.
How is it a
His Phantom Thief gloves are yellow.
You were doing
That's the
things
next
Touch him.
closest thing to yellow I have.
from others.
Touch him.
I can't move the avatar during a cutscene.
Adults who want to share in my
Touch your computer screen then. Touch Ryuji on the computer screen.
drive to become winners. They willingly protect me so that we all make
There, I've got his glove for a second. Until the scene
Cool.
changes.
You touched yellow.
many imbeciles have done
I touched yellow before with the C-stick.
including
No,
rats
you
like
touched
you
yellow.
and that girl who tried to
I
kill
touched yellow
herself.
twice now.
True.
Good.
She's a total
Appreciate the
idiot.
yellow.
Letting you manipulate her.
I thought your thing was green. What's with the yellow? Do
And even more of a
Because you insulted yellow.
realizing
you have anything green around me?
No matter what kind of fool someone might be,
Oh, I'm wearing. Oh, my shirt has some green on it, so there. I can touch something green right here.
Mediocre peasant. There is
Why?
nothing wrong in
Where'd the
using
green
my
come from?
gifts for my
Because I was questioning why you're suddenly talking about yellow when green's your thing.
other humans.
Because you could, like I said, because you insulted yellow.
you mean beneath.
So what's
Goddamn
I don't even remember what I say.
Obsessed with your sick desires.
Good question.
Great. Great. Sirkin said, what if I say that I'm not a big fan of beans, Robbie? Like I can eat them, but not much. Booker said, oh fuck, it's tweaking. Sirkin said, Anthony, I have some terrible news. Someone followed me on Twitch. Why is that bad news?
That's great news.
Right.
However, I will say I am sad that you don't like beans.
Booker said, my avatar skin is yellow, I touched it. Sirkin said, now you have to gain 5 followers to pass me, not 4. Oh, I guess so, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I think you're the clear winner here.
Let me make 5 alt accounts real quick.
Yeah, that's allowed. Especially after broadcasting that on Twitch. Yeah, that's allowed.
Look, the treasure's over there. We should catch him off guard and steal it. Let's attack him and wait for that opportunity.
Ah, blooming villain. Good shit.
Sorry, chat. I'm eating. Y'all enjoy Anthony's rambling for a minute.
My rambling fighting this long-tongued big-ass demon thing. Back here is a beat stick in one hand and a glass of wine in the other. And a cup full of literal legs in front of him.
With Anne there.
She's not
Somewhere.
here yet.
Oh.
I literally just started the fight, so it's... She'll come out in a bit.
Oh, she's there somewhere.
Unless you count my Anne, the one that's fighting.
She's there, but she's not in the bit. She's not in the fight. She's just there somewhere.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, she's around here somewhere.
There.
Probably hiding behind him. He's pretty tall.
Man, I didn't even think about how Anne would feel, like seeing herself, but like in an overly sexualized version.
You didn't think about
Man,
that?
that's
Oh.
uncomfortable. No, well, I mean, I didn't think about it right now. I thought about it when I fought the boss, obviously, but I didn't think about it right now.
Yeah, no, it's like literally seeing you, just the way someone else thinks of you. Oh,
Like overly sexualized while talking like seductively to the person. Oh, that's creepy.
yeah, that's rough. To put it very lightly, that's rough.
Gross.
Anthony, what's the closest thing to you that is purple?
That's be easy for you. Your color's purple.
One of the cups of one of the tubs I game us. One of the tubs of Gamer Subs I have is purple. There's a bit of purple on the back. Is there anything else around me that's... Oh, my shaker cup that I put the Gamer Subs in. The bottom half is purple.
Calm down.
No, that's pink. That's all I can immediately see without digging through my drawers again, which is why I found the GameCube controller. Okay, it's just him. When Gamer Sub sponsor, want to get more than 14 followers, perhaps.
Gamer sub.
I would love that though. I would show the fuck out of Gamer Subs. Okay, maybe not actually
Gamer.
show, but like I've been drinking them for years, so hell yeah.
Gamer subs. Use my code Neobunny. Use my code Neobunny to pay 30 extra dollars for your next can.
Things in the trophy? Then we should destroy that first.
What would... Use code BUN to pay more.
Bionunny.
Use code BIONUNNY to pay more. Use code NEOBUNNY to pay more.
Use code Neobunny to get 10% off your next purchase and get your head cut off.
It's a deal.
Oh hell yeah!
You get to drink something great, and then you get to leave. It's better.
You get to drink something amazing and then never drink again. Who needs to drink when you're dead?
Just want to do it even more.
Very true, very true. Drink this once and you'll never have to drink again. It's actually just like... That's so weird. Okay. Anyways, it's literally just like liquid or not liquid acid. It's literally just acid. That's all it is.
The flavor's like guacamole gamer part, and you just like drink it, but it's just literal acid.
Yeah, yeah. That is good flavor, by the way.
It is, yeah.
But let's see here. Be some kind of flavor with like a play on the word mercury. It's actually just liquid mercury that you're drinking. Drink this, never have to drink again.
Just liquid mercury.
Neobunny flavor is just Nesquik. I don't think I can do that.
Not copyright.
Not bunny, Benoy. Benuuy. Convince Robbie into selling bathwater and be sponsored by that. Exactly. Just rebranded Nesquik. I don't think I could do that, especially with a bunny avatar. Like what?
Anthony's sponsorship is gamer subs, and it's like, use the code now to get whatever off on this next purchase, as long with getting a free tub of Rob's Gamer Boy bathwater. What's not to like?
I always saw you as a condescending hotshot, but right now, you're just a pathetic loser.
I'm trying to think of like what my flavor would be.
Just give it up and hand it over.
Yeah, no, like how Russian Badger has guacamole gamer fight. What the fuck would the name be and what would the actual flavor be? Because I remember seeing that name at first and I was like, that sounds good, so I'm gonna stay away. Then I just got curious one day and actually looked at the description and I was like, oh, it's just cherry limeade. Sounds great, and it is, it's great. It's one of the better flavors. Gamer Boy bathwater sounds like a fetish too. I'm pretty sure Gamer Girl bathwater was turned into one, so...
Yeah, it was a thing. Followed by... What's her name? Belle Delphine?
I don't remember her name. I do not remember. I didn't look into it much. I heard about it. I was like, alright, I'm done with that. That name sounds familiar though, so it could be.
I never liked her. I was never into the whole stupid sticking your tongue out anime thing that she was doing.
Oh,
stupid.
Oh, she did that? That's annoying.
Every time I did it, I literally like... I'm not a judgmental person, but that was like one of the things like I literally looked at and I was like, dude, what are you doing?
It's not the real machine. It feels like he's gonna attack. Keep your
Like, that's terrible.
It's not officially... What is that? What is that called? That's actually called something, I'm pretty sure.
It's time.
Oh,
I don't know.
no, is it? Maybe not. Maybe I think it's something else. I don't know. Sure. But
I hate it though.
maybe that's just me liking cougars. That's what Bogo said. Bogo also said, I was never into people. I was never into make people hotter by making them look like kids. Lollies? Yeah, that's...
lollies.
Or lollies, whatever. No. Just now? That's it, just now. Not about that.
Hold on.
You wear the super attack. Cool. I'm guard. Everybody's guarding, good. Except Mona, he's healing. So he may get murdered. Because that's what Belle was. Okay, I guess that was the name. Lilycon and Shada? Shadakon? Shodakan? Shadakan?
Something like that.
Do you know what that is?
I never liked her. That's
I don't know.
Shodakan?
I don't know what Shodakan is. I feel like I've heard that, but I legit don't know what that is.
Yeah. What was that?
Is it better if I just look it up?
Maybe? Yeah, go ahead.
King Kamoshida, I brought you your ball, just like you asked.
Oh. Okay.
Bad?
Same thing, but not same thing, but like, you know,
What's Shiho doing?
same or well, not the same thing, because Lolicon is taking an adult and making them look childish. Shoda
Yeah.
is just straight up attraction to young boys.
Even Suzuki.
Ugh.
You've gone too far, you piece of
Japanese
shit.
slang. Oh,
Gross.
great. That's oof. Yeah, no, that's equally bad, and yeah, definitely illegal. Definitely illegal. Should stay that way. Jesus Christ.
What do we do?
Focus on fake Suzui. Sorry, man, but you're kind of literally helping us die. You need to go. Oh, Mona did go down. I kept using the revive things. Do I have any more? I don't think I do. Oh, I do. Okay, cool. Let's do this.
Using it.
Playing dead isn't easy.
Sounds crazy that Shadow Kamoshida thing is so washed. Oh, that's you guys missed like most of the Kamoshida arc because it was YouTube videos I posted however long ago, but his whole thing is like
Not bad at all.
physically
That's a big help.
physically hurting his students because he's a high school gym coach. Well, sports coach really, but he coaches like all of them, I'm pretty sure. And he does a little more to some of the female students.
I got too reckless.
Mm-hmm.
I'll back out and focus on some
And this version of him here is like how he thinks of himself, the castle and everything. So yeah, this is not a child-friendly game. It's
Why
not
is
like
his,
graphic, but oh yeah, just how he's dressed.
why in his castle he's not like he has like the ring of lust in there.
Yeah. He thinks he's the king of the school. In his mind, he's the king of this castle.
Yeah.
And I guess to him, he's a demon too. I don't really get the demon part. I mean, I guess that's shit. Oh no, I don't get the demon part because he clearly doesn't think himself as a demon if he's doing all this. So I don't get the demon part, but whatever. Maybe just make him look more boss-like. I have no idea. What's the time in the center of US right now? 10 or not 10? Oh, 8:59.
9 o'clock basically.
Yeah. Trying to think, do I... Oh, what's going on? He keeps discording me. Okay, maybe if I keep it open on my phone, it's not gonna beep. What we got? What the pit making me do? What?
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, what is that? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Is this Blocktails? Oh, I say Roblox, dude. This must be Blocktails.
Roblox.
Oh, it's a turn-based thing. Yes, it is. Okay. You know, that's one thing I never thought to look up on Roblox, like game genres, other than like horror. Because I was curious what people could come up with on Roblox, but not like RPGs or anything. Oh my god, it's up on my phone. It's still not stopping. So, boop, 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 boop. Boom. Got it. I'll do you too. There we go. Safety measure. I'll way download the stream by then.
Safety measure.
It looks kind of cool. Full Komodo dragons that I set on fire so I don't die. Hopefully it actually gets them.
SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob.
I'll use another one.
SpongeBob broke his pants.
Oh, he broke his pants.
How do you break your pants?
By ripping them?
Playing dead is
When
easy.
I ripped my pants. I thought that I had everyone on my side, but I went and blew it all sky high, and now she won't even look at me, all just because I ripped my pants.
Sorry, Suzui. I swear we'll beat that bastard's ass.
We won't get anywhere with brute force.
No. What the hell are you? Oh, that's a feral. Ow, I'm on fire! Ah, I'm on fire!
What do we do?
Okay, I don't know. I don't know if they're just irradiated with different colors or what, but there's another zombie here
Look over
that
at the terrace.
again looks
While
like
the
he's
others are trying
irradiated,
to
but
shoot
instead
his
of
Have
green
someone
or
go
or
Let's steal the
orange, he's
treasure without him
blue.
noticing.
I don't know if they're different irradiations or anything, but
I have no idea. I don't think I've seen any of
I'm
those yet. I don't know.
I'm not sure myself. He didn't see me, he was just kind of standing there, but I didn't really want to hit him because he was right next to a feral.
You'd have to, or not you, I'd have to go in and see if my world level is the same as yours, just to see if I'm even capable of seeing it yet.
I mean, I could show you, just screen record it for you.
Well, but I still don't know what mine's at, so I don't know if I'm capable of having seen them or not.
Oh, fair enough.
I can go whenever you want.
Time to show you my
I'm a little
skill.
scared though, because the orange one kind of took a
I can
beating
go whenever you want.
before it died.
Keep him distracted. Leave it to me.
I don't know what tier difficulty this is.
Soda. All right.
What's my game stage right now? 85?
Not enough. We gotta do a lot more damage than this.
I don't know. How high does it get?
It can get pretty high. I don't think there's a limit. Yeah, I don't think there's a max limit. I think it just goes as high as it wants. Depending on how good you are, or how good. Oh, I didn't even realize the difficulty of this area is freaking 4.5 skulls.
Oh,
No wonder that blue one's in there. Whatever blue means. I'm kind of scared to find out. I don't think I'm gonna, but
there's only one way to find out.
I don't think I'm that curious right now. I want to go talk to Jen and look at her double pair of eyeballs.
Double, excuse me?
Yeah,
That's not right.
Does she have glasses?
you know.
Am I brain spotting?
No, I wanna look at her and then make her say my eyes are up here,
Oh.
Give him one more good strike.
and then make her say my eyes are down here.
Yeah, no, I got you. As you were starting to say it, I was like, oh, wait. That's why I was like,
Yeah,
Yeah, whatever, man.
yeah. Beans, 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 beans. The
Okay,
bean song
so-
is real. Bean
Okay,
song?
so Boko has made it to floor 30,
430?
which must be
You
a
bought
big
this?
deal because she said that in all caps.
In box test?
Presumably, yes. So I can say, let's go Boko, make it to floor 100 if it exists.
100.
Something else.
100.
Slightly
150.
under a third there.
Well, if 100 exists.
Not enough. We
Yeah.
gotta do a lot more damage than
Or
this.
maybe by the time chapter 10 exists, there will be. Maybe it's 10 per chapter. I don't know. No idea.
Attack Kamoshida. Keep him busy.
Grab one of these.
Let's do this.
I don't know any of these, dude. These are kind of bad.
Oh, wait.
Whatever.
Boko said at maximum there's 50. 50.
50?
50. Yes. 50.
Interesting.
A lot more damage than this.
Oh, I can't even use this. Hey, Jen, you want this? I don't really want it. You can have it. You can have this too, and these. What do you have on you? Do you have any more books? More cool ones that I want? Not really. Assault rifle, maybe. Shotgun? Sure. Seed? Sure. Oh, I'll come back to see you, alright. Because you're actually nice, unlike the other asshole. Alright.
Okay.
If you guys don't attack him more, he'll notice what we're up to.
Yeah, I know my fail. I'm gonna heal too much.
Not that.
Does attack me off? Oh, okay, not what I meant, but that works. Okay, 50 floors, because chapter 1 had 20, and then in all caps, this game fucking hates me. 3 random unrelated bosses and a dreamscape enemy.
Let's take that treasure.
You're burning zombie.
I assume a dreamscape enemy is tough, I'm assuming.
Time to show you.
I can go. I can gotcha.
Round 2, round 2, round 2, get back out there.
Attack Kamoshida. Keep it
Da
busy.
na 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 na. Na, 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 na,
Oh yeah, you have Dia as well. Oh damn it.
I'm gonna draw a picture of a cat and hang it in your house. Da, na, 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 da, da, na, 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 na. Gotta give a cat a beautiful name to give. Da, na, 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 da, da, na, 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 na.
Not enough. We gotta do a lot
You know
more
song that you know the name of that song or no?
Like the actual song?
Yeah.
I don't know if I know the name of the song, but I know the Won't You Take Me to Funky Town bit.
Check its affinity.
That's the name of it. Funky Town.
Oh, just Funky Town. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there we go. I guess I know it.
You do know the name. You just didn't know it was the name.
All right. Not enough. We gotta do a lot more damage than this. Thank you. Persona.
Oh, hello. Army zombie with guts hanging out.
Attack Kamoshida.
Why are there guts hanging out of that thing? You'd think it'd be fine because he's wearing armor, but apparently he sucks just as much as he was when he was alive.
You would think so.
You done playing Persona?
No, I'm still here.
Calm down.
Oh. Trying to beat the big demon man.
Oh, you're still fighting him?
Yeah, it's like a hit or miss on whether I have trouble with when you have to wait. Okay. When you have to send someone to go knock the crown off.
You have to distract him.
Oh, yeah.
Like, since I'm playing with allies, like AI allies, just to make the game a little trickier. It's hit or miss on whether my Anne and Mona. It's a hit or miss on if they'll attack him to keep him distracted or heal each other, meaning not enough damage is being done and he catches Ryuji.
Oh.
I could
okay.
send Mona, but that's a healer down, but I may have to. Ryuji doesn't know any healing, so he has no choice but to attack. I may try doing that. This game is all about personas. Persona 5. Yeah, some of these do definitely be looking like personas, that's for sure.
Like Futaba's mom.
Alright, Mona, you go. On. It's all you for healing. Good luck.
Attack Kamoshida. Keep him busy.
I don't have any healing spells.
Some other way.
You're dead. You're dead.
We gotta do a lot more damage
You're
than
dead.
I mean, maybe I can kill him if I just happen to bring his health down enough. I've never done that before, so I don't know if it's possible. Or if you need to take the crown to do it.
Kamoshida. Keep him busy.
I wouldn't know. I played the game once.
Not enough. We gotta do a lot more damage than this.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering out loud. Because I played this game many times and never got that far.
Attack Kamoshida.
I don't have that much trouble with the crown, but man.
Hold on. There.
Anthony, what sound do bunnies make?
Sorry.
I have a bunny sound set as an alert.
Oh my god, I got a
let's-
speaker.
The alert's just yet to happen. Yo. It always takes me forever to find one of those.
I got one. Now I get to commit arson.
And then now you can make Molotovs with it.
Probably. Booba.
I myself cannot make a bunny noise though. I have a couple noises in my assets playlist on YouTube.
Oh, honestly, I did not think you were gonna say asset. I honestly thought you were just gonna say, I have a few voices in my ass.
I have a few voices in a few voices in my ass. A few noises in my ass.
I straight up thought you were just gonna say that.
Ew. You thought I was just gonna stop at ass.
Yeah. Oh man. I guess gonna say voices in my ass.
I got a few noises in my ass.
That's funny.
I got a few noises in my YouTube ass playlist.
Oh man, that's funny.
Got a few in there, don't worry. Oh, honest, no. Okay, you know, it's fine. I'll heal Luigi this time, I guess. Luigi, I mean, sorry, dude.
Luigi.
Oh, yeah, I'll heal Luigi. Oh.
Yeah, Luigi's cool.
I laugh at one of the bosses just fucking Jason Voorhees.
Jason Voorhees.
Oh, with the knife? I guess with the giant gold knife, yeah. Okay. See what you're saying.
Oh, let me activate this.
Yeah, I also thought Anthony would say ass, because it's funny. No, I was being serious with that. But Anthony didn't commit to it. I didn't commit to it because I didn't know there was something to commit to. I didn't know.
Well, that was pretty funny though.
OMG, it was. OMG, I just remembered I might have to fight a few bosses with bad healing items. Oh boy.
I believe in you.
You got it. Oh, we got caught. I just. Oh no, I didn't. I didn't send Hugie that time. That's right. I sent Mona.
What the heck? I'm just learning a bunch of new things in this game.
What else did you find out?
I don't know if this has always been a thing, but like this zombie, he was like, he was bleeding, but like his blood was green.
Oh, hello.
He was just straight up bleeding green. I don't know why. I'm scared though. I mean that means something. I don't know.
I'm scared. It means something if you're actually scared.
Sorry.
This game is like, it's alien right now. I have no idea what's happening.
Okay, I can confirm you can beat Kamoshida without stealing the crown off him, knocking the crown off him.
Oh, it's sick.
I kept failing at that, but you know what? Ryuji and An teamed up in the end and just beat him down.
Right.
So, cool.
Level up.
It's a new little discovery for me. Okay, the Jason Voorhees boss was Blocktails.
Jason Voorhees.
What's wrong? Not
Ow,
ready
you hit
today.
me, you thought.
Why don't
Dude,
you
this is my
run?
punishment for saying
Aren't you
Slasher was an
afraid
easy
of
boss
athlete?
earlier.
It's always been like this. All those
No.
goddamn
Hiya.
hyenas forcing their expectations on me. I'm doing this all for them. What's wrong about demanding a reward?
Oh man, can you guess what Zoe's doing?
Now you're making excuses. We'll do something about that distorted heart.
Well, as we know, there's only one thing in the world she actually ever does.
Watch porn.
Right now.
Yes,
You're seeing the
obviously.
same view that Shiho did. I'm sure
I've been
she
at
was
porn.
scared too.
Zoe, don't watch this stream.
No choice.
You're gonna hear me say you watch
What
porn.
will you do? Will you jump? Or would you
Yeah,
rather
she
die
definitely knows about this channel, definitely.
She doesn't watch Twitch.
Well, there we go. She definitely knows
Wanna
then.
finish him off? It's your call.
No, please wait.
She's a bean.
Just forgive me.
I can't believe I stayed the whole 5 hours of the stream without even thinking about sleeping. Sleeping. Fuck. It's already 6 a.m. That's what Soken said.
What? My god, dude.
Take it.
Suriken, you're kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Finish me off.
Little bit.
Do that, and my real self will go down too.
If you need to sleep, you need to go and sleep.
Since you've won.
And Bucko was just,
Yes.
oh, fuck.
Oh, I'm supposed to find some supplies? Shit, I didn't know I was supposed to be doing that. I was just kind of walking through the place.
Admit his crimes.
You're kind, Lady Ann.
Found it!
So
Oh,
can,
Jen!
so can just quoted kinda. And like 3 question marks after it.
Who said that, you or me?
You, could you called him like kinda crazy or something, right?
Oh, yeah.
So can said, I thought I was full on crazy.
I was crazy once. I'm not doing that. I'm not saying the whole line.
Bucko said I did it, fully 35, and I'm fucking struggling. Getting closer to that top.
What? Top?
Just so you know, we don't have
Yeah, the
time
top
to
of the
lose. This place is
tower,
about to
or whatever it
collapse.
is that Bucko's climbing.
Oh, I got you.
And Blacktails? Yeah. Well, 35 and she is struggling apparently.
Oh dear.
Only gets better
She's
from
got it, I
here.
believe in her.
Dreamscape is bad. And I hate it and it sucks. Oh boy.
I'll take the wood, I guess. I don't know. I don't like any of those. Your rewards kind of suck, Jen. I'm gonna be honest. You can have this and this money. You can
We're
have
suddenly
this.
watching anime. This game has anime cutscenes every now and then.
You can have this beer.
They did make an anime based off the show. I've heard it's kind of shit
I
though,
watched it.
so.
That sucked.
I watched it.
Can you confirm? Is it kind of shit though?
Can confirm it's kind of shit.
I've seen clips. I've seen clips of like
Look at the nav.
palace, like the palace infiltrations and like the bosses. I've seen clips
It's
of
so
that.
rushed.
True.
Oh, 100,
Obscenely
Go
rushed.
there anymore.
100%. Did you see the
Treasure.
like
What the?
movie that actually ends it?
Yeah, I did.
Dark Sun or whatever it's called. You can definitely
Yeah.
tell with that it's rushed, but nah, even the clips I've seen of the show, it's definitely rushed.
Yeah. These Kawakami's hot. Sai-san too.
I was about to say just her, not Sai.
So that
No,
bird
Sai-san
kept clinging
too.
to his
She's hot.
past glory and couldn't let it go.
But this means that
I did kind of
Kamoshida's
like
heart might have
the
changed,
fight against
right?
her.
Probably.
I thought that was alright.
Our expulsions on
Dude,
the
Sai
line
is
here.
so.
This is the first successful example for me. However, there's no doubt that this
Oh,
has
man.
affected Kamoshida's personality.
Rob
quite a
official
lot.
lore right here.
The
He be
entire
simping.
palace disappeared
Simping
after
for
all.
Sai.
There are some characters in my life that I would simp for, and
We
Sai-san
check
is
now?
kind of high on there.
Kinda.
Can't really think of anyone else. Can't really think of anyone else at the moment. So you know what? Right now, she's the highest,
Right.
Come on,
and the only
look
one
at gloomy
from
faces.
what I
Be
can remember at
happy.
least.
We completed this with great
Currently.
success, you know.
But if I remember another name, I'll let
Just
you
don't
know.
if everything's okay
Cool.
yet.
I'll have to look it up,
I'm
but
pretty sure it'll be fine. Remember how Kamoshida's shadow said that he's returning to his self
but
in
the art.
reality?
Okay, Dreamscape is bad, but the
No,
art is
it's
good. Oh
Zoro
wait.
Kamoshida
I mean, I knew the game was anime styled, but not that. You know, it just literally turns into anime sometimes.
Disappeared.
I like it though. These anime scenes are well done. Oh, these enemies aren't that bad, so I can use my heal ability the whole fight to get back to full. Oh, there you go.
Anyways, I guess we gotta wait.
I'll do that in certain games that allows it. If I can slowly heal myself up, I'll do minimal damage to enemies. I'll do that and then take them out quickly.
Right.
Okay, I tried to understand the game lore and listen to the characters, but it's impossible. Oh, what, Persona? You missed like a whole intro. You missed like 5 hours of intro unless you watched my videos on YouTube. The first, what, 3 parts I think I made? 3-4 parts?
Are the personas, are they supposed to represent their emotions?
Their personas are... In a way, I guess, it's more just representing their inner self.
Then why
I
is
guess
Joker
it's
such a
more-
wild card?
Because the plot demanded it? I don't fucking know. I assume it's because he was, you know, quote unquote fated to gather all these people together to help stop the ruin. And because he could gather so many people together, he is the wild card. Because he can do that or something. I don't know. I can't tell you. Every protagonist of every Persona game starting from 3 and onward is a wild card. So, and it's never really explained in the stories either. That's why I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't know. Maybe it's just for the sake of gameplay. I could not tell you.
Let's do it.
Maybe it said somewhere in Persona 5, but I don't know. Personas to be correct.
I work at 5:30 tomorrow.
Oh, good. You checked.
Yeah.
How was
Just want to make sure it's known.
How was that next the following day?
Oh, that day I stayed up late.
When you with the revelation of, oh shit, I should be awake in 4 hours or less.
So funny story.
Oh.
That night I laid down. I didn't sleep. I went to work without sleep.
How was that?
It was awful. Like I was working and like for the first hour, you know, I was full of energy. But then like as soon as that first hour wore off, my body did not want to respond to me half the time, dude. Like I was trying to tell it to be like, hey, move my arms in this way, but my body was like,
Just
like my body's responses were slow and sluggish, dude. My body felt so heavy.
it just would not. Jesus.
I mean, it was moving, but like I was so slow. It just wasn't a good day.
Ugh, Jesus.
I know it was my fault, but you know, like
That
felt.
It's still suffering. It's still not
Yeah,
good.
it was terrible.
Yeah.
In my first job, my manager noticed it, and like around the end of the day, he was like, "Hey, are you feeling okay?"
Yes.
I was like, "I'll be honest, I'm exhausted." And he was like, "All right, well, you look kind of tired, so did you want to head home early?" I was like, "Yes." I shot up real quick. I was like, "Yes."
There
So I
we
went
go.
home
There
and
we
I
go.
took a quick power nap and got ready for my other job after that.
Yo.
But that power nap really did numbers for me.
Oh, really? Okay,
It really did.
That's good.
I was still sluggish at my second job, but
Oh,
it was
sure.
only like for like
Have you seen Kamoshida?
I was like it was only for the
Changed?
remaining 2 hours because I went there at 10, and my dad said the same thing. He noticed that I was sluggish,
Oh, perfect.
and he was
timing.
like, he continued through the day,
Study
but he
hall
noticed
details
it. He
instead of
just couldn't
PE
say anything
today.
because he was
I'm
busy.
letting you know just in case
And
you have
he finished up
Mr.
early, and he was like, "Hey,
Kamoshida
you ready to
has
go?"
taken
I was
the
like,
day
"Well, already? You're done?" He was like, "Yeah."
Here?
I was like, "Okay, well, let me finish
Don't
up here real
tell
quick." And I
anyone
finished
you
my
heard
thing,
this
and I was
from
like, "All right,
me.
it's good. I'm good." And we
Hey,
came
yo.
home at
We
2,
received word that Mr.
and I
Kamoshida
passed out, and I
was
felt
taking
so much better when I got
suspension.
home.
Well, sure,
Such an
yeah.
important time before the
Ayo, though,
too.
done with work
Principal Kobayakawa
both
wants
early.
to talk to you
Ayo.
about it, but he
It was a
supposedly
nightmare, though,
doesn't
getting
make
through
any
it.
Well,
sense.
sure.
Wait,
There was
a
some.
suspension?
At least there was some.
Not so loud.
The talks about your expulsions may be
You know,
put on
some kind of
hold,
light
too.
at the end there.
I don't know too much about
Yeah,
That you were doing with both early. Like,
I've relayed
oh,
what's going on
jeez.
to you.
thank God.
Looks like something happened. At least
lot
it
of food
sounds
now.
different from a mental shutdown.
You what?
I got a lot of food.
Guess all we can do
Ooh.
is wait.
It's one of the few games that I don't mind the survival mechanics because it's kind of lenient.
Well then.
What, 7 days?
Yeah, you can go a good while without having to eat food or water, and even then, you can still go a little bit.
It's true.
And like, it can be a little rough in the beginning with the water, but even then, right?
I hate-
Because you don't need a beaker to make water now.
No, you don't.
That was
Thank
the
God.
big game changer for me. Before I ever got a beaker in the previous updates, what I would do is I wouldn't really try to keep up with my food, because if I couldn't reliably find water, then what's the point? So I just kind of let myself die when it came to it. When it came to my sustenance meters getting too low, until I found a beaker, and then I would actually try and use the resources. But like without needing a beaker, oh my god, it's so much easier because murky water's everywhere.
Yeah.
Let's see here. SP drain. Oh yeah, the day was 420 in game. So can pointed that out. I have a low SP, high SP regen build. That's always fun. Full boss time. A lot of the recent bosses use pixel art, and it's from a pixel artist I really like. Oh, it's even better.
Hey,
Ah, now it comes to the boring half of the game.
Really? I should write something.
Like,
Boring.
legitimately, like, half this
Oh, you
game
don't
is
like the
great,
slice
half
of
this
life,
game is
right?
boring as fuck. Because with Persona 3
You
and
don't like the slice of
onward,
life stuff, right?
yeah, part of the game from Persona 3 and onward, you gotta do slice of life bullshit. I mean, you don't have to, you can just go straight home and go to bed if you want to. But that's not advisable, because there's actual I tolerate it enough because there are actual benefits to the palace explorations with the social link stuff. But like, still, it's like, man, why isn't there an option to like skip this and just say what I want to do, and it just like quick cuts it all? Someone who's new to the game, sure, you'll want to see what all the social link stories are. You'll want to see all the little bits of dialogue and explore around and all that. For someone like me who's played this game enough, man, just let me skip everything. Let me just get to the dungeons, god damn it. Let me dungeon hop. But no.
Let me raid your dungeon.
At least Mementos kind of breaks that up, but I am kind of, well, nah, I'm still kind of like that. I mostly agree with you, Rob. I'm not the biggest fan of the Mementos exploration. It got a little better for me in Royal, because with those, I don't know, did you ever like hunt down those things to give to the kid?
Not really.
Like
Talk about the
stars
flowers,
or whatever
right?
they were, or flowers, whatever they were, yeah. Because
Yeah, not really.
that's a Royal thing. And in base Persona 5, fighting enemies just isn't worth it. The XP is not worth it. But with being able to double XP gain, go up to double XP gains if you give them enough flowers, that kind of makes it worth it. But even then, I still don't like physically just running around in there. It is boring.
Yeah. I don't like mementos.
But like the actual the Mementos missions, I'm okay with those. The actual bosses, mini bosses, but like, that still kind of breaks it up a little bit. But like, okay, who do I have available right now? It's been so long. Who can I even talk to?
Saw Persona 5 recommendation. Persona 5 Royal Kawakami Romance. Confident rank 1 to 10. All of Kawakami scenes. It's an hour and 21 minutes, but it's made by a YouTuber named Naughty Gaming.
Oh.
And then made me laugh.
What the heck?
Naughty Gaming, dude.
Naughty gaming. What the hell?
Naughty. 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 Who the fuck? Who touched my ass?
Don't. Oh, the
Brian,
doctor.
quick spawn my ass.
Oh yeah, the
Look
sprint.
at my character, she's Asian.
Do you want her to touch your ass?
No.
Okay.
Just look at her, she's Asian. You know what? Actually, I just realized my character has like a perpetual smirk on her face.
Oh.
Well,
I just realized that.
huh?
Yeah, like her mouth is slightly smirked up. And she doesn't look like she doesn't look like she stops. I'm looking at her on the
Just
bike. and
Always smirking.
Oh,
She's always smirking. I mean, I'm cool with that because that just makes me think she's always happy, but I don't know. Maybe some people wouldn't like that.
Maybe not. I don't know. I think she's making the most out of the situation.
Yeah.
If she has a
I mean,
reason
I'm
to
alone
smile
here.
in that world, then that's got to be something, right? Who knows what it is, but
True. I don't really have friends here, but you know, I'm living. I'm eating food, drinking water.
Maybe she's smiling about Jill.
About who?
Jill. Or Jen. Not Jill, Jen.
Oh, Jen, because she's got boobs.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why. I'm just saying maybe. I mean, it is a living soul in that world that's not trying to kill her, so maybe it's just, hey,
True.
a friendly face. An actual friendly face, not a somewhat friendly face like dickholes.
Like Rugged, yeah. Or he just sells you stuff and insults you for being poor.
Huh?
Yeah. Even when you have, like, literally thousands of dukes.
Yeah.
Should I stream the process of how I'm making a video, or it's too boring? That's what Sorokin asked a tiny bit ago. A bit ago.
Say that again?
Should I stream the process of how I'm making a video, or it's too boring?
Take care.
People may watch that. There's people that's interested in the behind-the-scenes stuff.
That is true.
How many? I couldn't tell you. I've never tried, but you'll probably find some people popping in. Yo, the fuck, it was raining tonight. I've just noticed. And then that smoke thing does fit for you, Rob. So
You mean
said
that
the,
I'm
the
smoking?
smoke thing fits you. Well, your character, but you know,
What do you mean?
your gal. That's just what he said. That's what he said. Clarification.
What do you mean by that, though? Because of me, like as a person?
I'm pretty sure that's what he means. That smoke thing does fit for Robbie. That's the message.
Might be me as a person then.
I'm assuming. I don't know what else he'd mean.
Whoa, I've never seen this before. This is cool. That looks like a trap.
If it looks like a trap, probably is.
Yeah. You're right, random YouTuber.
What?
I have a video playing.
Oh, okay. I was like, excuse me? Did someone say something about the game and you're like, you know what? Yeah, you right.
You right. You know, for some reason I've always been a sucker for like the flooded caves type aesthetic or like a flooded aesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just take an environment but like make it flooded. Not as in like, you know, completely underwater, but more like the like about up to your ankles is like soaked in water.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why, but I've always been like a sucker for like slightly flooded places like that. Like just exploring through them in games.
No, that's fair. It is a pretty cool aesthetic.
I don't know if that's classified flooded, but
I'm pretty sure. I don't know about. Well, no, if it's up to like your ankles, that's still pretty high. I would classify that as flooded.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's up to your ankles. That's fairly tall for an amount of water. So
That's true.
I'm pretty sure if the roads were that flooded, that would be classified as flooded.
Do you
So
remember anything from the moment
That's
you took
true,
the
yeah.
medicine
should not be
against your
driving if the
mouth?
water's that high. Holy shit.
Yeah.
By the look in your eyes, I'd say
I would
you
know.
don't. You briefly woke from
jeez.
your coma, but you were completely dazed during the entire
Meow.
examination. You eventually lost consciousness and fell back asleep.
Did I ever tell you about that?
Are you out of your mind?
About the
Only
meow?
An idiot would have drank that.
That I got in an accident? Did I ever tell you
You
about that or
brought
no?
up an accident in the past. You brought up one. I don't know how much you wanted to say about this.
Oh, you can say whatever. I'm over it now. I was wondering if I said it to you.
I'm pretty sure you have.
Yeah, well,
Meow, meow,
chat.
meow.
If y'all want to know, I can talk about it. I think around like, I want to say this was 2023.
Fine.
Yeah, it was
The reason you lost consciousness
it was Mother's
because
Day
of the taste. It
of
produces a foul
2023.
smell when it mixes with
I
extra juices, similar to
was
surströmming. Oh
the
well.
night
All
before
that
it
matters is
rained
that thanks to you,
kind of
I was able
heavily,
to
so
get
like
some
it left
good
like a
data.
bunch of puddles
Okay, it's my turn to make
like
good
on the
my
streets and
part of the
stuff.
deal. That's why I waited until you woke
But there
up.
was like one area near a gas
I
station
don't want the
that
general public to know
was
about
like
my original
completely
medicines.
flooded.
So,
Well, it
you're
wasn't
stripping
completely
for
flooded. It
history.
was like the water there was kind of deep, and you know, me coming up, I didn't see it because the road was kind of like a hillish. And I end up driving into the water, and you know, like the car drove fine. It was, you know, it was fine. I was expecting something to happen, but like the car seemed somewhat fine. I was still able to control it somewhat. But then like I pushed the brakes and nothing was happening.
Oh.
And I was like, uh-oh. And when the moment I pushed the brakes just so happened to be the moment I was turning. So, you know, the car not slowing down when I'm turning, when I was going a decent 30 miles an hour, it did slow down, but like the car was not, it didn't go below 20. It just kept going. And because of that, I ended up driving onto a curb and hitting a pole.
Oh.
And got into an accident. Because I hydroplaned, if y'all know what that means.
That is not the one I was thinking of, so... Okay.
If you don't know what that means, it basically means that you lose control of your car because your car is too deep in water. And yeah, that was fun.
Jeez. How much damage did that do?
It was totaled.
Oh.
And I ended up talking to certain people about it. Certain important people, I will say. I'm not gonna say more than that. About the situation. And they said that if I crashed like 2 inches to the left of the car, I would have exploded and died that day. I would have straight up died.
Oh.
If I crashed it just 2 inches to the left, I would have died. And after hearing that, I was like, holy crap. I was in shock for like a good bit.
Yeah, holy shit.
Yeah, I was in shock for a
Jesus.
bit. I was like, wow. I went back to work the next day, but like I was kind of like a zombie, so they sent me home early, and I just took a few days off.
Yeah, you should have just taken that day off too. Holy shit. That's wild.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Cars are scary though.
I could have sworn I remember telling you that. I thought I did at least, but
You've
not.
told me a you know, kind of an accident story, I guess. It was more the aftermath of an accident, so maybe that was the one you were talking about. I don't know.
Maybe.
I remember you
guess I
telling me
didn't tell you
about the
everything.
aftermath of an accident.
Yeah, I guess I didn't tell you everything.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, there you go. There's everything.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
Yeah, no, that's wild. I don't know how I'd feel if I was told that. Jesus.
Yeah, so yeah, I hydroplaned, crashed the car. It was totaled. It was gone. And I apparently learned, and I also learned that I could have died. So, you know, that was that. I was close to death.
But you escaped it like the god you are.
Apparently. You know. Yeah, that happened. It was fun.
Yeah, fun. Super fun. Super enjoyable. Would recommend.
Would recommend, yeah. I mean, I'm fine. My family was worried, but like I'm fine. So you know, hooray! Yippee! Speaking of fine, I'm fine because these zombies are not able to hit me. Actually, that one hit me. I lied. I lied.
Lying out his goddamn teeth right here.
God damn it.
And it's a deal.
Where am I? What
As
kind of
long
building
as
is
you come
this?
here for it,
Oh, it's a
I'll
radio
give you the medicine
station.
at a good price whenever you want. I may even add additional
Get out of here, stupid
selections
bird.
in time. I look forward to your continued patronage.
Beans, beans, beans. Oh, yeah, there you go. There's some Rob lore for you guys. Chat.
There you go.
You're welcome.
Getting a lot of Rob today.
Yeah.
You got a
Yeah.
you got a reiteration of the bean Rob lore. Get the ball size Rob lore. Getting some past Rob lore.
Considering all the actions you've taken, you must have had.
And now you learned that I almost died.
Yeah, past Rob lore.
And how did
Oh,
you
yeah,
treat your
yeah.
wounds?
Unless that just happened like today or something, but
No.
pretty sure it
Don't
did
think
not.
so.
I don't think so.
I am thou.
Oh, I'm supposed to go here?
Thou art
What kind of...
Thou hast
There was no
acquired a new
POI for that.
It's
Oh my god, I had a hiccup.
Oko said, after I was kicked out of my grandmother's house, I packed a bunch of things in my mother's car so I could get it when we found somewhere to stay. And a few days after, my mom let her friend borrow the car. Her friend died, the car was totaled, and a lot of things are now gone. Jesus.
Oh dear.
I just sent some me-adjacent lore.
Not so lucky. Not like me lucky.
All right.
Like,
Get out of here, zombie.
I guess not. Damn, sorry to hear that.
If you're able to move
Yeah,
now,
I'm sorry.
you can go home. All right. Take care.
Just whenever you're driving, just stay safe. If you see a puddle of water, don't drive into it. Go around it. Find another way.
Hey,
Ooh, an iron pickaxe. And a bunch of beans. Beans in my jeans. Let me put my beans in your
Oh,
jeans.
talking about car accidents here. 2015. I remember the year. I remember the month too. It was June.
June.
2015. I got into a car accident because it was my own dumbass's fault.
It was your own, is that what you said?
Yeah, it was my fault. We were
What's that?
driving from the local mall, driving back from there, and I don't know the way there from where I was living, so GPS on, and I didn't have one of those cars I could just plug my phone in and boom, GPS pops up on screen, like on the
Right.
dashboard or whatever. So I just had it open on my phone, and I didn't have like a suction cup phone holder, or like a vent phone holder, so I just had it.
Oh, I got you.
I just had it down, not in the cup holders, but like in that little like coin space, like right by the cup holders. Typically, well, not coin holder, but you know, just that area where people typically throw their coins in. And I
got you.
wrong time for me to do this apparently. Just like it felt like a millisecond. Glance down, make sure I'm still going the right way. Glance back up. I pass a stop sign. I pass a stop sign going whatever the speed limit was. I don't speed, but going past the stop sign, look up just in time to see it pass. I'm like, oh, damn. Okay, well, whatever. And I look forward. Cool. Oops, sorry. I just bumped my mic. Look to the left, and there's a red pickup coming right at me. I then wake up inside my car. I wake up. I wake up inside my car. What is it? Coming to, looking around, well, we'll get to that in a second, but there's glass everywhere. I'm looking around, airbags on me. I'm like, what the fuck? I wasn't cursing at the time, but you know, what the fuck happened? I look around, my vision's still fairly blurry, so I don't really know. I can tell there's people outside, but I can't make them out. I'm pulled out the car, lay down on the road, and I sit up. And I don't know why this was the first thing I did, but like the first thing I thought about was, okay, what day is it today? What day is it today? What was yesterday? You know, checking my memory, I guess, making sure I didn't lose any memory or something. I don't know how amnesia works exactly, what you do and don't forget, so. You know, making sure all that, look at the people around me, and yeah, paramedics paramedics dragged me out the car. The car was like, so not destroyed, but you know, that was a pretty good size, like, you know, pickup truck dent in my car door.
Oh,
where
man.
I was, and I don't remember exactly how I feel, but I don't remember feeling any pain, so I was like, okay, that looks like that sucked, but I don't feel too bad, but you know. I'm taken to a hospital, and I don't stay overnight. I get checked out, I'm fine, I guess. Fine enough. I go back home, so mostly everything fine from that, but two little things came out of that. One, mild concussion. Apparently.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
I went to a thing, I don't remember what it was called. Maybe it was the same. Maybe it was the same doctor place. I don't know, but it was like a part of the building specialized in like brain stuff. I don't remember what it was called. They did some tests. They diagnosed I had like a mild concussion, and like a week later, I went back. They said I did a lot better on the little test thing, so I was healing.
Okay.
And the other thing was this giant ass bruise, like on my left leg, like up where like a pocket typically is, you know, like front pockets.
Yeah.
Like as high as like the thigh technically is, there's this just big old bruise there. And obviously that was the side that the truck hit me on. But everyone, literally everyone, was pretty sure that if I didn't have my 3DS XL in there, because I brought that shit everywhere with me, my leg may have been broken. Just because of how big the bruise was, how big and gnarly the bruise was. With that thing in there, they are pretty, and the DS was damn near totaled. Like one tiny corner of the screen still worked. We're all pretty sure that like if that thing took like a majority of the blow on my leg.
Wow.
So, yeah, that was a good day. Eventful.
Thanks. You got lucky too.
Yeah, because like, fuck, I mean, if my leg broke or severely injured or whatever, I would have been fine in the end because the concussion was mild. But like, yeah, everything just, oh my god, 100% my fault though. 100% my fault. I'm not gonna try and deny that. Just.
Oh wow, though.
Like literally the worst time to do that. Literally the worst time.
Apparently, you chose a pretty bad time.
Everyone, how many people were in that pickup truck? They were 100% okay. They were standing by the truck while the paramedics were dragging me out. Everybody was cool. Everybody was chill. None of them got hurt, which is good.
That's good, yeah.
I think it was like 2
no
people,
kids, right?
But still, I don't think so. It's been like 10 years at this point, but I don't think there were any kids. I think it was like 2 dudes or something.
Okay. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's my little
I'm glad
story.
you're okay, though.
That's my little story.
Yeah, I'm glad you're okay, though.
Yeah, I am too. I am too.
So you would have lost your leg and I would have died.
Yeah.
God damn. Dang, that's scary, dude.
Well, what was it? A little after the concussion healed. Because I had stuff from the mall in the car still. Not stuff that would, like, spoil. Just, like, physical stuff, because I got, like... I got some manga, because there was, like, a manga shop there. I got... I want to start this collection up again, but I was real into collecting, like, replica, like, swords, specifically.
Ooh, okay.
Whether it was, like, actual metal, wood, like, that really hard foam stuff, like what LARPers use, except I don't LARP. But, you know, that really hard foam replicas, like, I had, like, a hard foam replica, like, Master Sword. I had a full metal Keyblade, a full metal Master Sword, a bunch of different swords, so I had a few of those in there as well. And, like, a bunch of other stuff, nothing that spoiled, but, like, when we drove to, like, the car lot that the car was taken to, and I kind of remember this, but I kind of remember this, but, like, I'm told that I just kind of, looking at it, I just kind of started laughing, like, hysterically laughing, like, holy shit, this actually happened kind of laugh.
Oh, like, coming to terms with it?
I guess so, yeah, I guess so, yeah. Or, like, the realization suddenly set in, I guess, even though I was going through a fucking concussion in my leg. But, like, I don't know. I guess it just fully set in then or something. Like, oh my god.
Damn.
Oh, that was a nice little car, too. A nice, small, little blue Nissan, whatever the fuck it was. 2011 Nissan,
totaled?
Whatever. Oh, yeah. Done. I kept the door handle.
Damn.
I kept a door handle as, like, a memento. But, like...
That sucks, man.
It was a nice little car. I love small cars. And that thing was pretty small.
Did you get a Cooper? A Mini Cooper?
I should. When I pay off this car in however long.
Let's recall it. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something to you, but I forgot. Oh, I got slapped by a zombie. What was I gonna say? Damn, I forgot. It probably wasn't that important.
Fucking
I'll probably
zombie.
remember later.
Slapped you and made you forget. That'll do in a second.
You little rat bastard zombie. I know what I was gonna say.
Mhm.
I kind of figured you had a concussion because you said that when you woke up, things are blurry. I kind
Oh,
of figured,
yeah.
'cause, that's concussion. Like that's concussion. That's concussive behavior. So I figured, like, when you said that, I was like, oh, so you got a concussion. That was the first thing that popped in my
Yeah.
brain. And then I didn't say anything, because I was listening to you, but then you
Sure.
confirmed it. I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, straight up. I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I don't think I've gotten a concussion once, but honestly, the reason I got a concussion was so fucking stupid.
Oh no, oh no.
I basically was in a bouncy castle. I was in a bouncy castle, and I was doing flips and shit.
Uh-huh.
And when I was doing a flip, I like curled up in like a ball, basically, where I hugged my knees. I fucking kneed myself in the face, and I got a concussion from that.
Oh Jesus.
I was like, dude, you gotta be fucking my
God
tits,
damn,
dude.
that
This
was
is
a
stupid.
that was a hard ass knee.
That was my knee, dude.
I know, you got a hard ass knee. Holy shit.
I was like, dude, this is the stupidest reason for someone to get a fucking concussion. Trying to do a fucking front flip and then kneeing themselves in the face. That's pathetic.
got another Mark quote here, but humans are surprisingly durable, but also surprisingly fragile.
Yeah, we are.
Like, what the fuck? Like, we can take the biggest hit of whatever and like tough it out, but man, one little thing and we're like break. Just done.
For real, dude.
In this case, not so little, but still, like, Jesus.
Like, still, what the fuck?
Inconsistently fragile.
I kind of laughed at myself afterwards. I recovered from it pretty quickly, and I had to go check myself, and they did say it was confirmed that I had a concussion.
Oh, yeah.
But like when I was there, like waiting for like results, and like the papers to give me,
Yeah.
I was just kind of sitting there. I don't remember this, but my mom said I was sitting there, just staring. She asked me a question. She asked me what I wanted for dinner, and I just said a sandwich. I don't remember saying this, but I said a sandwich. She said, "What kind?" I was like, ham sandwich, something simple with some tea if possible."
Okay.
And she's like, "Okay, well, do you?" She's like, "Okay, well, we're almost done. So, like, are you feeling any better?" And I literally told her, I was like, "Mom, I taste red."
Oh. Oh no.
I taste red.
Oh.
I don't remember saying that, but I said that apparently.
You taste red. Oh boy.
I taste red. I don't know what I'm assuming I meant to say I taste blood, even though I wasn't bleeding anywhere, but I don't know.
That's where my mind went, because like, what else would be red?
Yeah, what else is red besides blood? But I wasn't bleeding. Like, I didn't have any other injuries. I just had a concussion. There was no like external or internal bleeding or injuries or anything. Because I just kneed myself in the face. At first, I thought I cut myself with my tooth. Like, if I like jammed my tooth into something, but no, I was fine.
Oh, that's good at least.
Just the concussion.
I mean,
taste red.
I mean,
I taste red.
I mean, the concussion is
Sorry.
worse than a cut, probably, but like one instead of both, I think, is a little. I mean, if you need yourself that hard, the tooth could have really wedged in there. Ugh. That could have been really bad too, actually. So I don't know if one's better than the other. Pick your poison.
I don't really think comparing injuries is a good thing, because
No.
you never know, something might happen after you compare it. It's like, oh well, you want that instead? Then here you have it.
Yeah, and it's like,
No,
I didn't really want this either. You know, no.
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks.
I'm chill. I'm good. I'm chill. That's Oh, well,
I'm gonna break this down. Let's see if I get some bees.
Let's see. Let's see.
No
here.
bees yet.
The car was old. I took most of my important stuff, and all my mom's friends are bad people. Oh, jeez.
Oh dear.
This is Boko. And my alternative thing leads to my mom's friend being alive, me having a phone, and my mom having a car. Sirkin said, my only car accident I remember is where my family with me in the car got in a minor car accident where the fault was on a drunk driver. But the poor ass car, and when we got out of the car to talk to him, he started being really aggressive, and I could tell he was going to start a fight, so I told him to keep away pretty harshly, and he got scared. Good shit. So we got back in his car. Motherfucker was defeated by a 15-year-old's words. Hell yeah. You scare him off. Tell him to get on out of here. I haven't had a big accident in my life, though. I don't know why. You don't know why. It just it hasn't happened. You've been careful. I don't know.
Yeah, just be happy that it didn't happen.
Yeah,
dude.
don't be happy about that.
Both me and Anthony fucking suffered pretty badly.
Boko said one time when I was 3, I gave Corey a concussion by throwing a stool at their head. Oh, jeez.
Ooh, you were 3 years old and you were able to throw a stool out like that hard enough to give someone a concussion? That's pretty impressive, honestly.
Kids are strong, man. Kids are strong. Kids are like the most durable thing out there. The most durable and the most strong out there. They have unbridled strength.
Honestly, yeah, some kids can rival like middle-aged men and like not strength, but endurance.
Endurance for sure. Kids are super they're super squishy, but like literally they don't have like enough shit in there to break, so they just can't break it. They just bounce.
That or they just don't care. They only care if it's like really bad, like if they broke their arm or something. I mean, honestly, I mean anybody would care if they broke their arm, but you know,
kids just don't give a fuck.
A lot of rowdy kids.
Yeah, but I mean, kids do have that advantage of like, oh, their body is still growing, so any potential injuries could just get healed up by, you know, growth. Not literally, but like...
Kinda.
I mean, like I said, they just don't have as much to break. Their body's literally still growing.
Though, where like either their body will heal the injury that they sustained because they're still growing, or the body will work, or rarer, the body will work around it, and you know they'll be like changed permanently somehow.
Yeah, that injury's still in there, and the body's like, we can make this work.
Yeah, just works with what it's got.
That is true.
Which those kids, I feel awful for, because they have like. When they were, you know, like something like they either would have been having fun or like they gone through something that they shouldn't have, and you know now it's like a permanent thing that happened to their, or that's affecting on their bodies for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, no, it's not good at all.
No, it's not.
Let's see.
What did I press Q?
One time, let's see here. Booker said I'm exaggerating. I was 5, but still, that's still pretty young. Like. For a kid, yeah, 2 years is a lot. Between 3 and 5, that's a lot of growth. But still, that's still pretty little for unbridled strength. Also, I saw the most random shit when I'm. Okay, also I saw the most random shit when I'm tired, and I was reading DMs with Don, and I said, TF4TF, girlfriend rambles about random things on Discord thread. Ha! Oh, say, okay. Also, I say the most random shit when I'm tired. Ooh, chatting time.
Yo.
Discord thread. Ooh, Sojiro bonding time. Perfect way to end this stream.
Hey, how's school?
Oh, it's already 10 o'clock? God damn.
Yeah. I've been in that damn palace for like 5 hours.
Well, I'll be an uncle's monkey.
I'm not. I might be. Just ellipses.
Good.
Nah.
Touch my body.
Nah, because if I said ASMR, it wouldn't make sense because I was texting.
So please,
I mean, that's fair.
have to write even more crap. Got that? This society is kept in check by laws.
Is this when I'm allowed out at night? I have laundry to do, damn it. Oh, so much dirty shit in this dude's head.
The last thing we need is more idiots like you roaming around. What's wrong? Yeah, I'm heading out now. Sorry about that. I know. The usual, right?
The fuck is
Why
an
can't I
uncle's...
plant?
The fuck is an uncle's monkey? Monkey's uncle.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
It'd really be a great help.
It's a phrase that means like... I'll be a monkey's uncle.
I got that one from Cuphead.
Is this set in Cuphead?
Yeah, the living coin guy that tells you about how like the hidden coins in the world.
Oh yeah. Which means like really old, right?
I don't honestly know what that
I'll be a
means.
monkey's uncle.
I just said it because it sounds funny.
Right, because then he complains about,
Not a bad trade, eh?
not complains, but he says, "Oh, I hid my coins everywhere, and not in the bank, which is owned by the devil." And then we steal all the
Yeah.
shit. So what's it matter?
Yeah. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
Looks like we got ourselves a deal.
Uncle's monkey.
The distance between me and Sojiro seems to be closing slightly. Oh, so slightly.
And then they kiss. The end.
I hope not. Joker's still in high school. I need to make
You
more
may now
character
kiss the
renders.
man.
You may call yourself a phantom thief, but you're still a minor. Someone had to support you.
I'm gonna go ahead and close the
Furthermore,
game.
they
I
did
did a
so
lot of
knowing you
progress
were a part
today.
of that
You did do a lot. Found a bunch of new shit.
Isn't the
I did
owner of
find a
that
lot of new
cafe
shit.
An accomplice of yours?
Discovered Ember Storm.
Alright, that was pretty cool.
That was crazy.
You got to find any bees though. The fuck.
I have not found any bees.
I found like tens of them. So many bees.
I'm really curious now. Bees.
I'll be counting on your help.
Touch my body.
I owe you one.
Okay, I'll let you handle the
Let's be
rest.
back.
Gotta say, I'm glad you catch on quick with this stuff. Makes my life a lot easier. Catch on quick? I don't think it's that hard to wash dishes. I should know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Just keep doing what you can and don't cause any trouble, right? Got it.
Oh.
Glad
Got
to
it.
hear
I definitely won't. I definitely won't become the target for a major senator in the future.
No. Well, other way around. I definitely won't target a future senator.
I mean, you also technically become the target of the senator as well.
Right.
I'm gonna head back.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the whole fan. Yeah, okay, yeah. Right, because his image was leaked. True, because they go in hiding. Right. It's been a minute. Right.
Yeah. The doing.
It's been a minute. It's been since like. When did I play Royal? When did it come out? 2020. 2020? 2020, 2021? Somewhere around there.
Jesus.
No excuses.
Jesus.
Actually. Oh, wait, that's another thing I want. I have 4 notes I have on my phone for more. The OBS scene stuff.
Oh yeah.
Well, I have 4. I'm writing the 4th one right now, but you know.
Okay.
Okay. Configure. Go. Wait, other time during certain seasons. Oh, what am I saying? No idea what they were talking about. How much is the stream gonna go for?
I'll just add this.
I thought it was an end already.
I wanted to get to a save point.
Oh, okay.
How long is the stream going for? Let's see here. Right now. It's past 10 o'clock for me, so... trying to consistently end these. There's nothing big's going on, I guess, but... for a normal stream, yeah, right now. Is the music still... the game music can be heard, but I just mute that on this scene. Can I just... no, I can't. Can I? Probably not. This is where I would want the music scene to be at, so I can just keep that bit, but whatever. Oh, apparently it's 7 a.m. for Sirkin.
Holy goddamn.
Yo, I stayed for the whole stream. Thank you two for being here, as always. Thanks for anyone who popped by, lurking. I appreciate the lurkers. And yeah, I'll be back. Today's Friday. I'll be back Sunday with something. Don't know what yet. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.